Okay, that's fixed. No, that should actually be. And excuse me while I. Okay.
I want to know if they're gonna find the submarine.
The what?
Okay, I
The
think it's
submarine.
I had to reset.
Not a
Missing
chance.
My
submarine.
audio settings
Enough a
reset
chance
in
that they find that
OBS
in
for
time.
some reason.
But also, why the hell would they want to do that anyway? It sounds like an absolute, like, nightmare.
The idea is cool if the craft had been tested and regulated.
I'd just be like, nope. Underwater, nope. I reckon
Well,
there's
sure is hacking going on it.
Yeah, I would never do that. I reckon there's a megalodon that's just still alive in the ocean, hiding from people.
Well, I'm extremely claustrophobic, so that.
Oh my god, same. I would not be able to be on there for 8
Oh my gosh. Well, I have to.
Why would you pay $250,000?
Because billionaire.
Yeah, but why would you want to do that?
Because it's a fancy, you know?
It's not even
I want to
the
do it,
submarine was
so.
fancy, I don't understand, but the submarine was like. They use like a freaking cheap
Right.
Xbox controller.
We just want to do it, and because we're rich, we can. So there.
I mean, honestly, there are
Literally.
quite a few exciting things to do. Like, again, I'm extremely claustrophobic, so what I did to test myself ages ago was go into a cave system.
Oh god!
But it was,
have you seen the film The Descent?
Yeah, I did, but
Yeah,
not before I went into there, fortunately. But yeah, it was a cave system. It's a guided tour, but it's very like there's almost no
Cramped?
space in there. It's very
I wouldn't be
cramped.
able to do it. I'm too curvy. I'd just get stuck and just oh no.
Trust me.
I'd
There
freak
were
out.
quite a few
It's
kind of people.
it's okay. Caves are slippery. Usually, at least.
And
Yeah.
after watching The Descent, I'd never ever try doing that. Oh my god, you're actually crazy doing that.
I've got two biggest fears: claustrophobic, and the second is fear of heights. That's my second.
I used to
big
hate
thing.
heights. I'm not as bad of heights anymore.
Oh,
I used to do loads of like, rock climbing and stuff to try and
still
get
very
over it.
very bad. When there's a transparent elevator, I freak out.
I still get a bit of like vertigo sometimes, but I'm a lot better with heights than I used to be.
I mean, no joke, but I was thinking the other days, what would my Shiba actually do if we went on like one of those like transparent bridges?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I honestly think he wouldn't give a damn. Like, Shibas are just like. They're not exactly known for being too scared of anything.
I don't know. Evie's scared of fireworks.
Well, yeah, fireworks.
Scared of everything to make up for it.
Where is everyone? So there's.
Even though Darkstar is supposed to be brave.
We have 7 people in here. So we're missing one person from here.
I'm just coming.
Oh, there you go.
I'm gonna mute for now. So, how is everyone now that you can hear me? Oh yeah, I might as well. Yeah. Okay. Might as well be able to see the game now. Let's see. What do you think the next job is? It's the doll master. Green mage, which astrologian is sort of, maybe. Oh, geomancer would be a big one. A geomancer? No, no, no. Like it's a mage that just the magic changes depending on what terrain you stand on. So it's a tricky job to implement in 14. Yes. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna borrow. I'm just gonna borrow the PS5 from my best friend. It's gonna be available to buy tomorrow, right? Tonight. Oh. Oh, that's good. We'll be able to. Oh, is it? It's also released a box version, right? Yeah, a physical copy. Yeah, yeah, he has a. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it does have discs. Because my friend mainly plays games on disc, not on digitally. Yeah. It's okay. Japan is mainly physical copies and, uh, Anna will carry me. I cannot, I'm bad at the line thing also. I don't know what's going on, but Friday. Right now, I don't see any animations. I'm lagging so bad. I'm animationless right now. But yes, Palm Dead. It's gonna be... It's gonna be Friday. We'll see how it goes. I'm sorry, what happened? Also, why would we get echo? Uh, thank you, thank you. I will do my best. So what happened? Six, yeah, I had a six. Okay. I think only you would have died if you were too close to me. Okay. Alright. I'm ready. As you can see, I'm lagging quite a bit. I don't know why I'm lagging so bad right now. It's ridiculous. I don't know why I'm lagging so bad. I shouldn't be lagging so bad. That should not be a thing. Damn. What an armor. One moment. Uh, hmm. Ah. Alright. Oh, the lag is so bad. Here we're gonna... Whoa. All right. My goodness. Nintendo. Sorry, so what happened? Okay. Well, my biggest trouble is that I don't see any animations, but none of them. I'm lagging. Sorry? Oh no, I actually do see the mechanics. I don't see any of the animations, any of my animations. My character is frozen. It's it's a small blessing that I actually do see the mechanics. Yeah. So I just have to, at the start of the raid, the skill icons, the skill icons didn't even load. They were transparent and empty. But yeah, I just do the rotation without the animation. It seems better now. Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was like on internet. So as you can see, this is what happens. As you can see, I'm super focused. I'm so focused that I'm like full of giggling. We're supposed to be doing the second fight today, so I'm hoping this pull is the clear actually. Emma. Emma's getting love. Poo-poo. Might as well be. I thought I'd make it, to be honest, but yeah. Okay, this one's the clear. Don't worry, everybody. This one's the clear, and then we're doing the next one. I'm doing my opener, which is supposed to give me top damage. Hello, Maya Major. We're gonna clear this now. Just you watch. We're gonna giggle hardcore. More hardcore than ever before. In the meantime, please consider subscribing, donating, becoming part of the Giggle family because it's the lifeblood of my life veins. We're gonna be doing some other content later as well, don't worry. Today just happens to be a raid day. And tomorrow, normally I wouldn't be streaming tomorrow, but as you might know, tomorrow is the day when Final Fantasy 16 premieres. And we're gonna play it on premiere. I'm gonna be streaming FF16. So if you're interested in that game, and I would highly recommend that you come to tomorrow's stream. Like Drakengard? Yeah, basically. I have to finish Drakengard as well, by the way. That last boss, oh my god. Well, we're gonna have to go through it. There's no other way. We might as well do Drakengard today, yeah. I'm gonna watch a debate, I'm gonna react to the debate, and then we're gonna do Drakengard, yeah. Good call. Since there's a high probability that I'm gonna be dying a lot. Okay, my job is easy now. There we have it, easy. So yeah, this is gonna be like our little panel. We also do have to prepare for the panel. I need to be able to put my debate brain out. Right, we've done it. This is the hardest mechanic in the fight. Which is weird because it's... No, it's a 8 people raid only. This is just 8 people. There's just 8 people here. You can see the list in the upper left corner. It's a savage raid. Oh, it's okay. I died out of pure damage. Was I too slow in changing positions? Wait, so we don't... Yeah, to closer to the edges, right? Okay. I was free, so I was running to 1 to switch. Yeah. That's like savage raiding. I'm gonna try to explain the mechanics. I'm doing the opening now. Thank God I don't have the weird thing anymore. But yeah, right now there will be pairs, and either we will have to stay within the range of the boss or go out. When it's ice, we always stay close to the boss. When it's fire, we always go away. See? The symbol will appear in the middle of the screen. Look, fire and ice. And now what symbol will appear? We'll decide if we stay in or go out. It is ice, so we stay close to the boss. Now we go to these positions, intercardinal, and if it's lightning, we stay out. If it's ice, we go close like this. And now it's the opposite of the first one, so it will be fire, so we go away from the boss in pairs. Simple, right? Now 4 walls will spawn and we need to get knocked back into the walls, and areas of damage will appear on the floor. We need to avoid them, and then the boss will attack half of the screen, either in front or behind. So we need to position ourselves to avoid the areas of attack, indicated by the lines in the ground that will either be lit up or not. You can see those lines, right? So this is the... See, now we have to go out and the boss will attack half the screen in front. That's why we went behind the boss. Now we have to go to 2 groups. We had to divide the party into 2 groups because the boss used an attack that attacked both ways, and the way to survive it is to split into 2 groups of 4. Now is the part where everybody will have a number or a symbol, and depending on the number of a symbol, a person will have to go to the right spot at the right time. So I will try to explain what I have to do depending on my number or symbol. What do I have? I have nothing. So a blue sphere will appear above me and I will have to run away from the party, because the boss will attack me with an attack that will attack half the screen. See? I'll get attacked half of the... And so the mechanic is over. Now this is the same as before. It's ice, so we paired up and stayed close to the boss. It was a repeat of the mechanic from before. Now it gets a little different of a mechanic. We will have to... 4 meteors will appear, and we will have to bait attacks away from the meteors in order not to destroy them. And then we finally, at the end, we will have to hide behind one of them. I'm oversimplifying the explanation, but basically that is what we're doing. All of us will have conal attacks, and we have to bait them not to destroy my meteors. Now DPS have to switch with the healers and tanks. They have to bait their attacks. And now we hide behind this one, because a huge comet will fall. See? And now we have to run away from this one. Does that make sense? Yeah, basically. Oh. I think you've missed something, Static. Like, this is not part of the fight. They have changed summoners. The summoner job actually uses actual summons now, actual Garuda and actual Ifrit and actual Bahamut. Those are summons from the summoner. You don't have those small crappy things anymore. Yeah, that's Thank you. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub for... Thank you. Thank you very much, Faye Cal Parker, for giving Palm Dad the sub. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Also, we die. Maybe because... Wait, that weird... Weird question. Would faint make any difference there? Okay, yeah. So maybe faint could make a difference? Maybe I could faint there or something? I mean, faint works. This is magic, right? Or what is it? Physical magic? Okay, I can faint it, I guess. Yeah. True. I'm the prettiest one here, the Aura. How do you like my glamour? I'm stylish, I think. I think I'm stylish. I think they appeared after you've stopped playing. I think that's why. It's like it's from I'm pretty sure the outfit I'm wearing, the top at least, is from a treasure hunt. Treasure hunts give you some really good glamours. Genuinely. Let me see. Oh, I messed up. How is everyone today? Are you enjoying yourselves? Are you enjoying this magnificent stream of Final Fantasy? We'll do so much epic things today. Oh my gosh. My goodness. We're gonna watch the infamous debate that Vaush had. So we're gonna be talking about a little bit of a topic. A topic that has been brewing on Twitter. Here we go. Twitter. The page. It's true. I'm gonna do an impromptu. What happened? What happened? What? What? You called my name in the... Did I do something? Ah, okay. So what happened? If it wasn't me, then what happened? Okay. We're gonna clear it now. We have to. Also, I have to take my HRT. What? I I genuinely don't know what happened here. I genuinely do not know how this happened. I think it's because I should change my pose. I'm actually gonna go do my blood work tomorrow while we're discussing things. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a checkup to see how the HRT is affecting my body. You know, if everything's okay with the liver, etc. And if things are wrong, then we will try to think of something. I actually doubt anything will be wrong, but apparently with the liver is one of the most insidious organs because you don't actually feel anything when something happens to it. Everything just seems okay until it suddenly isn't. If that makes sense. If that makes any sense at all. So we're gonna be checking if everything's fine. Although again, I'm pretty sure everything's okay. I am extremely optimistic. I'm a born optimist, which is why you are all gigglers. Because of my inborn optimism. Oh, I guess we're in it together. I guess we are in the blood work together. Blood work buddies. Oh, I think the good thing that you can do. It's important to probably have some chocolate with you after it's done. When it's done. Are you afraid of blood? If you're afraid of blood, then I recommend that you just turn your gaze away. That you just literally turn around as it happens. It's probably best to just turn your gaze away. Yeah, just turn your gaze away. It should be okay. Yeah, I went too far after free went after the. Yeah, then you should just turn around. You should just look the other way. That's one way to deal with the whole blood thing. To just honestly look away. It might sound silly, but I think it's a good method. Just distract yourself with something. I'll do that. Ah, okay, okay. Yeah, you can look at your partner, I think. I think that's a very good way to do it. Just look at your partner instead of the needle thing. It is not a solution that partlessness people like me can use, though. I am partlessness, partnerless. No partners? What's the matter? Lucy has a no partners. That's right, no partners. I think after this pool hopefully clear, I'm gonna have to take my thing. Guess I'm staying here. Oh, that's my spot. Perfect. Alright. Okay. Okay, we've I think we've got this at this point. Oh, wait. I'm just gonna do something real quick, okay? Huh. Here for tomorrow. Okay. Interesting. What an interesting build. Okay. Mm, just okay. Who's not? Oh yeah, sorry. I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready. I thought I clicked it, but apparently I did not. I sneezed hardcore. Tomorrow I'm going to university, by the way. I'm gonna be studying as a real President Sunday orbiter. It is my duty to pursue academic education, and I have chosen the perfect degree to pursue. Are you curious what it is? You curious about my super degree? No, you're not. It's Judaism. Literally. I'm gonna get a degree from Judaism. Or, well, not Judaism, but the name is very close to Judaism. Judaistica. Judaistica. It's true. Which would basically make me an expert on Jewish history. Because it's a history. It's a history thing. It's an undersection of a broader history department, which is very, very cool that there's a whole department that actually focuses on Jewish history. That's my... I don't have a number. Okay, my job is done. Now I go to my spot. It's true. It's just as amazing as you imagine. It is just as amazing as you imagine it to be. Oh my goodness. So I'm gonna go to the university and see if I even have a chance to get in. Because I have had a very complicated academia history. I'll say that much. So tomorrow is gonna be pretty busy. Apart from the big preparation for the panel, which I'm sure is gonna be just fine. Alright. So can I get a... Okay. So I guess today the bracelet goes... I guess today the bracelet goes to me, right? Sadly I haven't. Not yet. Oh wait, oh my god. I do need the... My goodness, so... What I need is... A bracelet. Oh, I was muted. Oh my god. Okay, so I need a bracelet. Yeah, because the other DPS got it last time. So I guess I take it, yeah? Ancestral bracelet. I know. I already got the ring last time. So I'm gonna pass on the ring. No. I don't need earring or necklace. Those are augmented for me. I don't know. I only need the bracelet. Okay. I already got mine. I already got my ring. Okay. Alright, got gear. Gigglers. You cannot get the augmentation. You cannot get the augmentation through the books, right? Right? I'm not mistaken about that, right? Oh, am I muted again? Okay, so you cannot get augmentation through the books, right? It's either you get the item or from the 24, right? You cannot buy augmentation with books, yeah. Okay. Yeah, everyone gets one. You can get accessories, yeah. You can meld inside, right? Okay then. Alright. I've only acquainted myself with a bit of this fight, but I'm sure it will be fine. What an ugly bastard. So I'm on B. Oh. So I guess then I'm D. I don't mind swapping, yeah, if it makes it easier for Melunat, then yeah, I don't really mind swapping, yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm M1 then. So my position is D on the left plank, and I don't remember quite the rest. What a fight. Well, I'm showing you new content. Look at this beating heart thing at the top. Like a bubble. I haven't even noticed it at first time. We should just attack that whole big thing. After watching Zepla Haikyuu, MD Capture After Master. Thank you, Anne. Thank you for coming here. And now I recommend that you join my page. How do you find my... How much have you seen? Have you seen me beat the one before? We've just started this fight. Don't, you know, don't be alarmed by our bad performance. We have just started progging this actually today, right now. We should probably unmute the party. Okay, I'm gonna unmute the party next poll. Also consider subscribing to the channel. Yeah, it has a huge pulsating heart. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly... Okay, I'm gonna...
Has to
The party can be heard now.
point.
Was I in
leave
range
array
at the end
for
of the day?
party.
You were not, because I had to step back. Sakura was on top of me. You can't be near the stack carrier. You have to be on the edge of it,
Wait.
otherwise it becomes invulnerable.
Wasn't I at the edge of it?
You were, but I stepped back at the last second because I was too close to Sakura.
Okay.
And after you do the swords, you run back to the body and try to break the webs.
Okay.
Yeah. The sword carrier has to turn around and walk through the webs
Also,
tied
Asmongold
between
is
everyone.
not really
Completely
playing
through them. If you're
FF14
stopping
right
them, it
now.
won't register them.
Asmongold is not really playing FF14 at the moment. Or is he? Is he playing it? You tell me.
No.
I know
DPS, right?
that definitely gonna be playing 16.
Swords go to the front. Stacks always on their respective mark. So swords would walk back and walk through those web lines there. But walking
Oh god.
walking through those web lines gives a massive bleed.
These are tank towers.
With heavy bleeds.
This also gives a heavier
Oh.
bleed as
Should
well.
I just keep Medica 2 up?
Yeah, I think I know why.
This is, you need to cross the webs over
Yeah.
with the tank, so you need to
Okay.
be right against the edge, yeah?
Now it should be
Have
okay.
overlap.
Now it should be okay.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
You can
fuck
get
it.
out of them.
Yeah, the AoEs have to come.
Sorry about that.
And these,
This would be the towers, but
these are your pillars.
Oh, and then this is where I'd stand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that pillars?
I should just keep everything at the same level as I experience it at all times.
The last thing I said we'd see comes right after that, which is the big AoEs that need spreading.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you said that the web is always at the respective marker. What's the respective marker?
DPS would be slightly at the front of B, support would be slightly at the front of D. So there's still full melee uptime for the
Okay,
tanks in melee.
all right.
Yeah.
It's basically just max melee at the B marker for us two.
Yeah, it should. It should work for everything that's not my voice, anyway. Oh, it is a Square Enix game. Actually, after this, and this is ending in 9 minutes, I'm gonna show you the. Because I'm sure that there are many Yoko Taro fans here that have not yet seen the Nier raid. I want to show it to you because it's pretty neat. I'm gonna show you the Nier raid.
DPS, right?
We can vote for it actually.
And then Tevas need to step back to break their webs out.
That was my bad, I think.
Out.
It's out from the boss.
Oh yeah, at aggro.
You got this.
Nope.
Yeet.
Yeah, I want to show you the Nier raid. Vote in the chat if you want me to do the Nier raid or not. Also, we did the web correctly, right?
Yeah, we did.
I don't know. I think that we messed up the rev on our side.
I moved away because you guys
I
came
think
kind
you
of
were
close
getting
to
all
me. Got
scared.
hit by the wing.
Yeah.
You just saw us and you were like trying to run away from us and we were trying to stack on you.
I'm trying to social distance here.
Maybe we're just like so last year. Oh my god.
What an ugly face, but look at that heart above the boss. Look at that huge heart. True. I'm gonna make it a game louder for Nier. Because the Nier raid naturally has Nier Automata music in it. Although the Nier Automata raid makes me think, why create androids? Just, just send the Warrior of Light against the machine life forms. The Warrior of Light would just clean house. It seems.
Someone aimed at the thing at us.
Lucy's not gonna save
I-
us.
Sorry?
Lucy's just like, I'm just gonna solo this.
Sorry?
boss.
So what happened?
You're just trying to solo the boss, right?
Of course, as always, I'm a samurai. It's my job. I did position myself correctly for the web, right?
You had the sword. You didn't need to be part of the stack.
Okay. Yeah. Which is... No, it's just Nier music. It's not FF14 made Nier. It's just straight up Nier Automata music. But yeah. It's weird that FF14 Nier raid is canon because Warrior of Light, I guess, could just end the problem of machine life forms by themselves, depending on what gender you are as the Warrior of Light.
Not a good place to see.
The cleave I'm getting.
Oh my god! I just about made it.
That is a very cruel snapshot.
Yeah, like that
what-
snapshot I think goes like 2 seconds early.
Yeah.
I don't think one of them died to that snapshot. I think they bled to death.
That's also a possibility, yes.
Make sure the AoEs overlap.
Yep, I know.
And then it's pillars.
It's gonna be pretty scuff. Oh.
Yeah, we need to take all the
Yeah,
pillars.
we didn't have everyone up there.
Yeah, you can only survive failing one pillar.
Oh damn. This is fun.
Got 3
Yeah,
minutes
it's not
left.
that bad yet.
It's only the final mechanic.
Okay. I mean, I felt like last tier was a lot worse than this tier on the healing. But maybe that's 'cause Lloyd's
Also,
pretty
they've got ultimate stack markers in this fight where it goes off player count instead of scaling down damage. So if there's not 4 people in the 4-player stacks, it deals 400,000 damage and just kills you.
Oh, lovely.
You can't survive it without the full set of players.
Lovely.
Same for the pairs, you can't like tank mitigate them or anything to take them alone. And they go off on corpses.
But in return, those mechanics can basically be done without healing.
Yeah. That's alright then.
Groups and cleaves. Cleaves are coming after the group stacks. Cleaves out, stacks into the stack. Lucy, you're very wrong. Very wrong.
Lucy, if you have a tether, you take
Oh.
the stack.
Wait.
If you have a tether, you go to the side where your tether is and point it outwards to the little platforms on
Ow.
the side.
It needs to be pointed north and then slightly towards the platform because it's wide enough that it'll kill the stack if you point it straight towards it.
Sorry. Yes, I guess we've got 2 minutes left. We can observe the mechanics.
No. Can't get one up easily.
Are we continuing?
One more, or are we done?
Yeah.
I'm up for doing another one. We're reading tomorrow anyway, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a beautiful outfit.
But yes, definitely, like now, it's a straight up requirement that by tomorrow, everyone watches the video,
And we
learns their
go
little
over it
spot.
together as well, a bit beforehand, so we're
Yes, we can do
all on
that.
the same page.
We can
But
show up
I'll
a
watch
bit
the
early.
Hector guide as well.
If you are showing up a bit early, then you can watch without. It's not a requirement. You can watch beforehand. But if you're here beforehand, then we will watch it together about 20 minutes before the normal raid time, I think.
Sounds good. I like watching stuff with everyone, so I can ask questions
Yeah.
as well if there's something I'm not sure about.
Both our macros and markers are Hector guides as well. I made sure that they are. It's groups and cleaves now, but yeah, I made sure
Yeah.
that they match. Check where the cleaves are.
Okay.
Out. Tank towers. Bridge making. Get out of the AoEs.
Pillars.
Bridges are made. So
Now
the
get ready
towers.
for a fast
Thank you,
sequence.
10 shoes.
So it is
Really 10 shoes.
in,
In.
left, or
And
middle.
Oh my god.
That is
Team.
thank you, 10 shoes. Thank you.
Right here.
Come to the page. I think you're a new viewer of the
Oh yeah,
stream.
getting hit by those
I think you might be
pillars
new
after
here.
they detonate gives doom, which you can
Consider
start
staying for
with.
longer and subscribing and all that good
Oh,
stuff
goodness
because
me.
I do a lot of stuff.
And then for this one,
Video
I'll be
games,
using stack
history,
Oh, is that
all
that
sorts of
street
things.
one where people are spread out that we
Yeah.
just saw? Okay,
Yeah.
so I just go south for that.
It's savage raiding, things like that
And then
happen.
this section, we all go to the west
By,
platform.
by tomorrow, I will have watched the guide.
After either spread, pair, or 4-player stack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What a
It's
boss.
tight, but
It's gonna be
it's,
fun.
it is possible.
Then it's AoE into turrets, which is gonna take a bit more learning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just moved.
Could just go ahead and clear now. We won't get mad.
Oh yeah, it's a solo tank.
You can
Okay.
solo the tank buster without invuln. It just does a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess we're gonna
I mean, I
meet
could
up
go
tomorrow.
outside, not sleep and play some more because this is so fun, but people need to go, don't they? So we're in tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good job on the reclear, and it's just gonna get better over the weeks, I'm guessing. And
Hopefully.
again, make sure to look at the video yourself. There's gonna be a viewing party 20 minutes before the normal time tomorrow for those who wish to come. If not, you
Sounds
can
good.
just review it by yourself. And then tomorrow we are heading straight into P10S with a renewed
Sounds-
personality and mind.
Sounds good.
Alright,
I'm
Everything else
excited.
looks nice. Yes.
I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Yes.
Yeah. See you
We'll
tomorrow.
all see you
Yeah,
tomorrow.
right. I'm gonna
See ya.
end my
Thank you
stream,
for the
so
Thank you.
that'll be annoying.
But as for us, we are still doing our thing, okay? We are still. I want to show you the. I'm going to show you the near raid. So where are the. 24. There we go. Shadowbringers, copied factory, the puppets bunker, the Tower of Paradigm's breach. So we're actually gonna. We are gonna queue for all three and we're gonna see what we get. How does that sound? How does that sound? Copied factory, the puppets bunker, and the Tower of Paradigm's breach. Ready? Are you ready? You ready to do this? I'm not sure how long the queue for this will be actually. In the meantime, we're gonna do boring. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. Are you? Do you hate Near Automata? I'm sure I'm gonna make the game louder for that. Do you dislike Near Automata? Yeah, it's Japan. Wait, fake Alec Kyle Parker, do you really? Oh no. I cannot believe, but you will like this because this is quite nice. Okay, we're gonna wait a bit. We're gonna do the... Oh! The parties are filling in nicely. Okay, let's jump. What the... Why? Okay, oh my god. That was scary. Okay. Well, there we go. There we have it. We have fallen once more. You're gonna love the Nier raid. You're gonna love it more than anything. Yeah, this building is a jumping puzzle, yeah. This building where I am right now is a jumping puzzle, yeah. A very annoying jumping puzzle, I might add. I'm very bad at jumping puzzles in this game because they're very rigid. Also, tomorrow we'll be streaming Final Fantasy 16 thanks to my best friend. I went to the site. I don't know anything about these video games, but I like to watch others play them. Thank you, Lily. If you go to the site that I linked and you log in, then you can be part of the audience on the site. You're gonna see me play a lot of games today, Lily. If you like watching people play games, then you're gonna see me play a lot of different games today. Well, at least 2 different games. Do you like Drakengard? If you're a big fan of Drakengard, then you're in luck because we are going to play some Drakengard. Is nobody doing the Nier? Oh, 7 minutes. Okay, that's cool. Really want to show you the a run of any Nier Automata thing. Also, I'm really hoping that the Juneteenth segment is gonna do well. Drakengard. Do you know Nier Automata? Lily? Halfway done, nice. You know Nier Automata, right? Ah. Almost. The party is almost filled. We've got 2 out of 6 healers, 3 out of... Okay, the party is not almost. Oh. Yeah, I do want to watch that Vaush thing. Yeah, we're gonna watch the Vaush thing. Definitely, we're gonna watch the Vaush thing. I might also do a special segment about Ukraine. The masculine thing. Wait, is Sunday streaming right now? Are you saying that Sunday is streaming right now? Sunday is streaming right now. Oh, yes, we got the copied factory. Let's go. Okay, you're gonna witness the raid. I'm gonna make the game louder. Okay, so you can enjoy the raid. Let's go. I'm ready. For all of you Yoko Taro fans, this is all for you. Please Oh my god, tank, please press ready. Tank! Oh god, the tank went AFK. It's gonna cancel. Okay, now I'm salty. Everybody press ready. Please press ready. Oh my god. There's always one. Okay, let's go. Look at this. The raid automata. I'm gonna inject some food. Nice map, right? Pretty nice map, I think. From near automata. It's a really nice raid, by the way. It's a really nicely crafted raid. There you go. I made the sound effects less loud, not to overpower the soundtrack. People told me about it before. What do you mean? I don't hate you. What do you mean? So how do you like the raid? I'm telling you, don't make any more androids. Just send in the Warrior of Light and, you know, and the problem of machine life forms will just be solved. It really is bizarre that they made this canon, but technically speaking, the Warrior of Light in FF14 does have like a godly power stuff, you know? Super powerful. So it makes sense that the machine life forms just fold. Hello, Dexmex. I'm showing everybody the near automata raid. I'm just sad that Connor is not here. You know? I guess. I guess, sort of. So this is boss number 1. And as I've told you, this is just straight up Nier Automata soundtrack. Oh. What do you want to share with me? Share it. Oh. Why did you say you couldn't get into the story? You can get the gear. How do you like this map? Ah, okay. So how do you like this map then? I think it's really nice. You can actually go to this map and just explore it without doing the raid. This is a map that you can just enter without fighting. Right. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the Nier Automata story can get pretty convoluted. Yeah, that's fair. New discourse. Can you link it? Well, to link it, you'd need to join the page. Oh. Interesting. Who, me? No. It just feels like to ask any more about the idea would risk spoilers of Nier Automata. Which I would rather avoid. The spoilers, I mean, of Nier Automata. Yeah, it's a really nicely done raid, in my opinion. But because it's the Warrior of Light, you just do away with all that's in your path. Yeah, but I also don't want spoilers from Nier. Because I will play Nier. No, it didn't. You have to join the page to be able to link anything. YouTube does not accept links. No, I have not. So far I've only played a bit of Nier Automata and Drakengard 1. Okay. So is the evil that he used to fight to the last... Is the evil that the last human used to fight against, is it related to the story of Nier Automata in any way? Or is the evil something that you've created for the purpose of the story? Okay, then I cannot ask about it. Why can't you join the page? What happened? Why can't you join the page, Dexmex? Okay. Also, don't spoil Drakengard as well. I guess. Although FF14... I don't want to spoil FF14 for you now, Somniostatic. Let's just say that the Warrior of Light of Final Fantasy XIV has godlike powers, okay? Let's just say that. How far have you gotten into the story, Somniostatic, of 14? That's my question for you. So you haven't done Shadowbringers, right? Well, so I cannot... So I guess I cannot tell you anything. Oh. So I guess I cannot tell you. Have you played Shadowbringers at all? Oh, hello, Lil 10. Now you can Now you can link. You haven't played Shadowbringers at all, right? Look at this tank. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me just ask you this. Does the term sundering tell you anything? Does the term sundering tell you anything? The world being sundered. The sundering, not sundara, you know? Sunder, like divide. My goodness. Okay, then no, then I cannot tell you anything. Would be spoilers for me to say anything. It's like a big part of the story of FF14. Which actually canonically explains why the Warrior of Light would be able to just go into the Nier Automata world and clean house. Thank you for the subscription for Little 10. Thank you. Yeah, but it actually makes sense in the story that the Warrior of Light could do so well against the machine life forms. It's not out of pocket. Considering how the world of FF14 works. Yeah. Yeah. It's sort of like that. Dexmex is here, it's true. I'm gonna do an impromptu segment about Ukraine. Alright. Yeah, see? The links will work now. The links will work now. Do you recognize this boss, by the way? You must recognize this boss if you've played Nier Automata. Somniostatic. I have a request to make of you. Can you catch a screenshot of me that would make me look flattering and nice? That would make me look cool? And send it to me in DM? There's a special mission. There is a special mission. I know it feels like Mission Impossible, but too pixely. Am I? It can be from past streams. That's okay. It doesn't have to be from right now. Maybe it's good that I'm pixely. Maybe that's actually for the best that I'm pixely. You know? Maybe it's for the best for everyone's sake. Yeah, I've been asked to provide something for the panel. I've been asked to provide for the panel a mugshot. Yeah. I've been tasked with a task. I'm not what's the word? What's the term? I'm not confident that I'll be able to. If I take a selfie with the phone, it will be the worst thing ever. It'll be a disaster. Are you looking forward to FF16? I die. It's true. I do have an attitude. I do have an attitude, that's right. Look at these shoes that you can get. And a jacket. How do you like it? Oh, we should, yeah. Channel trailer, yeah, you're right. See? Are you hearing this? The music is, this music is combined with the Final Fantasy theme. Which is pretty cool. The Nier music combined with the Final Fantasy theme. About what? Oh, yeah. I know. I know you told me about the trailer weeks ago, but I cannot do much without Somniostatic's help. You know? I know. It's just that... It's just that I cannot do much without Somniostatic's help. But you do get credit, fake Alec Kyle Parker, just as you get credit for me getting a banner finally. Because I'm pretty sure you're also bashed me for the lack of a panel. Banner. So thanks to your remindings, I actually got a lot of channel related stuff done. Is there actually anything else that the channel needs apart from the... Oh yeah, there's actually one more thing that you told me to do. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. The page symbol thing. Better content. Oh. No, there's a... On the White Forest page, you can make a custom icon. Better content. What's wrong with my content? Feel free to criticize and to bash me now. Now is your moment to bash. I guess you will get the good content on Friday on the panel. Also, I'm gonna be speaking to Demon Mama on Sunday. So that should be good content, right? I'm just trying to avoid the red things. Yeah? Should we do a react to it on stream? Should I do a segment about it? Should I do a brainworm segment? Oh my god, the portraits. Wow, this one's pretty. I'm just gonna leave for now. Yeah. I like how FF14 just keeps improving on stuff. It just keeps getting better. I do like that. Unlike certain games. Unlike certain other games that don't do that. I'm being mean, I apologize. I'm being mean-spirited. But it's okay because ducks are mean by their nature. Ducks are biologically predisposed to be mean and angry. Am I in a guild? Yeah, I am. Not? Wait. Wait. Okay. Okay, yeah, yeah, we're still in an FC, yes. Oh my god, you scared me. Yes, I am in an FC. Yeah. That's because I made my UI so that there's nothing about my, I made the UI so that it's not clustered, so that people watching the stream will not be mesmerized by the mess on screen. So there's nothing above my head, to make it a more natural gameplay experience. Okay, we're gonna turn FF off for now. And I'm gonna... Okay, do you want me to watch... I'm gonna go grab a bottle of water, and you tell me if you want me to watch the... You tell me if you want me to watch the linked video. Or do we go for the top content? They were gonna do the debate. I've already promised the debate to everyone. Where's the link? Let's watch the debate. Already promised. I'm gonna grab water and a blanket. Please don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. In fact, get more people in here. Please. Okay. Be right back. Okay, I'm here. I'm gonna watch the debate. Come on. Yes, yes, yes. I'm gonna put it here. And I'm also gonna set up the game. B C X bim bim. And now I'm going to have to sort of fix the thing, right? Wait, where's Drakengard? Why can't I? Oh, that's why I can see it.
Square Enix.
Square Enix. Square Enix. Square Enix. All right. So we have a huge turf on our hands. We're gonna, apparently the turf has like a PowerPoint to demonstrate why trans people are not valid. And it's all very confusing and weird. Oh, it is? You've changed the title? Thank you. Oh my gosh, wow. You can change the title. Alright, let's go. Also, we can now start advertising the stream on the Discords. I don't usually do it when the raid is on, but we can actually now, you know, do the whole orbiter thing. Okay. Okay, I shall share it on the President Sunday. Okay, no. Somnus Stagic has got it covered. Okay. Alright. Person above said that lost hope for 1.9. I'm still hoping here for 1K. Okay, let's go. Help me reach the 1K. Okay, let's go. Delusional Transphobe brings an anti-trans PowerPoint to debate me. Amazing. Blam. Amazing.
Hey everybody, today we're debating whether or not trans men are men, and we are starting right now with Vaush's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, Vaush. The floor is all yours.
Hi, I'm Vaush. So, when we talk about subjects like these, there's this irritating semantic...
I'm Vaush.
A bunch of different definitions we tend to have of man, woman, sex, gender. I feel like oftentimes these discussions are had in bad faith, or at least out of ignorance. A lot of these discussions have been settled, for example. Like, for years now, the idea that sex and gender are distinct things to be discussed distinctly, even if these categories are related to each other. This has been established and brought up in, like, basically every field and format that these issues get talked about in. So we have to relitigate it time and time and time again, right?
True, we do.
Between sex and gender? Yes, of course there are. Because we create the words and the terms, we create the ideas. If we believe that there are two distinct things to be referred to.
Is this person having a new haircut going? I also don't remember this person having a beard. Before the debate, James said Vaush was debating his sister because she's known for being well-spoken and a good debater. Which is so much funnier now. Wait, is Vaush here is Vaush really thinking that he is debating his sister, or is Vaush actually thinking that he's debating his sister, or oh, that would be funny. Is that the case or no?
Then there are. That's how language works. You can
Language.
distinguish words. That's the point of a language. Languages become more useful the more specific their terms are. After all.
Where's the other person? I want to see the other person. I think he was just like, we'll see.
And I think that an example of language being very unspecific, of language being very vague and useless, would be one in which the term woman, what does it mean to be a woman? What is a woman? What are categories or traits associated with woman? Is one which includes something as distinct, concrete, and biological as genitalia or gametes, but also something as ephemeral and socially influenced as long hair, sun hats, dresses, piercings, things that we absolutely culturally associate with women, but really have nothing to do with biology. We just arbitrarily decided those things look nice on women. And that's only now, you know? There have been plenty of times in the past that we've had different ideas in those particular subjects. So if language is to be useful, we have to acknowledge that we're talking about different things, sex and gender. Are trans men? Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by man. What category are you referring to? I've seen a lot of people try to define what specifically it means to be a man or a woman in biological terms. This fails quickly. Not because there's no worth to biological analysis, but because, again, that would be talking about sex. Obviously, we're playing different games here. If we're talking about man or woman as a social category, right, what definitions are we adhering to? And, you know, there's just not a...
What's advice?
You cannot come up with a consistent, concrete, defined, and reliable set of definitions to describe in a social sense what it means to be a man or a woman, without excluding people who you would otherwise consider to be a part of that group, or including people who you think shouldn't be a part of it. There's just no real way to do it, which is why I think that the entire concept is arbitrary and useless. We refer to people as men and women because it can be socially useful, it can be a shorthand, it can give you an idea of what to expect with them, what basic understandings or premises or expectations you should bring to the table when talking to them.
To the table.
Like rigidly trying to define in a concrete sense what it all means. I think that an incredible amount of time has been wasted on this particular subject.
True. You waste time. Don't waste time.
Away with the whole thing until we recognize that we really are wasting our time with these definitions. Yeah, trans men are men, trans women are women. I don't really care about the particulars. If somebody wants to be treated a given way, I think they should be. I really think when you say you're a man or a woman, you're basically just saying, here's like a general block of expectations that I want you to keep in mind when engaging with me. This is a different set of social roles, you know. Take these ones, work with this. It's not just about femininity or masculinity, because femboys aren't women and butch women aren't men. You can want to bring a set of expectations to the table with gender and then contradict or challenge them with nonconformist behavior. It's just part of the complexities behind social roles. And the less time we spend worrying about them and the more time we spend...
My gosh, Vox is so sofisticado. Such a sophisticated boy.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening, Vaush. And want to say, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, James. Want to let you know we are a neutral debate platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button.
Vaush, how are you so sophisticated?
You don't want to miss out on them, so hit subscribe right now. We're going to go over to Sanvi for her opening. Thanks so much for being with us. Sanvi, the floor is all yours.
Now I'm just going to kill all the bats and then attack the boss. Okay.
Thank you.
What? Weak voice. Oh my god! Trans men are not the case for the truth of this proposition. Oh my god.
Whatever. I'll do it like this. Okay. Hi, Thank you so much for hosting this debate, James. Thank you so much, Vaush, for being here. I'm really excited to talk with you today. And today I will argue the case for the proposition that trans men are not men. So before we get into it, I'll define a couple key terms. I'm sure Vaush is familiar with these, just for the audience and just so we have a general understanding going into this debate. So a transgender man is somebody who is assigned female at birth, but who identifies as a man. A cisgender man is a non-trans man. So a person who is assigned male at birth and who also identifies
male at birth.
So why does trans man have man in the name? I've heard people make this argument that if it has man in the name, it's no different than saying tall man or black man. But things like anti-truth have truth in the name, yet there are not truths.
What?
So one thing to alleviate some confusion about this is
there's no confusion, by the way.
To trans men as trans identifying females. That way we're clear about exactly what we're talking about. And one more thing about why it's important to actually have this debate and to actually know what we're referring to when we refer to men.
First of all, there is no confusion. Second of all, not what we are talking about, but whom we are talking about. Because trans or not, we are talking about people at the end of the day, not about objects. If a gender and an anti-gender ever touch, it'll destroy the universe. True. True. Some key terms. PowerPoint presentation won't help you against Vaush.
Is because we use the term. If we use a term, we should know what we're referring to. Otherwise, it's equivalent to just not understanding a different language. If the word has no meaning, then we should cease to use it. And then it
has a meaning.
Trans men or men if the word has no meaning. But first, I'll give a quick account for the biological view. For other species, we have adult males and females. We have lion, buck, rooster, tiger, et cetera, et cetera. So it'd be quite astounding if we didn't have any adult human males or any word to refer to adult human males for our own species.
Yeah, but animals also don't have society. It's basically like advocating for the lack of society because there's no society in animals. Silly. See, like this, it'll take me a long time, but the boss will be defeated.
Species, yet we would have them for a plethora of other species. Clearly, the word man is the best candidate for how to refer to adult human males. It's the ordinary use of the word. It's generally, most trans-inclusive philosophers and activists agree that generally the term man and women are used to refer to adult human males and females. Under the social view of gender.
That is quite flawed logic.
Posited in the opening.
That's true, Maya Major.
If and only if he exhibits the social, cultural, or behavioral traits typically associated with males, right? Something typically associated with females, I guess, according to Vaush, would be long hair, sun hats, dresses, piercings, things like that. So I assume the opposite would be the case for men, things that we typically associate with them.
I love how transphobes always listen to the opening statements of the other side and just completely ignore it. It's just like what happened when President Sunday debated Lav, and President Sunday said that there is no just universal there is no universal womanhood, right? And then Lav asked, in your view of womanhood, President Sunday, how can butch lesbians exist? And we can see it. We are seeing it right now as well. Vaush said, it's not just about femininity or masculinity because women can express in a more masculine way and men can express in a more feminine way. And the person just ignored it and said, so I assume that for Vaush, a woman would be long hair. Like they don't listen. They just come with their prepared thing and power through it.
The definition I've heard thrown around there is a man is somebody who encompasses the social archetype of a male. So when these people are referring to men, they're referring to people who encompass this social archetype. I think both of these definitions do not escape the objection of a feminine boy, as Vaush mentioned earlier, but we can get more into that later in the debate. This view is the self-identification view. This view is very dominant in mainstream media nowadays. Someone is a man if and only if he identifies as a man. Obviously,
You did.
I'm not the first one to say this is a viciously circular definition. You don't obtain any feature in reality.
What is a... Wait, I've never heard that term before. What is a viciously circular definition? What is a viciously circular definition, and how does it differ from just a circular definition? Where is the viciousness coming from? Oh my god. Jesus. Jesus Christ. I feel like she's just being clumsy. Viciously circular.
Reality simply by identifying as having such. And it's just a referent that's circular and uninformative ultimately. Okay. Now I'll touch on the gendered brain view. This view has been floating around academia and the debate sphere. I've heard a lot of people say transgender people have brains closer to the opposite sex or the sex that they identify with, and therefore their identity is valid. The first thing I will note is that not all trans men do have brains closer to males, and certain homosexual men may have brains closer to females than males, yet we would say that they're still men. So I would say that under the gendered brain view, it would still be false that trans men are men. Okay, and now we have the prescriptivist view. The prescriptivist...
I'm expecting this person to get demolished in this debate because the arguments put forward are not extremely strong. Oh, okay.
This view, I think Vaush touched on this too, is that we ought to treat trans men as men, maybe to reduce harm, increase happiness. As a courtesy, we ought to treat trans men as men. They want to be treated as men.
I don't like this argument, by the way.
One thing with this is that it conflates truth with utility, right? So it can be useful to lie to people sometimes, like in the case of terminally ill patients. Sometimes we'll lie to them about their chances of survival in order to increase utility, increase their chance of survival, increase their well-being. So a lie can be useful, but it has nothing to do with the proposition, are trans men men? Because it can both be true that trans men are not men and also be true that we ought to treat trans men like men. These two statements are not mutually exclusive. So under the prescriptivist view, it still is false that trans men are men.
I don't like the argument of let's just treat people as. I personally not a big fan of this one. The truth.
And I think that ultimately any view that you take on what you're referring to when you refer to a man, all of these different views, it just ends up being true that not all trans...
I honestly don't expect... Yeah, that's so gross of her to say. Yeah, I agree. I really don't expect Vaush to struggle in this debate a lot, to be quite brutally honest. Also, Contraband 100 joined the page. Like... I'm pretty sure that you can dismantle this person just on self-ID argumentation alone. Zombie dear. She's gonna read the whole PowerPoint as her opening statement. So accept any of my friend, family, and streamer I am. Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna say it outright. You can just defeat this person on the on self ID. You can sieve and cope about the circularity of the argument, but we use self ID for a lot of things. The biggest of all being national identity. You say your national identity is this, and therefore you are, and that's it. Literally, that's it. There is no underlying truth, fact of the matter behind national identity.
Men are men. There's not a definition that can be 100% trans inclusive. And that's a big problem with this debate is the special pleading and the gish galloping that happens when a definition or a referent is given counterexamples, and then people want to revert to something else. But I'm excited to get into this debate, especially like the social worldview. And thank you, Vaush, and thank you, James, once again. I'm ready to get started.
Of course.
Thank you very much for that opening as well, Sanvi. We are going to jump into open conversation. Just a couple of quick housekeeping type things, folks. One, if you didn't know this, Modern Day Debate is available via podcast. Find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify.
How do you just respond to a wall of text live? Yeah, well, I have big trust in Vaush's capabilities. It's going to be okay.
You name it, check us out. It's 100% ad-free. What are you waiting for? Find us on your favorite podcast app right now. We're going to jump into the open dialogue. Thank you very much. Vaush and Sanvi, the floor is all yours.
Vaush and Zombie.
Of course. So we can take the irrelevant arguments off the table, right?
It's very sneaky because she looks so nice and kind and friendly as she spews hateful. Well, that's very typical of people like that. I think James may be using his mic wrong. Well, that also happens a lot. What is cool is pretty circular, but no one seems to mind that. Yeah, but I think people will just dismiss arguments like cool or being a fan of X, but you just cannot dismiss the example of a national identity. Like it's impossible to just dismiss that.
Off the bat. I don't think that being feminine makes you a woman or masculine a man. So the whole femboy tomboy thing doesn't mean anything to me.
True.
As for the pink blue brain argument, I also don't care about that. I don't care. A person can have the pinkest brain in the world, and I could still call them a man and think of them as one if they asked me to, and vice versa. So, with regards to the other...
I really hope that he's gonna lean heavily on the self-ID thing, because a lot of people try to discredit it, but it's genuinely the best of the argumentation pool, in my opinion.
Things. Your truth and utility prescription argument is true in the sense that what is useful and what is true are not the same thing. Of course, the ultimate problem is that when it comes to language and definitions, we actually get to decide what's true. See, we're not doing math here. This isn't a 2 + 2 = 5 situation. Definitions can be expanded or contracted to include different understandings of how the world works. As our understandings grow, so do our definitions. This has been the case for basically every social construct we've ever had. Our understanding of what a biological female is, purely biological, not even social, has also adjusted with time. We're not simply looking at, for example, the presence of genitalia as we might have in the past. A deeper understanding of genetics and gametes are now...
Well, this person, I am willing to bet, does not even accept that non-binary people exist.
Available when it comes to making these decisions. So if one were to say then that a person who had not previously been considered a biological female now is, due to a deeper understanding of genetics, this would not be a utility versus truth argument. We simply change what the truth is, adjust our definition, and get a better understanding of the world for it. I think there is utility in referring to trans men as men purely for harm reduction purposes, but I also think it's true. I think that, in fact, the reason there's utility in it is because it is true. The only thing that I care about is the argument from self-identification. I don't think there's any...
Yes!
I don't think.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Oh my God, Vaush is speaking to me. Vaush is speaking to me right now. I was so hoping that the main crux of the argument will be the self-identification. Because I'm going to be honest, that is the strongest argument. Whether or not Destiny likes it. Like, we've already given a few examples. Vaush is probably about to give an example as well. She looks pretty shocked. Like, I don't think we need anything else. And I think Vaush should just lean on mainly on self-ID. Because it's simply the best. That is how I feel. Yeah.
Turns out most definitions, if you get to the root of them, are pretty impossible to nail down, right? You've probably heard of, or maybe even seen the Vsauce video, What is a Chair? Turns out nobody can define what a chair is. By nobody, I don't mean not just internet people or people who do the debate circuit. I mean nobody. Like, it's not possible to. Because our understanding of a chair is so socially constructed. It's a matter of what's useful to us.
Okay, so are you endorsing the self-identification view? I know you mentioned you don't see it as circular. So a man could be somebody that identifies as a man?
Of course.
Okay, so I will address the argument from circularity first. So while it is true that at a certain point we run out of words to describe things, and this can be seen if you ask somebody, well, what does that mean? Well, what does that mean? Well, what does that mean? At a certain point, we run out of words. And when we do run out of words, what we do is we point to things within reality, is we just start pointing to particulars and we try to derive a universal. Like with triangles, and we start pointing to acute, obtuse triangles and trying to...
That's not true. That is not true at all. I am German, therefore I identify as German, therefore I am German. That's it. Non-binary people do exist. Not all of us are made of ones and zeros. True. I will be not running out of words. Well, that too, but what I'm trying to say is that no, we don't have to go back until we run to the physical world. That makes no sense. I am Polish, therefore I am. I am German, therefore I am. And you can try pointing to some underlying truths of the matter, but I will always find you I will always be able to find you some sort of like an exemption from that. There will always be an exemption. Yeah, we point to real people who would identify as men. Yeah, exactly.
To see what they have in common. That is how we take that idea. Now, the problem with saying a man is somebody who identifies as a man is that not only is it circular,
it's a flawed idea. It's a flawed idea because, again, national identity.
It's viciously circular. Because if somebody were to ask you, Vaush...
Oh, it's viciously circular. She's literally doubling down on the viciously circular thing. Wow. Okay.
A man is somebody who identifies as a man. What is that? What is a man?
I could point to myself. I'm a man. I can point to other men. There are billions of them. I could point to lots of them. I love pointing at men.
Okay, so if somebody asks you...
This is a stupid argument. Let's hear this again, and I will just replace a few words.
I could point to myself. I'm a man. I can point to other...
What is a man? Vaush. A man is somebody who identifies as a man. What is that? What is a man?
So I can just point to myself and say, I am Polish. What is that? What is Polish? What is that? What is Polish?
I could point to myself. I'm a man. I can point to other men. There are billions of them. I could point to lots of them. I love pointing at men.
Okay, so if somebody asks you, what is a man? I don't think you would need to point because you seem like we still have words left to give. So if they were to point to two men, like, These are both man.
This is stupid. I'm gonna be honest. If someone advertised this person is a smart, then they've made a grave mistake, because what do you mean there's still words left? That's just ridiculous. What is a Polish person? What is a German person? And I'm not speaking ethnically, I'm speaking about national identity. Keep this in mind when answering my question. What is a German person? What is a Polish person? What is a Ukrainian? What is a Ukrainian person?
And what do they have in common?
Would you do this with a chair?
I think we would do that with anything. That's how we come up with categories, is that we look at what things have in common. But the chair argument, I would say, I've heard a lot of trans activists say, well, if you can't define chair, then we don't owe you a definition of man or woman. And the first thing I would contest with that is, well, you're the one that made a claim about men and women when I never made a claim about a chair. I never claimed a...
Well, you're the one that made a claim about being Polish or being German.
Is a chair. I never claimed a bed is a chair. Yet trans activists do claim that trans men are men and trans women are women. So when you do claim for the truth of something, you do need to define it. The second argument is that just because something like a chair doesn't really have something that we give thought to. If you're engaging in this debate, you're engaging in the gender discussion, I'm going to assume that people are
We needn't give thought to the gender thing either. I don't think it's particularly important. But you're also making a claim. I could be out in the park. I could point at a bench or maybe a bit of a stone outcropping that I could sit uncomfortably and say, a chair. You could insist rigorously that it is not a chair, that it is a bench or an outcropping or some other thing that is like but not like a chair. And we could have an argument on what a chair is. The only consequence of this would be the calories we burn by yelling at each other. It's a meaningless discussion because at the end of the day, a chair is just a general term we have to describe a thing we sit on. People's specific boundaries will expand or contract based on their preferences. It's like arguing whether or not a Pop-Tart is a sandwich. They're deliberately meaningless questions. This is why I do not like the circularity argument definition. In a purely, linguistic sense, at the root of all things, they're all circular. We generalize a concept.
True.
The worth of a term is how specific an image we can evoke. What does it mean? How useful is it? But there's no truth value in any of these terms. We make...
True, exactly. I am Polish, therefore I am. Right? Like, we've even basically went through this when I've talked with Anastasia. When she said, oh, technically speaking, I am, ethnically Greek, I think. But I am Ukrainian. Therefore I am. Right? Of course. It makes perfect sense. Of course.
The terms. If we want, we could split the term chair into 17
necessarily
subwords.
Well, terms can have truth value. Like, for example, before humans came into existence, before Homo sapiens came into existence, do you think gravity existed?
Well, sure.
Do you think gravity as a concept existed before the word gravity existed?
Yes, we gave term to the concept.
Yeah, so we just recognized that concept, some force among these large masses of objects, and we put a word to it. That's with any concept.
But that's a concept
no.
versus the word itself.
Well, communicated, not created.
But that's a truth value to a universal concept, not to the word. The word gravity, the truth, if one were to say, for example, no, gravity can refer to this, that, the other, but not to this particular phenomena. Actually, gravity doesn't specifically refer to the way, say, matter interacts with dark matter, or the way light bends around black.
Uh-oh.
Reterm this. It'll be a different word. There would be no truth value in that, because, again, we made the word gravity.
True.
Universal concepts remain the same. Biological sex remains the same. But experiential phenomena, the way we form and define things, we build those boundaries. And when it comes to, especially when it comes...
We discover phenomenon, but we don't discover the frames in which we describe them or define them. That's silly.
Comes to something that's defined relationally, socially, like gender. There is no discovery of gender. Our understanding of it has changed enormously over time and between cultures even today. So the idea that we're discovering and giving name to some kind of fundamental truth is just not the case here.
It's just silly.
And I don't think we should wing it in ways that are exclusionary or harmful. If we are having a
True.
discussion on an arbitrary concept, we should lean towards ones which give greater understanding and lesser harm.
Yeah, so with the man is somebody who identifies as a man, lessening harm or whatnot, I would still argue that when you say a man is somebody who identifies as a man, or anytime anybody ever uses a word in the definition, it leads to an infinite regress. Whereas
People really like to cling to that argument. I am Polish, therefore I am. Challenge that. I dare you to challenge that statement. I am Polish, therefore I am. I dare you to challenge that statement. Do it. Challenge it.
if we don't have words at all, like say we both couldn't speak or communicate, we would still have our senses to point to things. So that's discrete, right? At a certain point, all you can do is discreetly point to things.
Wow.
Define a man as
Are you gonna point to my Polish or my Jewish thing?
who identifies as a man, who identifies as a man, who
What are you gonna point to?
it ends up being infinite. There's no way to ever come to a close.
This
there.
doesn't mean anything. What does it mean to be cool? See, you
What
can
is it?
find synonyms for what it means to be cool. You can find lots of them, in fact. But in reality, at the end
True.
of the day, we all learn what it means to be cool by being shown examples. And despite that, the examples we're shown are the highest level of arbitrariety. What was cool 50 years ago is not cool today, and what is cool now will not be cool 10 years from now. So we're
True.
talking about a concept, coolness, which everyone has some understanding of, which exists all over the world, which is fully social, and which can be referred to only through direct example. I don't like, see, there's the infinite regress thing. This is something that I did not learn from reading linguistics, but I did learn from the Internet Debate Pro circuit. I think this is just a Weasley way of trying to apply to trans identification a greater standard for justification than exists for any other term or concept.
True.
I just don't think that we do this for other things. The infinite regress of coolness? Who cares, nerd? What's cool is
So-
cool.
Yeah. So, what other words
Uh-oh.
man and woman do you define? Use the word in the definition.
Use the word
Polish, German. I could basically list all of the nationalities. Wait a minute. Yeah, I could basically just list all of the nationalities.
in the definition? What do you mean?
You said a man is somebody who identifies as a man, which uses the word man in the definition of man. So, what other words besides man and women do we use to define themselves?
We could just say, like, a man is somebody who identifies with the gender role associated with masculine behavior, but not exclusively. If you want to, like, avoid the word man, that is purely a semantic argument.
Okay,
Because I can
let's-
construct an infinite number of definitions for man that adhere to my understanding of what a man is.
She's not doing well in this debate, but I mean, it was not a hard prediction. I'm gonna be honest, that was not very hard to predict. But yeah, if you want things that have the word in the definition of it, then I will just say national, or any kind of national identity fits under that bill.
Without actually using the word man. That's just a word game. But if you talk about, like, how much are we actually advancing our understanding of the concept, well, whether or not you have synonyms, because cool has many synonyms, they're only synonyms. And a synonym does not give you an understanding of a word, right? Like, you don't learn what cool is by learning what the term rad means. And because when you read the definition for rad, it's like, oh, rad, oh, that means that something's sick. Well, we're not learning anything. We're just finding extra words here.
Would you say that something is cool if it identifies as cool?
If it's identified to be cool, then certainly.
Identified or identifying?
Well, something can't identify as cool because coolness is a concept, not a person. So it would have to be identified from outside.
yeah.
Oh my god, this person is so silly.
There's no feature of reality you obtain simply by identifying as having such. So I don't know why the same wouldn't be true for man.
But that's not the infinite regress argument. Now we're talking about whether or not self-identification is a valid metric for social claims. But infinite regress is something that would apply to the term cool as well, because outside the description of synonyms, you kind of have to just point to real-life examples. Well, is it cool to do this? Is it cool to do that?
I think we identify things as cool if we show some type of enthusiasm or friendliness towards it, towards the noun, then we call it cool.
That's not what cool means, and you know it.
I think that's like the literal definition.
Being enthusiastic? Oh, so people can't be nerdy?
I mean, I can check really quick, but I think that's actually the definition.
Do you think that people use the term cool by looking up the definition of cool and going, oh, well, I mean, I can look really cool. Really
enthusiasm
quick.
just means that
cool
it brings you some type
definition.
of like.
I'm gonna look it up as well. Let's go. Let's go. Cool gender. I'm cool gender. Cool definition. 1. Or of at fairly low temperature. It'll be a cool afternoon. 2. Showing no friendliness towards a person or enthusiasm for an idea or project. I think she sort of is grasping at she saw enthusiasm and sort of her mind just grasped at straws, because it says here showing no friendliness towards a person or enthusiasm for an idea or project. So it's the opposite of being enthusiastic. He gave a cool reception to the suggestion for a research center. What does cool mean in slang? Because what Vaush is referring to is the slang meaning of the term cool. Merriam-Webster defined the slang term cool as very good, excellent, alright, fashionable. Which, I mean, that's not very specific to the word, okay? That does not tell us very much that something's very good, right? Especially when we talk about behavior.
Like enthusiasm in the way that you're describing it. When you describe something as cool, you just have a preference towards it. You like it.
But liking something and it being cool are not even remotely the same thing. And
yeah, exactly. Vaush has hit the nail on the head. You can like not cool things. Absolutely, yeah. After all, we have the rule of cool.
Anyone who uses the English language
That's why I defined it as having friendliness or enthusiasm towards a noun.
That also isn't really how we use cool. Towards a noun? What do you mean? Like
noun is person, place, thing, idea.
So like, wait, thinking that like liking a thing would mean that thing is cool?
Yeah, you could call it that. Absolutely.
You could call it that. She contradicted herself. You could call it that, but it doesn't mean that you always will, right?
Water bottle is cool.
Do you really think that's how people's understanding of the term cool is just a synonym for when they like a thing?
No.
I didn't just say when they like a thing. I said when they show enthusiasm.
Enthusiastically, like.
Can you give me a counter example?
Sure, absolutely. We can acknowledge that things or people are cool despite not liking them, like the cool kids in school who we
True.
standoffish. We can say that things are cool even though it's an act. And
great examples, Vaush. And also, someone here gave a good example. The boss is cool and I hate him. True, exactly.
and like the act is not something you personally enjoy.
Oh, Zoomy Deer wants me to stream Genshin Impact. Your wish is my command.
Like, I think that skateboarding is cool in a kind of like post-ironic, like Sunset Overdrive, wow, look at how hard you're trying sort of way. But I have no personal affinity for it and find skateboarders quite annoying, actually. What is or isn't cool is an incredibly... See, the interesting thing here, and I think that anyone watching will understand that when they think of the term cool, it goes beyond, you know, liking a thing, is that by trying to concretely define coolness, all you've done is robbed it of its coolness.
I mean, I can play Honkai Star Rail. Apparently, it's pretty good. Apparently, Honkai Star Rail is actually pretty good. So if you want, I can play it. Yeah.
You've taken a worthwhile and useful English term, and you've crippled it in
Yep, correct. She did, yeah.
an attempt to bring it in line with the absurd standards you hold for gender definitions. In reality, if you were to similarly cripple every word in the English language, we would all be dead men. There would be no Shakespeare. We would all be limping like zombies through the...
True.
The fact that these words are fluid, that they have
True.
definitions that we kind of pick up on,
What an amazing...
twist and play with. That's...
What an amazing comparison.
That's literature. And to have all of that wiped aside and going, no, a man has to be, no, it can't be regressive. It has to have this specific definition. We don't apply these standards to anything outside of scientific
True.
definitions. Like what grain of soil constitutes an acceptable range for like apartment construction, stuff that we decide the boundaries for. We don't do this narratively.
I would say, like, with cool, we don't define something that's cool if it's called cool. Now, to make the use mention distinction a little bit clearer, cool must refer to something, right? Maybe it's not something we like. Maybe it's just something that we attribute to something other people like. Either way, notice how when I said that, I didn't use the word cool, because using the word
empty argument. And the whole argument about using the word in a definition is also an empty argument, by the way. Again, a person with a Polish national identity is a person that identifies as Polish. The end. A person with a Ukrainian national identity is a person that identifies as Ukrainian. The end. It has the word in the definition, and it's still fine. I mean, like isn't cool. Yeah. I try to be cool, but I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm not cool. He answered this like 10 minutes ago. Yeah. I like wearing comfortable clothes, but those aren't cool. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a very good example. Another good example that we can add to an increasing pile of good examples.
The referent creates an uninformative definition.
See, we're dead men right now. This is death. You're killing cool right now. It's a murder. And this is evidence for the police. No, I mean it.
We can move off of it if you want, but like
no, but I mean it though. Like I don't think you believe what you're saying, right? Because like here, you know what's cool in American culture? Black people. AAVE, slang that black queer people come up with, that gets taken by black women, that gets taken by white women, that gets taken by white gays, that gets brought into the general public. But American culture broadly doesn't find black people or black behavior cool. In fact, hegemonic American culture is mostly committed towards attacking black culture, ghetto culture, their fashion, their aesthetic, their way of speaking, and then 10 years later, everything they were doing becomes mainstream. So there's something countercultural about coolness. Something has to be brave, daring. It has to be evocative. It can't just be likable. Likability is Mr. Rogers. But Mr. Rogers isn't cool in the same way.
That's fine.
Yeah, well,
it still doesn't mean cool is something that identifies as cool. Something that is said that is cool.
Well, I'm only talking about the infinite regress argument, not the...
How can what? How can a phenomenon identify itself? This person is not very smart. Mr. Rogers was actually cool though. I guess. Oh, this is actually an example of cool being subjective, which means that it does not have a clear-cut definition, because something that's cool for one person might absolutely not be cool to another person. I will see you later, Arkael. Thank you for coming here. Also, words don't really need a definition set in stone. Correct. Yeah, they don't. They really don't. I mean, they do to TERFs, but they are really sad people.
The identification argument. That's a separate thing.
Yeah, infinite regress comes with using the word in the reference. So a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman, a man is somebody who identifies as a man. Something that is cool is something that...
A Polish national is someone who identifies as Polish. Whatever.
People
Is
prescribe
cool.
to be cool.
Something that's cool is something that's cool. I don't think you're going to find a better definition than that. And trust me, linguists have tried. You can find papers on this stuff. These are not ideas that can be baked into a single definition.
Do you think that like murder could be called cool?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, there are tons of... Go read history. There are some metal goddamn murders that have happened throughout history. Yeah, they killed Julius Caesar, 57 people stabbing him all at once. I don't know. That seems kind of cool and countercultural. Hell yeah.
So I think maybe you show enthusiasm towards that idea.
I'm pretty sure Caesar was stabbed by Brutus, no? Everything we do is self-ID. Yeah, basically.
So, but many others don't, and that's the way we define it.
But there are lots of things that I think are cool that I don't like. For example, the Hugo Boss Nazi uniforms are widely regarded as being fashionable in the whole like evil Sith, dark empire, black leather kind of thing. I don't find Nazis even remotely cool. If anything, that's more like cosplay. That's LARPing is cool. That's like...
I actually think Moho gave a much better example here. Wearing clothes that are just comfortable. You know you know you will feel good in them, but you know they're not cool. You know that what you are wearing is not cool by any stretch of the imagination, but it's just comfortable. I think Moho gave a slam dunk argument here with the comfort clothing example. Yeah, tu Brutus contra me is the quote. True. That would have been pretty cool. I mean, technically speaking, Stalin was killed by the fact that he got a stroke and people around him were afraid to get purged, so they didn't help him. So, yeah.
How do we make our horrible death soldiers look cool? But an effort was made, right? There's a reason they paid out for those leather uniforms.
Yeah, it's actually...
Back to kind of what I was saying, though.
That's actually true. Stalin got a stroke, and the nearest people around him sort of just did not give him assistance because they knew they were on a list for the newest upcoming purge. So yeah.
Would you say that like the definition of man, when you say a man is somebody who identifies as a man, and if we were to ask you what a man is, would you be able to like give us any type of thing?
Well, I could point to myself. I'm a man.
How do you know?
Because I identify as one, of course.
So you know that people are men and women based off that they tell you that they're a man or woman?
How else would you know what's going on in their brain? I have to use the same mode of inference to ask lots of things about a person.
So take something like...
You could tell I'm a biological man.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Fun fact, this lady actually misread the definition for cool that she googled. She stumbled on the definition that it does not show enthusiasm. Yeah, Arkael. Yeah, I did point that out. Yeah, I know. That's hilarious. She just saw the word enthusiasm in the definition and she assumed that cool is about being enthusiastic. When it was actually talking about the opposite, that showing that being cool towards people is just being cold towards people. Because what Vaush is talking about is not the standard definition of the word cool. What Vaush is talking about is the definition of the slang word cool. and this person did not really, which surprises me, that a native English speaker did not catch that little difference, but you know, it happens. I guess it happens to the best of us. Same goes with gender, right? Some people might think violence is part of being a man, and other people may say overcoming violence is what a real man does. Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's true. That's definitely true. I don't think she listened enough to care. Yeah, I think she just has a script, a PowerPoint presentation, if you will.
Fail by looking at me.
Take somebody that doesn't speak English, for example. If they don't say the words "I am a man," how do you know that they're a man? Because one implication of this definition of this, a man is somebody who identifies as a man, is that manhood is confined to English speakers. There are no non-English speaking men.
Of course there are non-English speaking men. We have...
But they don't identify as men.
Yes, but they have analogous understandings of gender, considering that we have man as a gender to just be the collection of social rules and expectations.
That's a nonsensical...
There's the non-circular definition.
That's a nonsensical argument on her part.
A collection of roles and things that we associate with the male sex.
Well, sure, that's just what it is we understand a man to be, but you don't have to adhere to those roles to be a man. And in fact, we don't. There are plenty of like heterosexual or effeminate men who we consider to be part of the social category of men, despite, I don't know, doing their fancy pants makeup stuff or whatever it is.
So that definition fails.
How does that definition fail?
Because then you commit a special pleading fallacy. If you say that a man is somebody who encompasses these traits that we typically associate with males, but then you say,
I didn't say that.
Also... Oh, I thought you said that they encompass these roles or whatnot.
Oh, sorry, Vaush. I simply thought that you said the thing that I prepared for you to say. What? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
No, it's associated with those roles, but they don't have to encompass them. There are femboys and tomboys, right? Like there are plenty of people.
What was your referent for when you refer to men? What are you referring to?
I think that when man as a gender category.
That's not what you were supposed to say, Vaush.
Something that we understand or have built for people to identify with or not identify with is just the roles and expectations associated with the male sex. That's not a universal thing.
Said.
Well, no, but that's just a set of associations. You can choose whether or not you want to be a part of that group.
Yeah, so what makes you a man?
Identifying as part of that group.
Part of what group?
Men.
The one that I just described. The
gender. The social role thing?
Right. If man is a collection of roles and expectations.
The social role thing.
It's like a filter you view a person. It's a lens of analysis. It's a decision to identify as one because it gives you a perspective.
That's kind of what I said, right?
No.
In your view, a man is somebody who identifies or maybe encompasses the social roles we typically associate with males. Is that not correct?
I think you identify.
No, it's not correct.
With a set of roles and expectations, but that doesn't mean you adhere to them. For example,
yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Right.
I can accept.
Okay,
that's
yeah.
So under this view, it's still false that trans men are men because there's
no. It's not.
Plenty of trans men who do not identify with the social roles and expectations typically associated with males.
No, they do by identifying as men.
That's circular.
No, so we've already done the circularity.
Okay, because you said a man is somebody who
No, the man is just the collection of. It's like being an American. All right. So I'm an American in a purely national sense. I was born here. But when
there you go. I told you that the national identity is the strongest argument for self-ID outside of gender. And Vaush, after 30 minutes, is of course going to the best argument, the best example, because they are my example and my argument. Thank you. Thank you.
Say, is this person an American? We mean more than just what is their nationality. Often American, it's like a melting pot spirit kind of thing. You know, are you really an American? But what does that mean? Well, what does it mean to be an American? It turns out no one human can meet every category for what it means to be an American.
There you go.
So many Americas. People in the South, the Northeast, the Northwest, the Southwest, the Center, the Rust Belt, they're all going to have different ideas of what it means to be an American. So when a person says, like, yeah, I'm an American, even though they're, say, like a 2-year immigrant or something, not even a citizen, I'll listen to them. But for me, it's more of a general spirit thing. They're saying I'm an American because they want to be a part of that category.
Yeah, they identify as one.
Not because they want to adhere to every individual expectation within the category.
It is basically nationality, but we can let it slide from Vaush. Because it basically is nationality. It basically is national identity. Vinland Saga is partially like about this. It explores what it means to be a true warrior. Like, do you fight for a cause, honor, or for the sake of fighting? Or is the real battle not hurting anyone? Yeah, right? Is it like, what is the identity of a warrior? Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Category, because that's not possible.
Okay, so that's a little bit off topic. But like when you say a man,
it's
a man
not
is
off
somebody
topic.
who identifies as a man, and then I ask you, well, what is a man? Since you used it in the referent, you say a man is somebody who encompasses or identifies with. I guess identifies with is better if I understood. Identifies with these social roles and expectations we typically associate with males. Right? Is that a fair characterization?
I think that,
and everyone knows what a warrior is, but very few characters agree. Yeah, because it differs, right? It differs between people. Their understanding of what a true warrior is. TM.
That man, like American, is a social block. It's a big, heavy gravitational force that you can enter the orbit of if you choose to. I think that there are a lot of things.
I agree with this a lot.
Want to be in that orbit that you may or may not identify with, that you may consider to be a part of your experience, but it's something you're in the orbit.
And it goes for other identities as well, right? Whether it be Polish, Ukrainian, because being ethnically Polish and being a Polish national are two different things, mind you.
You can choose to break that orbit. With an American, I consider myself an American because there are some categories that I adhere to, some beliefs that I have that I consider fundamentally American, but not all. And as for men, right, there are, like, I don't like wearing cowboy hats, but I swear to God, you go to a third of the men in the south of this country and they'll tell you that owning a cowboy hat is a fundamental part of being a man. You ever seen those memes of like the, you know, the like big saddle, no ox or whatever? You like those southern, is your boyfriend a woman memes where like, you know, if your boyfriend goes down to the range and he brings a 22, then it looks like you've got a girlfriend, like that kind of shit. Obviously, that's not the kind of vibe I'm going for, but you know, it is the same gravitational force.
I still feel like we're not getting a clear answer though, because
you never will. No, that's your problem. You're trying to get a clear answer on a social construct. You can't. Nobody can do that.
When you refer to men, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to the people.
Well, we're now looping. We are looping in the 33rd minute of the debate, and debate is 3 hours long. Strap yourselves in because, my God.
Who make the decision to orbit around that idea, that concept, to be a part of that that block.
Okay, so people that choose to orbit around this concept, and if I understand correctly, this concept is what we typically associate with males in terms of roles and expectations.
Though people obviously, you know, break with those traditions quite a bit while still being men. You know, like David Bowie's.
Under this view, not all trans men are men because a lot of trans men don't identify with those expectations.
You only
be in this orbit, as you would put it.
Well, you only have to identify as being a man. Identifying as a man is
And
being
that's
in
what
that
I'm
orbit.
saying. Then you're shifting.
She's being viciously circular. I agree. I do agree with that.
Between the two definitions.
No.
Which one? It can be. Hold on. It can be either or, but it cannot be like both. Okay, so like, would you say that a man is somebody who identifies as a man, or would you say a man is somebody who wants to orbit around these social roles?
Those are the same thing.
Yep,
Those
they
not the
are.
same thing, because people can
They
identify
are.
as men but not want to orbit around these
No,
social
but
roles.
orbiting
In
around,
fact,
but like I said, I am a man, but I don't adhere to every social rule expected of men.
Yes, exactly.
yeah, but you orbit, and some people don't even want to
No,
orbit.
but so by orbiting, I mean like you are when you say I'm a man, you're choosing to enter that orbit. This is the collection of roles and expectations that you want to define your experience around.
I disagree. Plenty
Being-
of people that identify as men, or hell, even people that identify as women, do not want to orbit around these traits associated with their preferred sex.
No.
I don't think she knows what that
I
means.
mean that it's the framework through which you want to engage with and even defy these traits. So to give you an example, okay? Being willful, being argumentative or stubborn means different things when you're a man and a woman. I can be argumentative and stubborn with very few social consequences. Women can't, and throughout history, it's been worse for them in this regard. Now, there are plenty of argumentative and stubborn women, willful women, hysterical women, whatever. They've made a lot of history. That's great for them. But if you were to take in just this one sliver, this facet of what it means to be a man or a woman, you can be a woman and be willful.
Hysteria is actually a thing that describes a little bit of a different phenomenon, but we're not going to go into this right now, into the whole hysterical thing.
And then your willfulness, even though it is not a feminine trait in the socially expectant sense, is now understood differently because you're a woman. A person can be a man, say a femboy, and be very feminine, but femininity is different when you identify as a man than as when you identify as a woman. The roles and expectations are differently. A good example would be women's femininity, while often sexualized, is not innately sexual, right? Like a woman can be feminine and present as such and be treated normally. Not as often as they would like to be, but it's possible. Femboys, on the other hand, that's practically a porn term. That's like a category on hentai sites. Because femininity, when projected from someone who identifies as a man, very different. But that's different from trans women. Trans women, if you were going by a biological essentialist argument, aren't that different from femboys, and obviously the porn sites conflate the two, but that's their problem, not mine. But the expectations between the two are very different, because there's something about being feminine while being a man that confers a certain set of expectations. So what I mean to say by all of this is
that there are different expectations associated with people who feel that they're female versus people that feel that they're male. I can agree to that. That still makes it false.
That's not what he said.
Trans man. Just by calling themselves men, they do not want to adhere to these traits and expectations we have typically associated.
They don't have
with
to
men.
adhere, but they're
True.
And they don't identify with them, and they don't want to orbit with them. So under your view, not all trans men are men.
I don't think
with them because they're engaging with the context by which they'll be judged in religion.
I don't think she knows what orbit means. I don't think she knows what that means.
To those expectations.
Even if they openly say, I do not want anything to do with this, I do not identify with this, I do not like this, nothing to do with it, then by your logic, unless they're lying and misguided, they would have to be not a man.
No, they adopt the orbit and then they reject the characteristics. Same as me. I am an American. I accept that term and everything that it implies.
True.
I fervently reject elements of what it means to be an American. I will say I'm an American, but I want nothing to do with, and then I complain about a bunch of stuff like a communist would.
Yeah. So when you say adopt the orbit,
True.
just by calling themselves a man, they have agreed to be associated with all of these different things.
It's like an analytical framework. We can remove ourselves from it entirely, being non-binary. But if you are to be a man or a woman, if you say I am this or that, you are entering yourself, and you might not like all of it, but that is what it means to call yourself a woman. If a trans woman calls themselves a woman or a trans man a man, they know what they're signing up for. There will be expectations placed on them that are new and scary and often unwelcome.
But a lot of them don't associate their manhood with those expectations. They may call themselves men for different reasons, but do not orbit around, identify with those types of things. So under this view, it's still false and not all.
And I don't like cowboy hats, and yet I'm an American man. So I reject those categories, those
I didn't even
expectations.
know that was a thing then.
Cowboy hats are both American and male.
Okay, so when you're okay, let's just engage with this. When you say you're an American, what does that mean to you?
That's a complicated question. I like the theoretical values associated with this country's identity as a melting pot. They're not true values, but I like the theoretical values.
Okay.
And I have a strong cultural tie to a lot of the stuff this country has to offer.
True.
Okay.
Ethnically Polish, technically speaking, and Irish.
You like these cultural identities that the country has to offer, but
Some
can
of
people
them. And I do hate America.
Some of
of
them,
course.
whichever ones you like. But can people be Americans without liking those things?
Of course.
Yeah.
Perfect. Then when you refer to an American, you are not referring to people who want the melting pot or et cetera, et cetera. You're referring to something else. And that's the same problem we're having in this
I'm
debate.
referring to a vibe.
A vibe?
Yes.
That's absolutely what it means to be an American, yeah.
Is that what you're saying for manhood too, though?
Well, yeah, it's a...
But actually what it means to be any national identity, to be quite honest. A vibe. Yeah. You vibe with the culture. You vibe with how people are in that particular national identity. Yeah. It literally is. It literally is that. You vibe with the concept. You vibe with... Yeah. That's it. There's nothing more to it.
Category. A vibe is about as close of a term you're going to get in terms of synonyms.
Yeah.
It's
accurate. Yeah.
It's a set of expectations. It's a lens you view.
It's accurate.
Color. It's a something that tints, it shapes, it shades, and you can choose to look at things differently once you're there. But yeah, I really do think that's what it means. I think that's what you do as well, by the way. I think that you may take your womanhood for granted, as I take my manhood for granted because I was born into it. I didn't have to fight for it. But I think that when I think of myself as a guy and you as a woman, I presume, I can't see your brain state, we want some things associated with what it means to be a man and woman, respectively, and we don't want other things. But what we want on the whole, as an aggregate, is to be understood.
Well, she's smirking like he's saying something ridiculous.
The context of man or womanhood. And I think that we make that choice, too.
What is the vibe of manhood that all trans men associate themselves with?
Well, all trans men associate themselves with being a man. The vibe is
which is what?
Complicated, and well, it's the set of expectations, roles, and associations with the male
but
sex.
That's false, because not
we go back to the American thing. We literally loop back to the American thing.
all trans men identify with those set of roles, expectations associated with
We just looped back to the American thing.
sex.
But they identify with being men, which means that
and
is
that
the framework.
and this is the problem. Those things are not mutually exclusive. You can identify as a man, and you can also not identify with the social roles and expectations associated with males.
But we can do that with American.
And that's the confusion we're having, because you think those things go hand in hand when they don't.
Can we not do that with American? There are plenty of ways in which I reject American behavior and American social expectations. And yet, in spite of that, I consider myself an American. There's no single definitional point I could gesture at to prove whether or not I'm an American in a social or cultural sense, right? What does it mean to say be culturally American?
And that applies to any other nationality, by the way.
What does it mean to be culturally white or black? Mixed race people struggle with this.
True.
The answer is that there is no answer. There are expectations and roles. A person who is half white and half black, or maybe a quarter black, 3/4 white because of skin tones and pigmentation and the one drop rule that people still adhere to for some reason.
We should not have racial expectations, though, just to clarify.
Oh, I agree. I don't think we should have sexual expectations either.
Do you think we should have gendered expectations?
I don't think we should have any kind of expectation for any of these things.
Would you define race based on the expectations of the races?
Well, yeah, we already do. White Latin people, for example, depending on how dark your skin tone is or whether or not you speak with an accent, there are plenty of Latin people and even black people, descendants-wise, who are white passing. Kamala Harris is half black, half Indian or something?
Yes.
Yeah, but she gets treated black. Obama gets treated black. But I grew up around Latin people who spoke Spanish with with a thick accent. They spoke English, but they were white, skin tone wise. So they get treated white. But obviously, our definition of race.
How are you relating this to man? Just curious.
In the sense that all of it's complete bullshit. There are expectations we have.
She's not very smart. Okay.
What it means to be this, that, the other. I really don't think we're doing anything other than a framework by which we're meant to be understood, even if that understanding is in service of rejecting everything associated with it. I think that a trans man can identify as a man and then reject everything about manhood and have fat titties. God bless them.
And
God
that's
be
a
willing.
contradiction from your reference.
No.
Not at all.
No, it's not.
It's based.
Even just deductively, if we were to walk through this in a syllogistic format, it would result in a special pleading fallacy, because you said a man is someone who identifies as a man, then I was like, oh, well, what is a man? And then you were like, somebody who identifies with these social characteristics that we associate with males.
No.
But,
Only identifies with being man. The characteristics themselves don't
but
have
you
to be
did say
identified
that
with.
second part.
They identify with the broader group, the categorization, but not the individual characteristics. They could reject
That's what
everything
I said. The
about it.
social, like,
Oh,
yeah,
the
if it's
broad. Yes, the
social, then
broad thing.
it's not individual if it's social. But yeah, so they identify with the social traits that we associate with males, right? But I think it is false. It is notably false that just because you identify with them as a man, you identify with these social characteristics of a male.
Okay, let me give you an example here, okay? So I consider myself an American. Now, let's say I had a time machine. I traveled back to 1804 in America, right? And I step out of the time machine, okay? I step into, say, I don't know, some southern state. I have a backpack full of ammunition and weapons that won't be invented for 200 years. And I have a Judge Dredd rut of a time across the South, okay? I'm imitating Sherman. I'm having a grand old time. I'm John Browning my way through the countryside, screaming about how I'm an American, this, that, the other. Now, in the time period that I'm in right there, and honest to God, in most of the South today, all the traits that I consider being American have nothing to do with what they understand as being American.
True.
Initially, the founding fathers were so racist, they thought that Germans were too swarthy for the Anglo characteristic of the colonies. So a characteristic, like a role, a trait, I'm an American, that's something that I ascribe to myself. But at the same time, I could exist in a context where I reject basically everything associated with that trait.
True.
For the same reason that there are women, even cisgender women, who have historically rejected everything about it. Joan of Arc, or I don't know, Mulan allegories.
And what makes
throughout
them
history.
women?
Because they identify as it.
Okay, so the problem with this circularity again, if I were to tell you a blarg is somebody who identifies as a blarg, can you tell me what that is?
Why would I have to tell you what that is? You just told me the
So,
term.
okay, or if I were to say this, on your screen right now, as far as I can see, there is a blarg. Can you point to it?
You made the term. How would I be able to point to it?
No, I defined it for you. I said a blarg is something that's a blarg.
Okay, so
So now
what
can you
here is a
point to
blog?
it? Oh, I just defined it.
So
That's
again,
stupid.
a man,
Or is
a
there
man,
a problem
a
with
man.
circular definitions?
So what you just said was really dumb.
True. Thank you.
Identifies a man. I'm a man. Now point to the man on your screen.
Okay, now that wasn't my question though. On
It's
your
not that
screen-
hard, right? Because I've
on
done
your
two
screen
things.
somewhere-
I constructed
on
a
your screen-
definition, and then I pointed to what a representation of that is.
Okay, so in order to create a definition, all you have to do is make it circular and then point to an example of it. But the problem with that is we don't know what it is.
You can
if we
literally,
use the
you can
circular
literally.
That is. We keep circling back to the American example.
We create new words all the time doing exactly this. Oh, this is such a vibe. What's a vibe? This is a vibe. Oh, hey, I've now decided. Here's a new term. Doubles. A double is like when it's like this. It's like these kind of things, you know?
Yep.
Like this kind of stuff. Well, there you go. We do this is language. We do this literally all the time. I'm not like, this sounds facetious, but like we do this constantly. New music genres are invented like this nonstop.
Hold on, yeah.
Words
But the
get
problem
codified.
is, if I were to say a blarg is somebody who identifies as a blarg, then I pointed at myself and James and I said we're both blargs. Can you tell me what it is now?
Why would I need to know what it is? Someone who
Well, can you
identifies it.
based on the information that I gave you, can you tell me what that word refers to?
You.
Me and James.
What you're
We're
arguing?
examples.
What you're
Wait,
arguing? So wait,
this is
what
just
you're
crazy.
arguing? No, 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 no. Wait, you're mixing two things up. You're mixing. You're mixing.
The actual referring of the
You're
word.
mixing.
Like, this can
You're
be
mixing
an
two
example
things
of
up.
a triangle
What-
without it being the definition of a
What
triangle.
you're mad about is that this definition doesn't seem very useful. There's nothing wrong with what just happened. You said a blarg is when someone identifies as one. I identify as a blarg. I now know everything I need to. You're a blarg. That's it. There's literally nothing wrong. There's no problem with circularity.
I'm just gonna say, I predicted from the start of this debate that it's not gonna be a problem for Vaush. Like, just looking at this PowerPoint presentation, it was pretty clear that this is not gonna be a super hard debate for Vaush. What's so frustrating about this convo is that she's so obsessed with her dialogue tree But she's not actually listening to Vaush. She's just listening for keywords that resemble her straw man. Yeah, basically, she has a PowerPoint. She's an example of a she's an exemplary blark. A blark is a transphobe, true. On May 28th, she also debated Hunter Avalon on Are Trans Women. Oh my god. Maybe we should check out the Hunter Avalon one later as well.
Language exists this way. This is normal. The question is
Well, the
this
problem is it's
definition
uninformative.
useful? Right. You're talking about utility. And hey, I agree. I'm a gender abolitionist. I don't give a shit about gender. So if we could just get rid of all of this and not bother with it, that would be phenomenal. But in the meantime, as long as we have a bunch of arbitrary associations around like what it means to be a man or a woman, a bunch of widely held expectations, mind you, about what it means to be a man or a woman, then people are going to have preferences for which group they want to associate with.
Wait,
And
the
as long
problem
as they
is
want that, I'm
trans
fine
men
with
aren't
it.
men then. If the word has no meaning, then trans men aren't men. The same way I can't say a water
And you
bottle
aren't a
is
woman.
Wait, hold on. The same way I can't say that a water bottle is a blarg because we don't really know what a blarg is. A blarg has
You
no
can
meaning.
say that.
So hold on, wait. Then we would need to know what it means.
You don't.
What
No,
is-
no, 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 no,
Wait,
no.
hold on. What
You don't.
property-
No, you just
Yes,
said
we
it.
do. Yes, we do. Because for example, me, James, water bottle. These things are all blargs. What is the property that they have in common?
I don't know. Why? I don't care. Wait, why?
Okay, and that's
Things
the
that
same
share.
problem
Wait,
with the
things that
definition
share.
of man.
Wait, no. Again, you're attacking.
Maybe this is her turf arc, but she calls herself a libertarian. Wait, what? Libertarian? Oh my god. Those are the worst in the US, aren't they? Libertarian. I cannot. Libertarians in the US are always the worst. Libertarian. Okay.
Utility. First of all, things that all belong to a group or to a term don't have to have
No,
a
it's not
shared
utility.
characteristic.
Uninformative has to refer to.
That's
it's like-
utility.
Libertarian deciding who you can be. What a faker. True. NPC dialogue tree. They used to be the crazy one, but they're like the OG bigots. Did you know in Mexa the Green Party sucks? Oh, I actually didn't. For certain people only. I mean, that is true. They all do contain water.
You're
fallacy.
describing.
It's a fallacy. No.
No. It's no. It's not. Don't misuse the term fallacy.
No,
There-
it is.
True.
For
Please,
example,
please, no,
it
stop.
is.
Wait, stop.
It
Please,
is.
wait, no. Listen, what you're just describing right now are useless terms. You're describing terms that don't provide meaning. They don't elucidate. They don't give you understanding. That's fine. There are lots of words like that. If your
That's what
problem,
a contradiction is.
no,
Like,
no,
can you- wait, hold on.
no, please,
That's what it
no.
is.
You need to understand this if you ever, because you're going to be showing this PowerPoint off to like 70 more people. They're all
True.
going to tell you this, and you need to learn now, okay? Language does not
Mm.
give you a right to utility. Usefulness, consistency, broadly shared terms between things within a same definition. Language guarantees none of these things. I don't know why. I don't know where this misunderstanding of linguistics came from. If you want, you can read like the big theorists and understand that they're basically throwing their arms up in the air going, we have no clue how language works. None of this works this way. Like, you have to read Wittgenstein or something. The idea of like, well, it's a fallacy to have a term that refers to a thing when you don't know that. No, it's not. That's not what a fallacy
Okay.
means. A fallacy
Can I
is
give
a
you an example?
wait.
Oh my god. Technically, aren't humans water bottles? Sort of, but very elastic. Humans are very elastic water bottles.
No, a fallacy is a logical contradiction. When you say a blarg is this, these are blargs, and leave it at that, you have not constructed a logical contradiction. You have actually created a perfectly consistent
can
and
I give you an
self-contained
example,
bubble of
though?
information. It's just useless info.
Can I be so if we had a squared circle, can you envision a squared circle?
So again, square and circle have mutually exclusive. Well, first of all, you can round the
Correct.
edges
It's
of
a
square.
contradiction. Something can't be both square and both circle at the same time because it violates the logical law of
Well,
non-contradiction.
that would.
Partido Verde Ecología de México of Mexican Ecologist Green Party is a green conservative as supports its combination of conservatism with environmentalism, which it's probably dicey, isn't it? It's probably dicey.
That would really
And
depend.
if I were to tell somebody, envision a squared circle, they would always never be able to do it because it's a contradiction,
Hold
right?
on.
And that is what renders that uninformative.
You're
and that is
incorrect.
why we have the fallacy
I
of
have
non-contradiction.
I have Googled squared circle and found multiple definitions. It can refer to a boxing ring. You can have a circle enclosed within
That's
a
not what
square,
I'm
or a
referring
square
to.
with
You
a.
could have asked for clarification.
Oh, well, that's interesting. It's almost like language is an
Can you
imperfect way of
envision-
referring to real world ideas, and you're
Uh,
a kind of failed logical consistency onto these arbitrary social categories is kind of stupid and self-defeating. You can have a squared circle. I mean, you can't see my mind because, you know, it's beautiful.
Okay, you
in
can
here.
draw it, but can you envision a shape that has 4 equal 90-degree angle sides, square,
Mhm.
and also simultaneously is a round plane with a 360-degree angle? Like, that is not possible because it violates the law of non-contradiction.
They have
Those
mutually exclusive definitions.
Correct. They have mutually exclusive
She's
definitions.
very
If I were to
stupid.
Tell somebody and gave them that background, envision a square circle, they'd never be able to do it. It's uninformative.
Of what does that
the
have to
same
do?
applies.
Wait,
the
so-
same applies.
But
Wait,
we're
hold on. The
talking about
same would apply
language.
to man. The same applies to man. If you
How?
say a man, somebody who identifies as a man, and I say, "What's that?" And somebody who identifies as a man, social stuff doesn't have to work. So identifies as a man, then it would be the same with the Blarg example I gave.
No, wait, hold on. You have no idea what you're talking about.
True.
So let me explain this to you. When we talk about a square and a circle having mutually contradictory definitions, the reason for that is because we are assuming that the definition for both of those things adheres to the mathematical description of a square and a circle. Both of these terms have mathematical.
My gosh. So embarrassing, really. That has nothing to do with gender. So embarrassing.
descriptions. If you were to twist those definitions, then you could create a squared circle with any set of categories, characteristics, or non-literal meanings. But again, we're referring to physical mathematical constructions. To try to ascribe the law of non-contradiction as applied in this case to social categories betrays, and just I'm not going to dust around it.
Logic is universally applied.
No. You don't understand what a social category is.
True.
Logic is universally applied.
No,
It's
no, no,
applied to
no,
social
stop.
categories, it's applied to
No,
science.
this is
Transphobe doesn't know what they're talking about? Oh no. How shocking.
It's like 101 stuff. This is like an economist talking about like supply
and
demand
I don't
graphs
know,
with
like
two
the
lines.
first thing I hear every time I take
Please,
a
let me-
philosophy class
Please,
is
I'm
that
trying to
logic
explain
is
this
universal.
to you. No, stop. Logic is universal, but the logic of social constructs and concretely defined mathematical categories are different. This is the reason why nobody has a definition for what it means to be black. You can look if you want, by the way. There are philosophers, anthropologists, sociologists, and biologists who have all gotten on the case. There's no answer to it. We also don't have an answer for what it means exactly to be biologically male or female, because there are exceptions in intersex people where the gametes may be in an interstitial point where it's impossible to concretely determine this. In reality...
Now we're getting at it. Now we're getting at it. Oh, right. Yeah. If I could get if I could get a commission. Yeah, that's the word. If someone could commission that for me, that would be,
outside of the abstract definitions of mathematics, everything and all logic is conditional to our circumstantial analysis of the situation. That's just how life is, especially with language, where we make the words. None of this has anything to do with the definition of
two
man.
mutually contradictory concepts. So
No, I have not.
one,
You just have
no.
understood the construct.
A man is somebody who identifies as a man, and then a man is somebody who identifies with the social role we typically assume.
That is so sad.
These two don't have to be true at the same
Being
time.
a man is being the looking at the world and being viewed through a given framework associated with those roles and expectations.
Okay, but now you're changing it. Do you understand that?
No,
you had never about an
I've
internal
said this.
perception
No, I've
before
said
right
this
now.
about a dozen times, so I'm going to say it one more time. There are roles and expectations we associate with being a man. They change from culture to culture, time period to time period. That is what we think of as a man in a social sense. We
literally just make up sounds with our mouths and use them over time. Transphobes are so weird. Like my doctor doesn't refer to the same thing when talking about sex. than the evolutionary biologists or whatever. Language is contextual. Correct. Sex doesn't refer to one metric. Yeah, it refers to a collection of metrics or traits. How much to commission up an emote? Well, an emote is $5. That has always been my... An emote has always been like $5. I've used this metric ever since Twitch, which was 500 bits was an emote.
Have strong understandings of this, by the way. Short hair, lack of piercing, type of clothing, how you act, how you treat people. These are social things, not biological, but we believe them strongly nonetheless. And they're different here than they are in Saudi Arabia, India, and Russia, or all over the world. And when a person identifies as a man, or is told they're a man and just goes along with it, as many people do, most people are cisgender, that's because they choose to, or simply are, engaging with that perspective. Imagine it as like... I'm trying to like boil this down to the most like Reddit brain thing that I can, like a class in an RPG or something, right? A class in an open-ended RPG. We're playing that one game that's Diablo but not. What is it called? Path of Exile. Okay, everyone gets the same skill tree. Okay, anyone can build into anything.
Path of Exile.
However, you're choosing to engage with the world from the framework of the class that you got into from the get-go. There are sets and frameworks.
The Path of Exile is actually a very convoluted game, believe it or not.
Decisions. Like being an American, right? Like, I'm an American, but what does that
Good luck without a guide.
Nobody knows what it means to be an American in a social sense, but that doesn't mean that it's useless to think of people as...
Dakchu, yes. What is an FAKP emote? Can you explain what the second one is? Also, thank you very much for the $10. Can you explain what the second one is? I think we're gonna make the emotes tomorrow when we start playing Final Fantasy 16.
Americans, because people might have different meanings, different understandings, and that's why this isn't useless. We do have preconceptions of what it means to be a man, different ones, contradictory ones, but they still exist. And when a person says, I identify as a man...
Do you think we should adopt contradictions? Logic, if we can, agree it's a logical contradiction, do you think it can be a contradiction?
It's not a
It's not a logical contradiction.
You just said contradiction.
No, see, this is your problem. You're trying to apply a 101 understanding of logic. This is a contradiction in definition, which is not a logical contradiction.
Which is a reference.
No,
Okay,
no, please, wait. Are you aware? Wait, no, stop. Are you aware of the fact that different cultures have contradictory definitions of what it means to be a man?
Yep.
Like socially, like
yep.
A man, like that kind of thing.
People refer to different things, but when I'm saying, for example, I will say, when I refer to a triangle, I'm referring to a
we're talking about social constructs, not distinct mathematical abstract concepts.
What is a social construct?
I really wish you would have Googled that before talking to me.
True. We all wish that would have happened. Oh my god. Ay. Well, I mean... in a way, asking is half the success, right? I mean, it's good that she's asking, right? It means that she's ready to learn. Oh yeah, I can make a fake Alec Kyle Parker emote. Yeah, for sure. I can base it on your profile picture. Yeah, for sure.
I really think I understand how most people use the term, but I want clarification because as far as I'm concerned, under your framework, every single word is socially constructed, is it not?
Yes.
Oh my god. This is amazing. Vaush mentioned social constructs earlier and she didn't say anything. Oh my god. I would like an example of a word that is not socially constructed, by the way.
Literally
Perfect.
every word.
Now let me continue. Did
But
we not invent the word
concept-
triangle?
No. The concept of a triangle is not socially constructed. The term we've created for it is.
Perfect. The concept of a man is not socially constructed. The term is. Now
No-
define what that concept
No,
is.
incorrect. That's what a social construct is. A triangle is not a social construct. Our understanding of it is, and certainly the word for it. A man is a social construct, and the word we've constructed for it is as well. That's the difference between a social
So
construct.
you didn't answer what a social construct.
Oh my god. A social construct like Green Lantern, but they use the power of socialism. Yes. Oh, depends. It depends. I think. So I think when you use the power of socialism, you're basically aiming to become a Red Lantern. Got him. If you read like any good writer, you notice these things. Like, at least in my opinion, I love it fiction when people use one word, however, due to the narrative, they mean different things. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and that happens a lot in Japanese manga, actually, when a mangaka will use kanji that normally means something else, but they will use it in a different context, and they will use this kanji, but they will use it differently than it's usually used, and they just use it for a different word.
Wasn't the way you're
No,
using
but
it.
you don't even know what they are. Listen, a triangle, the concept, the mathematical concept of a three-sided, three-angled polygon or whatever, not a polygon, a shape. That is it is an abstract thing that exists in the ether that we pluck from the universe and we give a word to. The word triangle has not always had the same definition and doesn't currently. There are multiple social definitions for the word triangle that don't actually refer to a mathematical property. You could, like, there are words for triangle.
I love triangle. There we go. I've done it. I've given you a triangle that does not actually refer to the thing. I love triangle. There you go.
Direct translations from other languages that refer to like a ménage à trois or like a three-way or something like that.
Yeah.
What is the distinction again? Like, what's the social construct that man can't be something that's identified within reality?
A social construct is a concept that we have defined socially, but is not emergent from the universe. It is something that we have built. It is something that understandings of is shifted because they are a product of our mind and our perception. Everything, well, not everything, but most everything we deal with on a day-to-day basis is to some extent a social construct. And the question is, to what extent do we is empirical engagement valuable here? We used to think empirical engagement was very valuable when it came to race. This was the phrenology, skull measuring whole business, right? Well, we know that race exists in a social construct, but social constructs aren't necessarily completely detached from, say, innate mathematical properties. So let's analyze these skull shapes. Scientific racism had a good heyday.
True.
50 years, but
I remember.
now with our current understanding, it seems like race was, yeah, pretty.
I remember that. Let me get a sip of water. Gigglers. She does not look pleased with herself. Maybe that's because her argument is failing miserably.
Pretty much just a social construct. It wasn't
Okay.
actually tied that much to a mathematical understanding of what it means to be white or black.
Okay, so when you say a social construct, if I understood correctly, it's a concept that we define socially that is not emergent from the universe.
Yeah, like we don't pluck the definition or the understanding of this thing from some kind of abstract
So
thing.
then this gets into this problem. Do you think that men and women existed before Homo sapiens developed complex language?
The social construct of what it means to be a man or a woman
No.
in a gendered sense? No, of course not.
So there were no men and women prior to the Western linguistic development?
She really is stupid, isn't she? No. There was no man and woman before the emergence of civilization, no. The emergence of the Homo sapiens, basically. She is, yeah. She is thinking male and female, yeah.
Wait, but before the word man and woman?
Yeah. Were there men and women before the word?
There
No.
have been analogous terms to those in previous languages.
Okay,
And the,
so then it seems that they are.
Yeah, so, but before language, there were no men and women. I will say it now. Before language, there was no men and women. Because she's stupid.
Emergent still from
No,
reality.
no, that's not. Wait, no, that's not emergent from the universe. That's different languages giving different terms to the same fundamental, like, part of human
What does
existence.
emergent from? Are humans not emergent from the universe?
Oh,
Like,
oh, God, no. Do you understand
No?
the difference between a triangle, something that you can arrive at from first principles, and what it means
She
to
is
be a
stupid.
man, something that you arrive at through observation and explanation?
I think all concepts are that which exist within reality
Okay,
and
so
the universe.
what
So
you're-
can you
you're engaging
define?
in- okay,
wait,
so
hold on. How
wait,
is
wait, wait,
how
wait,
is
hold-
a man?
wait,
How is a human man not emergent from the universe?
So what you're doing here is called scientific positivism. That's something you should write down to look up in the future. There was a philosophical movement about 200 or so years ago that's mostly died down, that was under the impression that the laws and principles of scientific analysis were capable of solving all human problems because everything we are and everything we do adheres ultimately to scientific principles. They were wrong. They were actually deeply racist lunatics who believed that all of their pre-existing social biases were just them understanding the material thread of reality. In reality, most social stuff is done through social work. Sociology, anthropology, history, analysis, economics, political theory. The idea that, say, for example, communism.
Yeah. Yeah, he basically called them out, named them all. And they are also very intersected. Like, I'm reading this new book called The Homo Politicus, and it draws a fundamental line between all these, like, sociology, political sciences, history. It's like, you know.
Of the universe? Simply not true. It's a product of human understanding. A subjective, partial, and often
Is human
shifting...
understanding within the universe?
Wait, I
Is
didn't say...
consciousness-
Wait,
I'll say
everything... Wait.
consciousness.
Everything
No.
is within the universe. The question is...
Did it emerge from the universe?
From first principles?
Something like
So you're
consciousness,
misunderstanding
like
these
that.
terms.
No, I'm not.
We don't understand
Do you
what
want to clarify
consciousness
then?
is.
What do you mean
What-
when you say emerged from the universe? As far as I'm concerned, everything emerged from the universe.
Okay.
She is... Oh my god. Well, good luck, Vaush. You're more patient than I am. I have expected her to ask if she get extra credit to bring up PowerPoint. Let's see, why should I watch you when Dylan Burns has a website icon and 180p quality? How do I set a 180p quality in a stream? I don't know. I will make an icon. Why you bully me? Why do you bully me? Why do people bully me?
If something's definition is self-evidently a product...
Make this into an emote. So we got 3 emotes. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, I will make this into a new... Wait, is this Kaim? Okay, I will make it. I will make it an emote.
of the systems that have been used to construct it. That is to say, like a triangle, like mathematical and scientific theories like gravity, like our understanding of atomic structures and molecular structures. These things are, to some extent, subject to our social interpretation, but we're mostly just observing and giving names to the universe. With things like what a man is, we made that. What a man is would die with our species. A triangle.
True.
There are plenty of things that we take for granted in the day-to-day that if the Earth was annihilated in a nuclear hellfire,
Okay.
would not reemerge. The
Okay,
triangle
so
would.
I actually the concept of man, if humans were to go extinct, that would die. But this gets into the implication of like, do you think the word human or Homo sapien is a social construct too?
Yeah. Our difference in species differentiation is one.
Taxonomy?
Yeah, that is 100% socially determined. There are literally arguments within the field of taxonomy whether or not like two species should be considered the same or not. Like this is ongoing debate.
Yeah.
These lines will
agree with
change all
that,
the
but
time.
clearly it's
Yeah,
not
it is. Yeah.
a social construct. It's very a scientist
No,
trying
it's
to
no.
point
It's
universals.
literally a social construct where they're arguing over whether or not it would be more or less useful to us socially to separate these definitions.
Yep.
It is literally a social construct.
Okay, so when you say like a man is a social construct, what do you mean by that?
I mean that these are things we made it. We're not pulling this from the universe. We're not arriving at it from first principles. We get to choose what it is. We choose the terms. Taxonomists get to decide whether or not a red flying squirrel and a beige flying squirrel are the same species.
True.
We get to decide what a man is. These terms, there's no harm in making a wrong decision. You can't make a wrong decision. What a man is different here than it is in Mexico. I mean, that's just south of the border, right? But they're
What
not
about male?
wrong.
Male. Do you think male is socially constructed?
Yeah, of course. Like I said, we don't actually know.
Male, not man. MALE.
Yeah, we don't actually know.
She's male. I mean male. MALE. Jesus. Yeah, they do use clients now. You're right.
Know where the exact line is because there's not really a way to know. It's kind of a spectrum.
Interesting.
There's an American scientific
before-
article that discusses this.
Before humans came into existence, were there males and females?
The spectrum exists for mammals and most living things
And
have
it's
some
not a
manner of
social construct.
No. The terms we've given are though.
All
So
words are socially constructed.
Yes.
That's not
Yeah.
how you're using social
so
construct.
if you're asking, is there like an objective biological like male or female gametes? Even that varies species to species. So you could argue that's not a social construct in a human
Sure,
sense,
but
but
did
rather a
males and
product of.
females exist? However you may determine that. Before we had the word male and female, did males and females exist?
In terms of like the inseminator and the inseminatee, like this process, this biological archetype existed before we gave term to it. Absolutely.
Okay, so then it's not a social contract. It's a concept we identify.
Okay, but whether or not where we draw the line between male and female is because throughout all of like the existence
Yep.
of species on this planet, there have also been genetic anomalies that do not concretely fit within the male-female dichotomy. This continues with our species today. So while the process of reproduction through male, female, mammalian, whatever, right? That's been going on for a long time. To look at that and go, yes, there are two distinct like categories. That's an us thing. That's an our brain thing. That's not a universe thing.
True.
Yeah.
True. Absolutely true. Like, I mean, what measurements you use to prove whether an organism is male or female is really subjective and can even be contradictory. Yeah. True. And some species change their sex during their lifetime.
So I'd say we make the words to refer to the phenomena, right? So we made the word male to refer to something. And here we're talking about man to refer to some phenomena.
No.
Put boxes on the real world. We create the categories, and categories are definitionally social constructs. A thing may exist in reality, but our going over to go, this is this and this is that.
I think we agree here because we both agree gravity existed before the word gravity existed.
Yeah, of course, but that's a
Yeah,
universal.
so it's
theme.
something like that, right? So like with the term man, when we say man, what phenomena are we referring to?
You
We're
tell.
referring to a social phenomenon
Of
the traits, roles, and expectations that we generally associate with the identity associated with all of those traits, roles, and expectations.
But that's not correct because you still would refer to people as men, as you've said to me, if they don't identify with those things.
No, the identity. They identify with the identity. The identity is constructed and socialized around all of those traits.
Yeah, plenty of trans men don't identify with the identity of male typical traits.
Of male. No, you keep it's like 50 times I keep saying this. The only thing that you're identifying with is being a man. Being a man is this orbit, this framework, this construct. You can reject every single individual characteristic associated with being a man and
Oh. Hello, Mensha. Oh no, did this debate she was so that yeah, it is that debate. Also, please join the page. I think you're new to the stream. Hello. Like I'm noticing a lot of new people today. Hello, hello. I'm really happy to have you here. We're suffering through this debate together, through this person that doesn't really know what a social construct is trying to say that there's some objective traits to being a man. It's wild. It's a wild, wild ride, and I invite you to it. Viciously circular. I've been here once in a while. Well, I welcome you. I welcome you to this wonderful stream with this person that is flabbergasted by social construct. Do you need a video guide to help you with the boss? Maybe. We'll see. Maybe I'll beat it, okay?
still be one. There are
Okay.
cisgender women who have made an effort to
But then you
reject
realize
every
the
single.
word. Are you familiar with like the use mention distinction?
Yes,
Okay, so you're mentioning the word man, correct? Not using it.
I'm in this context. I think I'm doing both. What contradiction do you think there is?
Because
I'm sorry, it's 3 a.m.
somebody can reject every referent for man, but still be a man. Just seems that a man is somebody who identifies as a man means a man is somebody who identifies with the word man.
Well, yeah, in the English language, sure.
Okay, so if a man is somebody who identifies as the word man, then you still run into the problem of the only men are English-speaking men.
Well, then
No.
right, and whatever the Spanish word for man is, I could only guess at mano. Then there you go. They have the
Oh, wait, hold
mono
on.
category.
Okay, so if we have a hermano is someone who identifies as a hermano, and a man is somebody who identifies as a man, you do realize that would make the English speaker not a hermano because they don't identify with that word, and that would make the Spanish speaker
No.
not a man because they don't identify with that.
Wait.
No, that's stupid. That's idiotic. What? I don't even know what to say to that. Oh, brother. I mean, we translate culture, you know? She confused hermano with mano.
We already have that.
Under the use mentioned.
Yeah, we already have that. The definition for what it means to be a
Yeah,
woman.
so then
Wait,
you would
wait.
concede-
This isn't even a trans thing. Is the thing. What it means to be like a good woman has varied.
Thank you, fake Alec Thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker, for giving Nesha a tier 1 subscription. Thank you very much. Oh, Barry, thank you. Thank you very much. True. Like, people aren't stupid, but being a Mexican man is different from being a Japanese man or whatever. Yeah, that's actually that is actually a point that Vaush is in the middle of making here.
Through Christendom to Islam to like modern day America to India to like so like if a person was like a woman in like a social sense in America in the 1920s, the clothing she wore, the way she talked, the way she acted, whatever, and then she went over to say, I don't know, like Afghanistan, she would not be considered a woman in a social sense. She would be considered like a Western woman. She would be recognized as biologically female.
Okay.
But the idea of like, oh, now she like the idea of these like social roles being culturally identical across borders, that's the whole point. Like that's why these are social constructs.
And you
Yeah.
have to concede that there are no non-English speaking men.
Even though both are different in ways, they still have, yeah. No, you see, you don't understand. You see, a regular argument is like a... you see.
Men.
well, we would call them men in the same way we do with. Okay, so what you're doing
Okay,
right
okay,
now.
hold
No,
on.
no, no,
Okay,
no, no,
we'll
no, no,
make-
no. Wait. I can't let you get away with that.
Okay.
That is true in the case of like every word. So, for example, Russians don't have the word soldier, they have a different word. So, technically, there are no Russian soldiers, except we're
True.
not idiots. So, the Russian word for soldier.
True, we are not idiots. That is, I mean, some of us are, but that is the occupational hazard of being human. You know, some humans are just idiots, and it's an occupational hazard. My goodness.
Whatever it is, you know, they're like, oh, they have those. Okay, so let's not be stupid and understand that's a soldier.
I'm a proud idiot. It's okay. It's okay to be an idiot.
Like, this is what I meant at the very beginning with talking about chair and American, things you were never able to provide a contrary example to. The, like, stick up your ass you have for trans identification would fuck over all language. You would
True.
You're killing language. You're murdering it right now. And like, no, genuinely. Like, your lack of understanding of the way language functions, the ambiguity of language, you define cool as thing you like when it's a noun. You would take the American literary classics and you would choke them to death in their sleep. No language could survive.
Choked him to death in their sleep. I have to adapt more of those flowery terms. I have to adapt more of those flowery terms. I have to learn quick. I have to learn quick for the panel to become more like this. I don't know if I can. I think I'm a bit too chill to be like that. Write in the chat if you can imagine me acting like that. Tell me in the chat if you can imagine me using language like that. Okay. As you answer in the chat, we'll do good slide dunks. Yeah, I think so. True.
Your drive to exclude trans men has a casualty count beyond what you could imagine. If you were reshaping the universe to exclude them in the fashion you chose to, for no reason, by the way, you would fuck over the entire construct that we have for referring to things. These are not standards you can apply elsewhere. Because language just does not work the way. Seriously, there aren't men who don't speak English. Well, then there are no anythings that don't. There are no chefs in Mexico because they have a different word for chef. Then should they not? This is silly.
This is where.
True. It's silly, stupid, and it's ugly, and I don't like its face. See, I can be hyperbolic as well. I can be just as hyperbolic as Vaush here. Okay. You can tell when he's had his Adderall and is on point. True. Maybe I should get some Adderall. I need to get tested for ADHD, honestly.
We need to get clear about the use mentioned distinction.
I've been very clear. But we can't even move past step one. We've been on step one for an hour.
When we say chef, we are not saying the letter CHEF. We're referring to some phenomena. When you say man, a man is somebody who identifies as a man. You are saying somebody can be a man if they identify with MAN, correct?
No. I'm speaking.
You said.
No, I
What? What does that even mean? What does that mean? A man is someone that identifies with MAN. What? I have no clue what that means. This person is so confidently stupid. This is a thumbnail face, by the way. This here is a thumbnail face. I'm gonna make it big. Both of these faces could be thumbnail faces. Yes.
This is very simple. Males exist in all countries and all cultures. It's just how we're built. And in every culture, there are sets of roles and expectations associated with being male. And those social roles, because these are social, because they're roles, right? That's not biological. That is what I mean when I say man. Now, different cultures have different words for it, but all of them are similar in the sense that they have this distinction. It's not the same everywhere, right? India has a legally recognized third gender. Like pre-Spanish colonization, Philippines had like their gay family.
Sounds like she's just rephrasing thing Vaush already went over. Yeah.
Boy priestesses or whatever. I don't know. Different cultures have different ideas. And regardless of the words we're using to describe it, understanding these terms shift. They don't have a concrete definition because they're social constructs.
Okay.
Then the manner of identifying as a man is simply saying, this is the category that I wish to belong to, even if I reject
What
its
does that
individual...
category mean?
I just said the category of what we associate with.
But you already conceded that that is not a necessary condition to be a man.
No, I can't keep saying this. You identify with the category, not with all of the things associated with it. Like how I
agree.
Like how I identify with the category American, despite rejecting an overwhelming majority of what people consider American to refer to. So there's no contradiction here, because when you talk about definitions in this way, you can't disprove someone. You could never prove somebody wrong if they said, yeah, I'm American, like in a cultural sense.
True.
Like, I love America, American.
Same with Polish, same with, the drill. Same with all these
You
other
couldn't
things.
prove them wrong. Because some of the most fervent advocates for America, in like a theoretical sense, have been people who hated the actual country. Like John Brown types, who would fight and die to make this country less terrible than it is, who hate it and its people and its leaders, but still consider themselves Americans. You can't prove them wrong. So many words work this way. Just like you can't prove a person wrong when somebody says they're cool, but
So
you can still think they're wrong.
Americans are people who identify as Americans, and then hombres in Spanish are people who identify as hombres, and then in English we have men are people who identify as men. Is that correct?
So basically, she just restated that argument from before, because she's stupid and she doesn't know how language works. Good luck, Vaush. Good luck. No.
Well, yeah.
Okay. So that is the problem I'm having with, is that it still entails vicious circularity.
But we've addressed the circularity argument with the cool argument.
And when I say no, I mean not in the way she thinks. Oh God.
Can we get past? So I know that all the language bullshit. Like
okay,
wait, please. We're on step one and we're never moving past it. I know that you don't actually care about all this, and this is all second principles. Why do you actually? What's actually the deal with like trans dudes? Because like the language stuff bores me because like as somebody who has at least a decent read in linguistics, I know for a fact that all of this is a smokescreen that people throw up to waste time when they have a very, very poor understanding of the actual linguistic first principles behind what it means to be any definition. What's the real issue with convince me, all right? Let's hypothetically, let's say that I'm not here for the linguistic arguments. I'm here for pure utility. Why should trans men not be men, okay? I'm mentally projecting a trans man using a woman's restroom right now. Make me angry about it. I'm envisioning this. I'm manifesting it. It's happening somewhere in the world right now. What is
it is?
What's wrong with
it?
I'm not really here to argue the bad.
It is happening. It is happening somewhere. Hello, Anne. The audience on her side literally thinks she won. You're incapable of understanding anything he's saying. Yeah, I mean, that happens. That is unfortunate, but in those sort of things, you always will have this core audience that will just believe that a person won, no matter what the outcome. It really rarely happens that a core audience of a person says, "Oh no, you did not do very well."
stuff or the sports stuff or any of the applied ethics. I'm just here to argue on philosophical and logical grounds that a trans man is not a man. All trans men aren't men, I should say. No matter what view you take, it still ends up being false that
But
all
you
trans
don't
men are
believe
men.
this.
And I don't think you should tell me that. I do believe this.
I should believe. Well, you seem very comfortable making prescriptions about other people's brain states, so I'm just getting into the the swing of things.
Brain states?
Yeah, whether or not a person identifies as a man.
That just seems to be a assertion. It doesn't really need a brain state.
It's an assertion of one's brain state.
What
How else
evidence
could you know if a
what
person is a man?
evidence suggests that there is a man brain state that exists?
What evidence suggests? Because the brain state is them thinking I'm a man, and then they say I'm a man, which is how you say
Okay,
things.
so
The brain.
Oh my god. I didn't think you could get it in yours, but here we are. It did. Here we are, and it did. I can't imagine how bad your media literacy must be if you don't think words mean different things to other people. Yeah, I know. Ah, so she's only here for semantics and not actual real politics. She doesn't even get the analogy, unfortunately, no. Incredible.
Has to.
It's the thinking you're a man is what makes you a man.
Yeah, but I won't know till you say it because I can't read people's minds.
Okay. So if we had like cognitively disabled adult human males, you would say that they're not men
What? Why would I say that?
because they don't have the mental capacity to form conscious thoughts about self-identity.
Then I would just never know. I would just like proceed
So, but
without
by your
knowing.
logic, they would be, I guess the term is agender.
Well, I mean, if they were cognitively disabled to the point where they can't even think or speak, then, I mean, I guess it wouldn't even matter. I would just treat them like that. That would be like me wondering whether they're an American. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'm not going to have a convo with them, right?
True.
Like, why would it matter to me? Of what relevance
So-
is that?
When you ask like
none.
why do you care, I agree that there are people that identify as men. The question of this debate is, does identifying as a man make you a man?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's where we have our disagreements and whatnot.
We
And
don't have any
I kinda just
disagreements.
wanna-
We both exist in the context of a world where language works the way I say it does and doesn't work the way you say it does.
Well,
We
I
both
don't
agree-
mind. I don't mind accepting your framework and then doing an internal critique. That's why I want to walk through this logically. Okay. So
Well, to walk through it logically, you would have to understand logic, and well, you know. Damn.
man is someone who identifies as a man. What are they identifying as? They're identifying with the category that is the social roles and expectations associated with males. Is that fair so far?
I think so.
Okay. They identify with that category of the social roles of males. And by identifying with that category, they are men.
They are part of it, yeah.
Like with
Okay.
Americans.
Okay. So if, let's say, a non-binary or a woman, non-binary person or a woman was to identify with the category of all of these things associated with men, by your logic, that would have to make them men.
No.
Well, yeah, if they associate with the category, they'd be men.
No, that's not what she's saying. She's saying if they identified with the traits, because she's missing the point once again.
That'd be them saying
Interesting.
I'm
So
men.
I still think
She's they, oh my god. Okay.
that would lead to conclusions like some people's gender identity is not valid. Some cisgender women are actually just closeted trans men.
Well, if they're closeted so hard that even they don't know it, then I don't know what relevance that would be to the system of self-identification. If they say that they're a man or a woman, then I'll take them at their word because they're just choosing to be viewed in that framework. That's all I really care about.
Do you agree that there are men who do not identify with the category associated with males?
Well, no, because they're men. They would have to say that they're not men in order to not identify with it. Like if you say I'm
True.
American, you're kind of going like, yeah, this is like the understanding of me that I.
This is why I said no before, right? Because she's not talking about identifying with the category. She's talking about identifying with the traits associated with the category, right? This is why like she's missing the whole point. Is she even arguing for? We're going to invalidate cis women and trans then? I don't know, maybe.
Even if I disagree.
I mean, cis is a slur, right? So maybe we should.
People's interpretations of it.
So if somebody said, I'm a man, but I want nothing to do with this broader category and this archetype, why would they still be a man?
For the same reason that a person like me could call myself American while hating America. There's a deliberate contradiction and a value. The same reason femboys call themselves men and sometimes take HRT, have small tits, and dress up in like maid outfits. Because they're choosing to adopt a role purely to reject it. Which is a valid, I might argue, the only valid choice when it comes to living one's life. You're choosing to adopt a framework simply to break it. We do that all the time, like in the the expectation thing, right? Like, for example, there are comedians who have done bits where all they do is go up to the microphone and say nothing. Now, definitionally, a comedian, or at least a comedic act, usually has to involve some kind of behavior. But the decision to frame oneself as a comedian while saying nothing is a choice. And it's a choice that wouldn't work if you were just a sound check guy. Then it would just be awkward. But a comedian standing up there, well, that changes the framework, even if the silence remains the same.
True.
It's just art.
So the property that all men have in common is that they identify as men.
Yes, the only category.
Okay. Which means the category is the social part.
Yeah. Well, it's all social.
Okay. So by identifying as a man, you think you just automatically...
They will loop around this a few times. I'm predicting this to happen. I cannot believe that this... Oh, okay, it's almost over, I think, maybe. I cannot believe that this goes on for... Oh my god.
Opt into the category and everything associated with it?
You opt into being interpreted in the context of everything associated with it.
Interpreted.
I think, right,
like
that's how
people see you as such.
Yeah, well, people will treat you in that fashion, and you'll think of yourself in that fashion. If a person says, I identify as a man despite being biologically female, I think that has a lot to do with self-perception. I think that has a lot to do with how other people treat you, even if you don't behave any differently than you did when acting as a woman.
So so you said people will see you that way and you'll also think of yourself that way. And that is what I'm pushing back on is false, because plenty of trans men, society doesn't see them that way and they don't think of themselves that way. So not all trans men are men.
See, there you go. She's missing the point. She's missing the point entirely. Again.
Looking to be interpreted in that framework publicly.
Not all trans men are looking to be interpreted in that framework.
Well, if they say publicly that they're men, they are very directly saying...
You can say you're a man and also say, I don't want to be interpreted in that framework.
But what I've never heard a trans man say that. What framework would they say?
Okay,
so they're saying,
I mean, the framework
I'm a
being
man,
the social...
but I don't want to be thought of as a man? That's what they say?
No, you can say, I'm a man. And by the way, I don't want to associate with these roles, expectations you have with males.
Sure, so they're rejected.
I told you. She's missing the point. I told you they were gonna loop around this for 5 more times. Oh god.
I'm like a femboy who identifies as a man but acts more girly than girls, you know?
Yeah, so
that's
then
a choice.
But I think then that it doesn't, when you say a man is somebody who identifies as man and then a man is this category, it is possible to identify as a man and then not meet that category.
Well, you're in the category. You don't meet the...
What does that mean to meet the category? This just tells me that she's missing the point. What do you mean by meet the category? How do you not meet the category?
Patient's the category, but that's your choice to reject them.
Yeah.
It's your... Will you repeat that last part? It's your choice to reject them?
To reject them, yeah. To be a part of a category and then reject all of the things people...
He's already said it 5 times. Like, come on, seriously.
Associate with it. It's not like any of this means anything after all.
So, okay. This is just a little bit confusing to me because...
I know, I've noticed.
Apply this to anything else within reality, like if you identify as...
Yes! I identify as a Polish Jewish person. Yes, absolutely. Oh my god. Is this for real?
Foot, but you're not actually 6 foot. Like, why wouldn't
We are back to the triangle example, but now it's being 6 foot instead of a triangle. Good luck. Good luck, Vaush.
that be the same thing?
Because that's an empirical measurement. It can be statistically determined. It can be observed absent any social observation or context. It wouldn't change culture to culture as long as they use the same imperial units. However, if one were to say, I'm cool, that would change massively depending on what where you are. Sometimes, like, have you never met a really like nerdy person, like they play D&D or like 40K or whatever, and then they're like, nah, I'm cool, and like they're not in a broad social sense, they wouldn't be treated cool, but there's something kind of cool about the fact that they think they're cool despite being so uncool, and that is cool. But people won't treat them as being cool for that. Unless maybe, you know, stuff's changing. D&D is getting more popular. So maybe the fact that they thought they were cool doing that before people even thought it was cool would make them more cool when people broadly think it's cool. Now tell me, how do you logically disprove any
That was pretty cool what Vaush just did.
part of that? You can't.
Well, the only way to logically disprove a definition or referent is to ask them what that means and then to apply it to different scenarios and see if they special plead.
But if you did that to the definition of cool, they would give you a wedgie and they would give you a swirly. That's not how language works when it comes to the term cool.
I don't think they would do that.
They would do that. They would.
Moving like to how would this be applicable to
That would be kind of cool if they did. That would be kind of cool. I thought it was really weird. Gotcha. She went to like OG transphobe stuff. Yeah.
man is in order to disprove that somebody is a man, you ask them what it means to be a man. How do you know that you're a man? How do you know that somebody else is a man?
Well, you shouldn't ask a trans person that. That's considered quite rude.
Well, I'm talking about you. I don't think you're.
I'm not trans, but
Okay.
it's the same as like it's the same with the definition of cool. I really do not think that language works this way. Internal consistency in how we describe like social attributes. It's just the most you can do is like an anthropological analysis of how people broadly understand what it means to be a man. And to be clear, a broad understanding of what it means to be a man and what it means to be a man are two separate things. Like if I were to go, for example, to like Saudi Arabia and somebody asked me, what does it mean to be a man? Well, I would have two answers, right? Because it's a complicated question. On one hand, I could say, well, it's when you identify as a man, because like, sure, right, that's true. But then I could go like, oh, well, the Saudi Arabian men are considered to be good caretakers of the home if they do this, and it's considered masculine to do that. And for some reason, they really like firing guns in the air at people's birthday parties, and they like tipping their cars over when driving on the highway. And like all of these things are associated with being a man in Saudi Arabia. But it doesn't refer to the fundamental self-identification thing. And neither of them can be disproven because you wouldn't say that a Saudi Arabian man isn't a man because he hasn't fired a gun in the air during a friend's birthday party.
Okay.
They do like doing that.
What just to like shift a little bit, what do you think is another feature of in reality that
Also, we actually have a definition of man. Have we all forgotten that we have a very concrete, very specific definition of what a man is? And I'm gonna wait for the chat to write the definition of a man. I'm gonna just wait a few seconds. I know that you know it. I know that you know the definition of a man. I'm waiting for the chat to write it. The real definition of man. Give it to me. I know you know it. Give it to me, please. Exactly. A miserable pile of secrets. Somiostatic gets it. Somiostatic gets the definition of a man. What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at you. Exactly. That is exactly what a man is. Exactly. A miserable little pile of secrets. We should play Castlevania. Wait, I'm just gonna... Because you know what? I've got sources for this definition. Yeah, Moho got it as well. Where did he go? This is our education on what a man is. So please take notes, okay?
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
It was not by my hand that I'm once again given flesh. I was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
What a comeback. Also, this dialogue is actually much better in Japanese, just so you know. Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at you.
There we go. It's now, you know, it's... There you have it. There you have it. We have seen the definition. We will have to work this somehow into the thumbnail and the title. We do have to work this into the... We will need to work this into the thumbnail of the segment. Somehow. In some way. Alright. My goodness. So if anything, Vaush should be using this definition over any other.
Obtained simply by identifying as having such.
American. Cool.
So identifying as an American makes you an American.
Yes.
In like a cultural sense, like socially.
Absolutely, yes. 100%. And even if you don't have a citizenship, you can identify as an American and you're American and then you can just apply or whatever. But yeah, absolutely. Undocumented immigrants can be Americans. Yeah, of course, if they identify as Americans, of course. 1 billion gazillion %, yeah.
Like, are you an American? Yeah. At least it's not a disprovable thing. I mean, I think that some people might have a stronger case to it if they can, you know, make the argument, but it's not an empirically provable or disprovable thing.
It's
being
not.
a fan of anything.
I think
Being religious. Oh, people say they're Christian, Jewish, Muslim, but then you see them like not going to church or whatever. You can't really disprove them on that.
Yeah.
Well, so that's what I'm saying. I think there's in all of these three cases, there are still necessary conditions that must be met. Like, I'll use like Islam in order to be
Bullshit. Bullshit. No, they're not. That's completely nonsense. What are the conditions you need to meet to be an American? Give me those conditions that if you don't meet them, you're not an American. Give me the conditions.
a Muslim, you must believe in a monotheistic God. In order to be a sports fan, you must at least know what the sport is. I think we can agree there. In order to, what was the first one? In order to be an American.
No, actually bullshit. You can identify as a sports fan and you've just decided I'm a sports fan and I'm about to learn about the sport. So what? Unless I learn some arbitrary amount about the sport I'm not a fan yet. That makes no sense. But then not believe. I mean, you can say you're Islamic, but not get in trouble if you live in Saudi Arabia. But then not believe any of it and say you're atheist behind people and their back. Yeah, but at least when it comes to Judaism, you can be an atheist Jewish person. Like, those things are not as easy, or rather as simple as this person is pretending them to be. Ridiculous.
In cultural sense, you must at least identify with some of the American cultural traits, not none. So
I don't think that's true. There are Christians, for example, that actually believe in like multiple deities.
Yeah.
Then they're not Christian. Then they practice their different religion.
Tell them that.
I will.
Are
like,
people are
because
members?
That's not how categories work.
Wait, are members of the Anglican Church Christian? The ones who broke off from the Pope?
I don't. Yeah, if they believe in a monotheistic God, they meet that condition.
That's not the definition of Christianity. Whoa.
I know. We were just talking about polytheism versus.
No.
No, that wasn't that. That was not the discussion. She made it about that, but no, it wasn't it. That's not it. It ain't it, Chief. She's gonna act like Unitarians don't exist. Lol. Were we? No.
I mean, no. This is important. The Protestants were not considered to be real Christians after the split in the church, after Henry VIII. So, are you telling me then that the Anglican Church and all the subsequent Protestant
I'll say this: in order to be a Christian, I suppose you need to believe in Jesus as the Messiah. You need to believe in the Bible, and you need to believe in the triune monotheistic God. Right? Those three things. The same way, in order to be a man,
how do you get to decide that?
Yeah, exactly. What? How do you?
People who don't adhere to that, who consider themselves
and then
Christians.
I tell them they're not. The same.
But you're not the arbiter of who a Christian is. I mean, you can tell them they're not until the cows go home, but that to borrow your own language, just because you tell them they're not, it doesn't mean that it's true that they're not, right? Like, sure, you can tell them that they're not, but it doesn't make it true.
What makes you the judge?
Yeah, exactly. See, we're having such a dynamic. Vaush and I say a thing. Vaush says a thing after me. Okay. There are literally denominations that don't believe in triune Godhead, in the Godhead.
Because then they would be a different religion. They wouldn't fit that category.
Okay, so Protestants and Catholics disagree. Are they different religions?
They still meet those three conditions.
No, but you're the one deciding those conditions. Who's to say you're not full of shit?
True.
I think that my conditions are most consistent, and if anybody wants to challenge me on that, they're more than welcome
to do so. There are
I'll
literally millions of people who would behead you for saying that right now. Like, they would behead you for this.
Well, there's millions of people who would behead either of us for even having this discussion. So
I agree. I agree. No, but you just no. This is the critical thing. You impose a fake standard of consistency where none exists. What you're doing right now, you just did a social construct. You're like, well, objectively.
True. My guy.
You're not really a Christian if you don't meet these categories. I literally just came off the dome. Says who? Okay, Christianity is a social construct.
Okay, let's take something like a right-handed person. Do you think that's a social construct?
Absolutely. Yeah, people can use
the right or left hand. Do you think right and left are social constructs?
Like in the sense that they're relative, like to you, I get, but like broadly, not really. No. Though actually, yeah, I would say so, because you could argue, like, is left or right a deliberate direct 90 degrees to you, or does it refer to like
True.
80, like a fan of view to your left and right? Different people might understand left and right to mean like directly or like tilt left or right. When you just say left or right, do you mean a 90-degree switch, or do you mean like this? Or
I mean, that's true. That is true. They're quite relative concepts. Do a social construct.
There are cultures that never even had concepts of left or right. They would use cardinal directions.
But just to be clear, you do think that our directions of left and right are socially constructed?
Well, do you mean a direct 90-degree from where you're facing forward?
Yeah, because I think anything else we have like northeast and other measures for that.
So if something was 67 degrees.
North, south, east, and west are very different concepts than left and right. So a northeast is not a concept that is complementary to the concept of left and right. What? I have to listen to this again because this is extremely silly, what I just heard.
Yeah, because I think anything else we have like northeast and other measures for that. But just to be clear, you do think that our directions of left and right are socially constructed?
Well, do you mean a direct 90-degree from where you're facing forward?
Yeah, because I think anything else we have like northeast and other measures for that.
Northeast can literally be someone's left. Go northeast. It's to your left. They are unrelated concepts. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
So if something was 67 degrees from where you're facing, so that would be to your right, but not like fully. Would you consider that to be to your right, or is that forward?
Partially, but not.
Yeah, cardinal directions do not equal left and right. Exactly. And northeast does not equal intercardinal. Like this. Okay. North, south, east, and west, also, by the way, social constructs, are made to sort of navigate you through a terrain. And left and right are basically like, what? Do you mean your left? My left? Like, to say that it's not a social construct is a pretty interesting claim to make, considering that, as I've said a second ago, left changes depending on if you're talking about my left or your left. Because your left can be my right and my right can be your left. Jesus Christ.
Fully, no.
Oh, well, that sounds like a bit of confusing ambiguity there. Now, if you want to, well,
67
yes.
is almost to 80. But it's more farther away
90.
from 0. So it's like, that's how mathematics works too.
So does it become right if it hits the 45 degree, and then past that it would be right, and then at
Something
135
is
it would go back to being
truly
like behind?
to the right if it hits a 90-degree angle, just like a triangle. It's truly a triangle once it's 180 degrees when you add up all sides. Like that's how it works.
Isn't it interesting how, socially speaking, when people are saying something is around you, they'll say it's to your left or right if it's at about a 90 degree from where you're facing. But if something's behind you, there seems to be a wider arc. So like if you're facing forward, something that's in front of you is in front of you, and then left and right is here. But if it's behind you,
No, I would actually say that when you say left, in many cases, you just mean something that is to the side of your left hand or to the side of your right hand, and it will be equally correct. Done. Yeah, it's absolutely a social construct. 1,000,000%. It's just silly.
it's kind of like just anywhere in the 180 degree slice. You notice that? Like if someone says like somebody's,
as I said, to the general left direction from my left hand or my right hand. There you go. Just as Vaush said, within that slice. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. like, I don't know, 3 o'clock to your right or whatever. Like, this person is basically tying yourself into a pretzel. Hebrew letters? Where? Where Hebrew letters? Hello, Shakespeare. Thanks for this. See you again soon. See you, Lily. Ten Shoes. I hope to see you again as well. I don't have anything with Hebrew letters right now. I don't really have anything here. If you mean my shirt, then no. It says regular, boring letters. But I could show the... Wait, I do actually have. No, wait, I do. Never mind. I'm gonna... I actually do have stuff with... I do have some Hebrew letters here. In the view of the game, when you are looking at something in your site, I see Hebrew letters, I think... Oh, possibly, yeah. They do sort of look like it, yeah. It's possible. Let me make it bigger. It might very well be stylized as... Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah. I think you're right. Although the X here does not the X here does not seem like any Hebrew letter. The Drakengard targeting runes, maybe. Right. But I do have here... what is this? I apologize. Oh my god. Okay, that's a whole other thing from my meeting about Jewish culture. I'm not gonna show you the photo of a pogrom. This is a Hidush. We're taking a short break. I'm not sure if I've showed this to Shakespeare. This is a Hidush. It's the Polish Jewish magazine. And this was a super LGBT issue of the magazine, which basically said that according to the LGBT lens, rabbis have concluded that Abraham was pretty gay. So this is it. And this issue of the Polish Jewish magazine actually has a story about a trans girl. And I really like... There's this nice story that I want to find and sort of quote to you, or rather read and translate. I think it's here. There's nice trans story. I'm not sure if it's in this. There we go. There we go. This is it. I'm gonna read this to you. This is this is the Polish Jewish magazine. A real story about. Oh, that's awesome. Hidush sounds awesome. I have a short graphic novel where it's really short that might interest you, I think, but could be wrong. It's about Polish LGBT Jew during World War II. Okay, listen to this. A real story of a nice Jewish boy that enters at the Church of Scientology and leaves the church after 12 years to become the lovely woman that she is today. See? A real story about a young Jewish boy who was able to be the lovely woman that she is today. And there's even an illustration. It's a really, I like this a lot. This is a really progressive magazine. They even wrote here about and I think Shakespeare is probably familiar with this, like, because it's a thing that was done in the US, a project to translate, to sort of, I think it's Sidur, yeah. I think it's a Sidur that is rephrased in a way to be user-friendly for non-binary people. Yeah, it's a big project online, the LGBT-friendly Sidur, with in particular aimed towards non-binary people. And of course, I've got the workbooks here for Hebrew. I've got this. Okay, we've taken a short break to get a little bit into the Jewish culture, which, by the way, I'll be going to the university tomorrow to get more info on actually becoming a Jewish history expert, official credentials. Let's go back to debate, because we are here for the debate and nothing else.
He's behind you. They can just be a little bit behind you. They can be like kind of right here, but that's more right than it is behind. Isn't that odd?
Do you think that like contradictions can be true?
In language? Absolutely. Well, 100%.
Like if
yeah.
somebody identified as an atheist and also identified as a Muslim, would you see that as a contradiction?
No, it's absolutely not. You can have atheist Jewish people. You have literally atheist rabbis. So no, it's actually not a contradiction. That sounds amazing. I think I mentioned to you Queer Washiva that is publishing its work by LGBTQ plus rabbis. Yeah. Which I would love to get acquainted with, by the way. I would love to get acquainted with that Shakespeare. Oh boy, language games, my favorite argument. But yeah, Shakespeare will, I think, what's the word? Shakespeare will, oh my god, I'm losing the ability to speak English in real time. Confirm. I think Shakespeare will confirm that there are, in fact, atheist rabbis. I mean, there are millions of atheist Muslims. Yeah, probably, yeah. Because, like, by law, in a bunch of countries, you have to be Muslim. Yeah, but I'm, like, there are also cases where that's not even the case. Case in point, the atheist rabbis, right?
contradiction?
Yeah, and those people literally exist. That's literally a thing.
Wait, no, that's not
Yeah.
my question. Is that a contradiction as being atheist and Muslim at the same time?
It's not a logical contradiction. It's a semantic.
It's not a logical contradiction to be an
No. No, it's not. It literally isn't. One can literally be Muslim and treat being Muslim as an intellectual pursuit and be atheist. There is no contradiction. Literally none.
atheist and a Muslim at the same time.
No, it's a semantic contradiction, but people use those in literature all the time. For example, a person is happy and sad. That's pretty common, right? Like those are considered contrary emotions.
Yeah, there are atheist rabbis. The founder of Zionism was a Jewish atheist. Most Jewish people in Israel are non-religious. There's a non-religious movement called Humanist Judaism too. Yeah, of course. And there is no contradiction there, I'm an atheist and I want to go through an official conversion, because to me Judaism just means something else, if that makes sense. So yeah, of course there is no contradiction there. Yeah.
Atheistic Jews probably outnumber religious Jews in the
There you go. There you have it.
United States. A lot of Jews really don't go for the religion stuff that much, but they're considered Jewish by like everyone, including themselves.
So I think the confusion is like the refer.
And there are literally Jewish people that actually do. Yeah, thank you, Shakespeare. Like there are Jewish people that do go for the religious stuff, but they are atheist. Like I've met them in real life during the Shabbat. They said, I come here, I partake in the prayer, I do everything, but I don't really believe that it's all true, but I partake in it because it's part of the experience of the community, which I really enjoy. And I think there is no contradiction there.
When we refer to a Muslim, we are referring to somebody who believes in God. And when we're referring to an atheist, we're referring to somebody who lacks a belief in God. And these two things can't be true at the same time. You can't
I didn't come up with those
have a
Exactly. Just because you refer to a Muslim as that, it doesn't make it true, to borrow your own lexicon once again.
belief in something. It's either or.
Wait, I didn't agree to those definitions. I don't know what a Muslim is. That's a complicated question.
You don't agree. You don't agree that atheists lack a belief in God and Muslims believe in a God?
Atheist lacking a belief in a God. I guess it would depend on what you mean by God exactly. Because there are definitely like people who are considered atheists who are kind of spiritually leaning or have metaphysical beliefs that might overlap with what I would consider to be like religious. As for Muslim, though, good.
Also, there are atheists who are just agnostic. There we go.
Finding that out. Is the Saudi royal family Muslim? Because according to your like Shias and Sunnis, all of the
my thing
hadiths
about
they follow.
contradictions, though, like take your typical atheist who just believes that there's nothing out there. And
Also, I don't even know how this works well with like Shinto. It doesn't. Like Japanese people are also a good example of people that partake in the religious stuff without really believing in any of it. Right? Shinto, and which is mixed also with Buddhism while we are at it. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the best God to have, honestly. But you've made me hungry now. Tomorrow, I think I will take, because I'm gonna meet my mom tomorrow morning. We're gonna go to the university and a few other things. I have to think. I just started having ideas about food. Okay, let's continue.
besides, like,
Oh yeah. It's weird. Sometimes people even believe in things that originate from that stuff, but If you ask them if they're religious, they're saying they're not. Yeah, of course. I don't see a contradiction there either, by the way. Yeah. Like, it can get pretty complicated once you start dissecting it, but I don't think there's a contradiction there either. Hello, John Smith. I think I've seen you here before. Great stream. Found you through President Sunday, I think. I think so. I am, after all, President Sunday's #1 orbiter. If you know, look at the books, look at the shelves. Obviously, I'm the President Sunday #1 orbiter. And I invite you to do two things. I invite you to come to the page here. And I also invite you to come to tomorrow's stream. We're going to play FF16. And on Friday, we're having a huge panel. Well, I'm not sure about the huge part, but we're having a panel about affirmative action. What's even the point of this argument? Trans people are contradictory, therefore we need to remove their civil rights? I mean, I guess that would be this person's argument. Yeah. Amazing.
Humans.
Well, what about people like?
Do you believe that they? Do you think it's a contradiction
what
if
about-
somebody says that they lack a belief in God and at the same time they hold a belief in God? Clearly, that's a logical contradiction.
What about people like Elon Musk and the idiots who care for him, who are oftentimes atheists, but they believe that we live in a simulation that's being controlled by a higher intelligence, like a computer or an alien race?
There you go. What a weird belief to hold, by the way. Another thing that is this argument here is based on Western Christian idea of what a religion is. Judaism and others don't fit that Western Europeans have determined a religion is. Yeah, that's a whole thing. We even talked about this a little bit. We even talked about this a little bit when we had our discussion, which I will remind you that we still need to continue our talk about the Mexican War for Independence. We owe it to fake Alec Kyle Parker in particular, but we also owe it to our souls to know this history. Well, okay, that's technically incorrect because you already know it, but I don't know it. So I deserve to learn it from you. It's true. As I'm extremely ignorant on Mexican history. And the more I learn, the more I am eager to learn because it's actually extremely interesting. Okay, let's go back to the debate. Let's dial it back to the debate.
Isn't that kind of like believing in a god despite not adhering to any sort of metaphysical or religious?
Not what I would.
Oh wait, a comment. Chibas, she's the type to fearfully take out a house, fly with a grenade, or buy a new car if her first one ran out of fuel. True. You mean you don't?
No, wait. I want to know. If somebody believes that they believe that, or if somebody believes that they're in a reality where everything's a simulation controlled by a higher intelligence, some kind of machine entity or whatever, would you say that's a kind of religion, or is that a scientific speculation? Because I'm pretty sure people like Neil deGrasse Tyson have also made claims to that effect.
I think the way that gods are usually.
I think it effectively becomes sort of like a religious. It depends. It honestly depends on how you approach it, I think. Like, you could very well, under a certain lens, consider Judaism to be a very scientific endeavor. So it really depends. A philosophical endeavor.
Find in the literature I've read is some all-powerful, all-knowing deity that is outside of space and time.
That seems like it kind of fits the definition.
So if that fits, then so be it. But I think we're getting a little bit off topic.
Not at all. This is, in fact, the exact topic that we're on. You'll never be able to find clear definitions for any of these. The most you can do is make an argument. Here's why I think these things are contradictory. But you can't arrive at an empirical
No, it's
answer because
objectively Okay, so now that I gave you my definition of God, do you think that an atheistic Muslim is a contradiction?
Nope.
Both hold a belief in what.
Nope, because I think that a Muslim can be someone that just practices the things without believing in them. There we go. Easy. Easy as pie. Easiest thing in the world. It is so easy that I have to sip some water. It's so easy. This is how. I mean, how does that work with polytheism? Are those like not religions? Well, you know.
Mentioned, and can you lack a belief in what I just mentioned? Clearly, that's a contradiction.
I mean, considering the fact that we're talking about the metaphysical, people's minds can be changed on a day-to-day basis depending on their personal experiences. In terms of like an aggregate,
I'm
or what
not
they
talking about
broadly
changing
believe,
minds over a period of time. I'm talking about at this moment in time. Can you hold these two beliefs simultaneously?
If your definition of Muslim involves not being an atheist, then no, you couldn't be both.
Okay, perfect.
But what
so
if being a Muslim
these
didn't
social,
involve...
Hold on. But these social constructs that you call it social constructs can have logical contradictions.
Yeah, but there's no contradiction
Before
with the
you
Muslim
said
atheist.
they couldn't. So now we
No,
can
well,
agree
no.
I have decided that a Muslim is this, therefore if you don't fit it, you're making a logical contradiction. Is basically what happened here.
I said there's a difference between a logical and a semantic contradiction because I know Muslim atheists, like personally. Because they're culturally Muslim. Hey, I put up a Christmas tree. Why do I do that? I don't believe in Jesus Christ.
Maybe you just like the tree.
Well, why do I do that's a very
that you need to do that to be a Christian.
That's a very arbitrary thing for me to have gotten into,
yeah.
considering a total lack of religious belief on my part. And all the Jewish people. Like Bernie Sanders. Does Bernie Sanders even actively practice Judaism? But everybody calls him Jewish, right? Like I know plenty of Jewish people who are culturally Jewish and know rabbis and stuff, but who don't personally care about or practice anything concerning Judaism.
Okay.
This may be
nothing to do with the idea.
Wait, no, are they Jewish?
Well, mileage with the practicing will vary depending on how much people will want to be in touch with the culture, etc. But yeah, the point stands.
I don't know what.
Although we are entering a whole different topic of. Oh my God! If I could find that quote that I sort of wrote down in a notebook, because this hits upon. Of course, the topic has nothing to do with the debate, but I sort of still really want to bring this up, even though it has nothing to do with the debate, because this is how I am. Oh my God, the notebook. Do I have it here, please? I beg that I have this here. No, it's not it. If I could find that notebook where I've just written down the thing. This is like a really cool thing that I've written down about this exact topic, but from the perspective of Jewishness. So if I can find it in a few minutes, then I'll read it. But if I cannot find it, then we'll just move on. If I can't find it soon, we're just gonna move on. I should label these notebooks. Nope. Oh, wait. I think I found it. I found it. Oh my god. Here you go. I'm gonna read you something, okay? I'm gonna read you a little bit of a thing. In this introduction to the collaborative history, The Jews in Reborn Poland, published in 1932 and 1933, Oziasz Thon, rabbi of the temple in Kraków and chairman of the Jewish Parliamentary Club in the Sejm, the Polish parliament, asked, "What is the role of Polish Jewry today? What is its mission?" He continued. Both quantitatively and qualitatively, its mission, which it will soon take up, is to assume the leadership of world Jewry. This was a task which he believed it alone was capable of undertaking. Given the spiritual and material devastation of Soviet Jewry and the lack of freedom in which it lived, and the loss by American Jewry under the pressure of assimilation of its specific Jewish character. Polish Jewry possessed the genuine character of Russian Jewry, but also, according to Thon, lived in the freedom enjoyed by American Jews. He foresaw a splendid future for the Jews of Poland. It might seem unrelated to what I've been just talking about, but it sort of also is. Okay, let's continue with the debate. Let's continue with the debate. Now that I've given you this fragment that I've been hopelessly looking for a long time now. No. It's basically what this fragment is saying, that Russian Jewish people were super oppressed and US Jewish people were free, but also sort of still pressured into assimilating into broader American thing. You know? And the thing was that in Poland, it was considered the best of both worlds. Jewish people were not really forced to assimilate into a broader thing, and were also free at the same time. You know? They were free, but didn't have to assimilate, and didn't have suffered the oppression of Russia, was basically the argument. Which I will say that the degree in which Jewish people sort of participate in certain things that are traditionally Jewish also are connected with the assimilation thing. If that makes sense.
I haven't looked into Judaism enough to know what you need to believe to be Jewish. I can probably only speak to Islam and Christianity.
You acknowledge that, like, by
there is not a thing that you need to believe to be Jewish. That is just. Oh my god. Okay. The thing that you need to believe to be Jewish. Okay.
You are or aren't a Christian, it would be like you would be arguing like different lines for what it means to be Christian throughout like the time, right? Like you might argue right after the split with the Anglican Church that like, oh, well, you aren't really a Christian unless you're Catholic. And then it's, oh, well, you're not really
Some people
Christian.
may define it that way.
If different people can define something like that in different
I
ways.
asked them, when you
True, some people, well said, some people.
say Christian, who are you referring to? When you say man, who are you referring to? What are you referring to? What phenomena are you referring to? That's the questions I ask.
But if the answers are contingent upon people's personal biases and experiences, then what you're talking about is definitionally a social bias. It's a social construct.
Well, I never denied that all words are socially constructed.
Well, if all words are socially constructed and we agree on that,
Obviously, because who made words besides humans?
then we have
the
to
concepts exist mind independent within reality.
Christianity.
I'm talking about concepts in general.
Well,
no, that's not even true. So apparently this lady subscribes to a lot of the arguments that a guy named Dr. Bogardes, which Vaush debated before on MDD, Sunday happens to be covering that debate, which instantly is the guy she reminded me of. Wait, President Sunday is covering that debate right now? Are you saying that we are literally in the middle? Are you saying that we are in the midst of doing a collab with President Sunday? President Sunday covering the debate from before and me covering the debate from the now? The things linking in a beautiful union of an ongoing series. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, considering that I'm the orbiter. Nice. He's the adult human female guy. Oh my god. The problem is that they're all adult human female guys. So the problem is that they're all the same.
Well, yeah, but concepts can also be socially constructed. Christianity is socially constructed in a literal sense that we made it.
Fine. Yeah, so social constructs can still exist within reality, though. Like, that's what I was showing, and you seem to agree because you believe social constructs can have logical contradictions. The same.
Social construct is not when it doesn't exist in real.
True for transgenderism.
Well, anything can have a logical.
Oh, that's a red flag for me. The biggest red flag for me is when a person actually unironically uses the term transgenderism. That is a choice. That is a choice to use that term, transgenderism. You get out of here with your cisgenderism. I'm sorry, I used a slur. I apologize. I like that VGG caught onto it too. Where? Where is it? Where did the...
Fiction if there are mutually exclusive terms. However,
yeah.
The problem is once you deal with how these terms are used in real life, you realize that very rarely there are logical contradictions. More often, there are semantic ones, where you can have Muslim atheists, you can have Christian atheists. There are plenty of them. You can have people whose values seem contradictory, but then you look a little closer and realize that things are just a lot more complicated.
We can have dark atheists even, and even that's not a contradiction. Even a dark atheist is not a contradiction, if you can believe such a thing.
Than you thought. You can have countries that are socially conservative relative to us, but have third genders that are legally recognized because their tradition for such goes back centuries. You will never, this is the logical positivism thing, right? The scientific positivism. These are not questions that can be answered with well, can you logically prove that you're an American? Can you logically prove that you're a man? Can you logically this, logically that? This is why I say, like, you kill English language, because what you don't realize in a quest to ostracize the transgenders or whatever is that the standards you're applying.
You actually can. You actually can logically say that you are an American. Observe. I'm not an American. Let's say Polish Jewish. Okay? It applies. I can logically say that I'm a Polish Jewish person. I'm a logical person, and I also am Polish Jewish. Therefore, I can make a logical statement that I am the thing. There we go. I have solved this millennium puzzle. And I've done a Yu-Gi-Oh thing while I did it.
Would over everyone, including yourself. None of us benefit from this. It's like, especially the trad types.
I benefit from it.
Types where it's like, oh, Western hegemony, civilization, return. But you go and read Shakespeare or whatever, every other line from Shakespeare is like a metaphor or an allegory that,
for being gay,
in its proper meaning, unveils contradictions that you have to accept and reconcile, rather than to look at that and go, well, that can't be right.
You should accept contradictions ever. If there's ever a logical contradiction on something, you should reevaluate.
No. Logical contradictions are not the same as just any kind of contradiction. If a person said they were they're
Ouch. Oh my God.
They're not. If a person says, no, have you read a book? If a person says, I
promise you
I was happy.
I doubt it.
No, nobody would. Literally nobody. If you said, if I'm reading a text and the text includes a contradiction, as in a character believes two things, or the book states two things, like, I don't know, some Life of Pi shit, like, if I read that, is that like a mistake? No.
Okay, let me give you an example. Life of Pi, that's a good example. I personally have never read that book. I've only seen the movie.
Oh, what a shocker.
Do you think it's possible for somebody to have both read the book and to have not read the book simultaneously?
No. You see, you still don't understand the meanings of contradiction.
No, because that would be a logical contradiction.
You still. So what I just said was, not all contradictions are logical contradictions. Here is a contradiction that is not a logical.
There. Jesus Christ.
Contradiction, okay? He was both happy to see her leave, but deeply sad. That is a contradiction in a narrative sense, because it identifies distinct emotional experiences that are typically understood to contradict one another.
That presupposes that happy and sad are mutually exclusive, which I don't believe.
That's because a human emotional... what two human emotional experiences are mutually exclusive?
So, yeah, like the reading book thing. You can either have read The Life of Pi or you haven't. And this exists for everybody on planet Earth. Everybody on planet Earth has either read this or they haven't.
What two human emotional experiences are...
I never said... I'm not going to speak on qualia, because qualia and like phenomenological experiences are a little bit more complex.
Wait, real? So wait, so...
No,
that's what we're talking about. No, stop. At no point... No. We're...
Jesus Christ. This person just...
talking about qualia. What it means to be a man is qualia.
That's not qualia, because you have no evidence to prove that there's such thing as a man brain.
I'm sorry. I'm not talking about man brain. I'm talking about qualia in the sense of accumulated human experience. Wait, what does that have to do with man brain?
Do you think there's just... Okay, perfect. Do you think there's a such thing as feeling like a man?
Yeah, absolutely. And people do this all the time.
What feeling do all men share?
No, that's not how it works. No feeling.
Yes, it is. That's a property.
Wait, I'm sorry. Feeling like an American. What property do all Americans share?
I never accepted
No,
that there
no,
was
no,
a
no, no.
feeling
See,
against my
so
friend.
wait, explain. So how does this work? Give me any example where a person
wait,
could
hold on,
say
hold on.
feeling.
If
No,
you're
no,
saying
no.
that
Wow,
gender, hold
I'm
on.
feeling like a whore. Well, what emotional experience do all whores share? Wow, okay, I'm feeling like such a servant in this house. What emotional experience do all servants share? You realize what you're saying doesn't make any sense, right?
If
Like this
there's
just isn't
hold
how it
on,
works.
is there a such thing
Yes.
as feeling like a man? And if there is a such thing as feeling like a man, then necessarily all men that are real men must have this feeling. And what is
Okay,
that?
can you explain? So wait, can you explain to
No,
me any?
explain.
No,
No,
no, no, no,
explain.
no, no.
You
So
claim that
what? Hold on,
gender
wait.
was equal.
I
Yes,
have
explain.
proceeded this far, assuming you are merely ignorant, but I have to expect you're actually acting in bad faith if you don't realize that what you're asking right now is insane. Not insane is
You
that it's
claimed
difficult.
it.
No, no, no. Not insane is that it's difficult for me to prove or whatever. It's
Jesus. Also, there is one feeling that all men share. It's a feeling of being a miserable little pile of secrets, of course. Here we go. That's the feeling that all men share.
insane in the sense that it reveals so much about
if they want to be real man.
Can you explain to me, is the sentence, she feels like a whore, a logically contradictory sentence?
I never claimed that.
Okay, so
Because
wait, no, just answer yes. No, no. We are not letting you walk away from this. I have been remarkably no.
Let me answer.
It's yes or no.
order to
It's yes
answer-
or no. You just
you
said
have to-
no. It's
hold
not
on.
contradictory.
In order to answer the question, you need to ask for clarification. You have to say, well, what do you mean by that? Right? And based on that like response, then you can answer.
Okay,
if it
hold
is
on.
logical
If you're reading a book where somebody says, "Wow, I feel like a whore," would you like with no further clarification? Would you sneer at that and go, "Oh, wow, what one experience do all whores have?"
Well, it just seems that it would be
There you go.
colloquially what they're saying, but
Colloquially?
logically it'd be false.
How so?
Because I don't think any of us can point to one.
What? What? It would be. Oh yeah, what you're feeling right now? Yeah, that's false. Those feelings you have, that they're false. They're false.
Feeling that all
Okay.
whores experience. Just the same way, I don't think when you claim gender has to do with your
So-
feelings.
I don't understand where these people learn whatever it is they learn about philosophy or logic. Like they don't even know how it works. Yeah. I mean, you assume they learn. That's the thing. Feeling angry? Wrong. Like the Trump. Wrong.
This is a
Wait, hold on, hold
wait,
on.
no,
Wait,
no,
can
wait.
you please
You
answer-
answered, and I have to answer now.
I answered your
I have
question.
no.
Can I please ask one?
You answered. No, because we're not done.
I didn't.
No, I have answered and followed this entire idiotic roller coaster ride of
True.
provided for me, and we now have to hold you to this specifically. So you are telling me that if a person said, "I feel like a whore," without further clarification, your presumption would be that they are committing a logical error because your assumption is that they're
That's not
making
what
the
I
claim.
said. I said colloquially, likely what they're referring to is probably feelings of like sexual deviance or whatnot.
Why? Not all
that
whores
probably
feel
is what
that
they're
way.
referring to. Now, if they were to say that all whores share this feeling, I'm gonna
Nobody
say,
says that.
This is interesting that in her mind, sex work is equal to sexual deviancy. That revealed to us actually much more than we needed to know. Interesting. Feeling of sexual deviancy, huh?
Nobody
I don't
has
think-
said that.
Well, you said that man is a man, as in the gender, is a feeling people have. So what is that feeling? Describe it.
No, I didn't. Wait, I did not
Yes, you
say that.
did
I have
say
not
that.
said the word feeling at any point.
I
So
asked
we're
you,
not
you said
moving
that.
away from that. We're not moving away from this line, okay? So if somebody said,
Yes, you
I
did
feel
say
I
that.
feel like a whore, your assumption in a colloquial sense would not be, oh, they think that there's a shared experience that every single whore's had, whatever. You would
Yeah.
think that they're referring broadly to a set of traits we associate with whores. Like they feel like they've been put upon, or that they're being slutty, or that they're being sexually exploited, or something
Yeah,
like that.
that's probably what I'd colloquially recognize that
Okay.
they're referring to
Right.
when they say that. And then I
So-
would ask them,
Why would
like
you
if
ask
it
that?
was if it was a debate setting like this, I'd be like, you recognize that this is not a universal.
Why would
therefore
you
can
ask
attribute
that? That's
concept.
no, that's so autistic. No human I'm giving you advice. No human ever will ever say, I feel like a duh. And what they're doing is saying that there is a shared emotional experience for every single member of that group. Like, that has
Okay,
never
then
happened in human
that,
history.
That proves that not all trans men are men.
No, it
'Cause we
doesn't.
have
No,
what
and no,
property-
stop. You're so out of your depth. So your understanding of this, like, this is not how people talk.
I mean, that is true. She is. Why would you ask that? I mean, why would you ask that? Come on.
Your understanding of language is deficient. Now, all I'm saying is that the saying a person, I feel like a whore, they're colloquially referring to a set of shared experiences and understandings. Ones that not everyone might get, by the way, because not everyone might understand what it means to be a whore. They might not have an expectation. So when a person says, I feel like a man, which, to be fair, this is something everyone says. Cisgender people, trans people, men, women, all of them at some point have said,
because
like,
it has a different referent. They're not literally saying they refer. They're
well, it's almost like the language game is complicated. They say, I feel like a man.
I never said it wasn't. What they're saying is that they probably feel masculine, but you even acknowledge that there is non-masculine men out there.
No,
there are
not
masculine trans men out there.
Not just feeling masculine. What about, for example, what about a
That's generally what people mean when they say they feel like a man. They feel masculine.
that is often a part of it, but it's not always about feeling masculine. Sometimes it's about feeling put upon in a way that refers to, like, for instance, I think I've said, like, I feel like a woman after I've been talked over a couple of times, like in a given social setting. I don't think it's feminine to be talked over. What I'm referring to is a kind
of an experience that
understanding of, like, an experience.
Yeah.
Not every woman has been talked over. I mean,
Wouldn't that still be a feminine social role, though, to be submissive on people when people are talking?
Okay, all right. So if we're opening up, I feel like a man, I feel like a woman.
And I want to clarify that this is still off topic. I'm just pointing out that there is no such thing as a universal feeling that all men have.
I've never said there is. The only thing that all men have is that they identify as men.
Okay, now let's get back on topic then. What do all men have in common?
Being men.
Which is what?
What do all whores have in common?
Wait, answer my question.
What do all whores have? No, answer. What do all whores have in common?
Oh, answer my question.
What do all whores have in common?
I asked first.
But I've answered this like a million times, and you have
No,
failed
you
to.
haven't
No.
without being
I have presented so many contrary examples.
That's true. That is true.
You haven't done it with American. You haven't done it with chairs. You haven't done it with now
I did.
whores.
I gave a response to the chair thing.
No, you have not given a response that helps me understand how this is any different. Now, I want to know, with whores, what shared common trait is there to whores?
I don't think this is relevant to the proposition.
Then it should be
I'm
a quick
sure
answer.
there's some definition out there that I do not know.
Then just an answer. What's the shared experience?
I don't think there's a shared experience, mind you.
Shared what then?
Probably
Emotional
a shared
state?
Concept. But what does this have to do?
I almost won.
What do all whores have in common?
Almost won.
What do all Americans have in
I'm
common?
not sure what people are referring to when they refer to somebody.
So
that is
remember how many times I've said now you're desperately trying to apply a standard to gender that no other term can hold up to? What do all Americans have in common?
Well, there are still some necessary and sufficient conditions for being anything.
What do all Americans have? Then this should be an easy answer then. You're American. You seem to have no accent, at least relative to me. So you should know. You've been in America.
Okay, I'll say at the very least, in order to be an American, you must know what America is.
You must know what America is?
Yeah, that's.
What does that mean?
That's one necessary condition. Now,
What does that mean to know what America is? What's a winner? A winner is someone who's like me. What does that mean to know what America is? America is a totally different thing to many different people, so that's stupid.
They disagree.
You believe somebody can be American without ever knowing what America is.
Yeah, I think if I went back in time, like really far back, and I found some dude under Mansa Musa who was like this big freedom guy who's like, here are my wares, hey, for you a deal, that, I think I could go up to that guy and go, dude, this guy's American. Hell yeah, brother. For sure, 100%.
I don't think they would be just because they talk a certain way, but that gets off topic because you did say an American is somebody who identifies as an American.
Oh, that's one part of it, sure. But keep in mind that a lot of people never actually identify as a gender. They just accept what's given to them. I think that social ascriptions can also refer a kind of a kind of utility, especially in the absence of understanding of a concept. So, for example, our understanding of what it means to be a man or a woman would not have existed 10,000 years ago, not even remotely. But we could still
But
go
men and
back in
women
time.
did exist 1,000 years
Males
ago.
and
Even under
males and
men
females
and
did,
women did
but
too.
their understanding of men and women was super different from ours. What it
I'm
meant to be a
going
man,
off what you understand them to be now.
off of what we understand to be now, a man today, they didn't have cowboy hats 10,000 years ago.
Do you
True.
think to be a man has something to do with the cowboy hat?
Have you ever been to Texas? Yeah, there are people who certainly feel that way, 100%.
I'm going off what what you're referring to when you say men, not how other people are referring to
Their men were different from ours, but we could still go back in time and point to somebody who's really masculine and manly by our standards today and go like, yeah, that's a man, you know? Hell, we can do this with animals. We do this with non-humans all the time. We assign masculine and feminine ascriptions to animals, buildings,
robots.
vehicles. We've done it to aliens, fantasy races, demons, and gods in our media. We clearly have no issue transcribing what it means to be a man onto things that have nothing to do with men or even biological humanity.
But you do realize, in the context of this discussion, when the majority of trans activists refer to men and women and refer to trans men and trans women, they're referring to human people because
human people
rights or human rights or something.
Well,
like
we are human, sure, but there are trans non-humans, sure.
Like?
Well, there are literally like animals that change sex and gender. There are lionesses or
Oh, excuse me. I thought being a man was identifying as a man, being a woman was identifying as. I did not know non-humans had the capacity to do that.
yeah, there are primitive gender roles for some other species.
Really, and they identify as men or women, and then they adopt that gender. Non-humans
Well,
do.
considering the fact that those lionesses, which were born biologically female, responded to a deficiency of males in their environment by making the choice to start acting like male lions, and even ended up growing manes, I would say.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, hold.
Uh-oh.
Wait, no, stop, because you're about to say something really dumb. So I'm going to be really, really clear about this, okay? Given that gender is a social role, animals have social roles, like wolves and stuff, and like monkey packs. Their understandings of gender, we'll never know them because we're humans and they don't talk English. But if you're seriously about to argue that there's no social life to like these mammals, then that is like shockingly ignorant.
Well,
and I'm
no,
just
what
giving
I
you the
am
chance to
arguing-
not make that mistake.
What I am arguing is that not all lionesses have to occupy a female role to be a lioness.
Yeah, but how?
Just like
Wait,
not all men
neither
have to adopt, not all men have to adopt this set of associates with the male category to be a man.
I never said. I said they have to identify as the category, not the traits within it. How would we know what category a lioness ascribes to?
And I think this would also.
No, you still don't
contradict the animal.
understand the difference. The traits that we're referring to with the lioness example are the ascribed social traits and expectations with being a man, not the identification. How do we know what an animal identifies as?
They don't, as far as we understand it.
No, but there are male and female animals in social roles that adopt the mannerisms of
I don't
the
think
other sex.
mannerisms, they're biological instincts. Sure, those exist pretty ubiquitously.
Wait, we have biological instincts.
But yeah, and that's what I was saying. But I think with humans, at least the way I've heard most trans inclusive people and genders describe it, is that exists as a result of complex social interaction. And I think this exists in the definition you gave too, with all the social roles, expectations we associate with males. This is something that I think uniquely our species has done to a very high level.
Yeah, and I think on a very primitive level, there are some other species that have... By the way, what I'm saying is objectively correct. This isn't a social thing. We know for a fact that there are animals that have like social lives with other members of their own species, where they will make the choice to act in ways that contradict what you would expect for their sex.
Yeah, that doesn't make them transgender.
Well, I
just
think
because
that
they occupy
I think
a
that
different role.
when we call them transgender, it's kind of like when we say animals are homosexual for choosing male partners. In reality, we don't actually know how much of it involves like personal conscious choice. We are anthropomorphizing them or humanizing them by ascribing an element of our behavior onto them. When they, like there was those two gay penguins or whatever, like we don't know that the penguins are gay. We know that they formed like a life bond or something, but we don't know. But when we say like, oh, the gay penguins, we're basically just kind of going, okay, well, it's kind of like that. Same with the trans thing.
I don't think it's even kind of like that. Do you agree that men can oftentimes and do occupy feminine social roles and that has nothing to do with their identity as a man?
I can't. I don't know how many times I can repeat this.
Well, you
It's
said it's similar.
it's
I don't
about
think
we
it's similar.
can't know what an animal identifies as because they literally can't talk. It's a meaningless trait to ascribe. We only
True.
see their behavior. Especially considering the fact that the female lionesses seem to physically transition by growing a mane, which I don't even know how the biology on that works, but it's pretty impressive. Like again, with the concept of trans and gender identification don't work on animals because we literally can't ask them what their identity
No,
is.
I agree. That's what I was trying to say. Is I don't think it applies to non-human beings, but you seem to.
I think that the broader trend of acting in behaviors that contradict
Giggle, so that the biological.
like in a sex-based way
Yeah.
expected to do, and even physical transition are present.
What a shocker.
But obviously, they don't literally have like social identifiers the way we do.
Yeah.
But they can
So
be
I'm
gay,
not sure why
clearly.
that was even brought up because we can both agree that clearly this is a uniquely human social construct under your view.
Well, no, because it happens to non-humans in media.
He's giving gigglers a
Oh,
bad
so you want
name.
fictional
True.
characters?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So when you say, I noticed you brought up this
She's
issue in
snickering,
debates,
not
like,
giggling.
oh, if we refer to fictional characters as men and women, that proves men and women are not just for human beings.
It is kind of strange that people will argue that a woman is an adult human female, and then they will have no trouble identifying elves, dwarves, AI, or any other number of fictional characters as women, unambiguously, with absolutely no sense of irony. It is kind of confusing, yeah.
So do you think that, I think firstly, most trans inclusive activists would agree that a trans girl and a trans woman are, human being terms. But the objection with, well, in media, there's other women and men, therefore a woman and man is not a uniquely adult concept. I mean,
No, it's not a
just
uniquely human concept. They
a
literally
uniquely
refer
human
to
concept, excuse me. So I think that in this context, we're using the term man and woman to convey that which looks like a woman. We all understand that they are not actually men and women, and this can be seen in an example like a stone lion. We may call a stone lion a lion, like, hey, look at that lion over there, but that doesn't change the fact that lion is is based on taxonomy. It's not based on what you look like.
Oh, that is an interesting point. Maybe a lion is more than a specific species of animal. Was Alexander the Great not a lion in his own right?
I think I'm referring to like the lion as an animal here.
Well, if you said biological lion, then no, Alexander the Great was not a biological lion. But was he a lion?
I don't really know enough about him, but like, do you take a stone lion, like a statue of a lion? Do you think that is a real lion?
I think it's a lion. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, it's not a biological lion, but yeah, it's a lion right there. Like if you picture a painting of.
Oh my God, she's.
Like, well, no, it's like paint arranged like a man. No, it's a man. Like, I wouldn't say it's a biological, physical human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2-minute warning before we have to go into the Q&A.
Oh, good Lord. And they, by the way, people refer to like fictional characters as women, even if they don't even look like women. GLaDOS from Portal, Shodan from System Shock. There are myriad examples of like people effortlessly ascribing man and woman, terms that are ostensibly human and biological, anywhere they choose to, as long as the vibe is right. And that's what it is, a vibe. GLaDOS is a robot, right? We refer to boats as she, I don't like the idea of like we've had millennia of people playing with sex and gender as descriptive and metaphorical terms and analogies. And then like it's like, well, no, now that trans people have any kind of public visibility, we have to pretend that in reality we've all adhered to this like nonsensical standard of medical taxonomy.
So if I could respond to the objection that just because we refer to fictional characters as men and women, that proves that man and women are not terms just for human beings. I think it just has the same way we use fool's gold and real gold. Like if I were to show you fool's gold and real gold, you wouldn't be able to distinguish between the two because they phenotypically look the same. Such is the case. But
they know that like GLaDOS and Shodan. Wait, hold on. GLaDOS doesn't look like a.
We know.
She looks like a big robot. It's not like there's not like a trick.
I don't know who that is, but if we have fool's gold and real gold, the intrinsic properties are different. Such is the case with the intrinsic properties of a mythological character is different from what we consider man and woman. We just use it to refer to who looks like a man and woman.
But GLaDOS looks like a big robot.
I don't know who that is, once again.
Everyone calls GLaDOS a woman.
So, okay, take something like this. Can I screen share really quick so we have...
This is This is actually a great time to go into the Q&A because we have gone over that 2-minute warning. We do have a lot of questions. So this may come back up where if you want to do a screen share even during the Q&A, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But I do want to get to these because
I'm almost beating the boss. I have to just avoid the damage better.
So this one first, want to do a couple housekeeping
Here,
type
I'm
things.
gonna use the restroom, so ask Vaush his question first.
Deal. Folks, if you have not yet, please do hit that like. I always enjoy YouTubers' opinions of this. Vaush, do you think that hitting the like really makes a difference in terms of whether
Yes,
a video is
it
recommended
does.
more or ranks more highly for a
It
while?
actually does, yeah.
Or do you think it's actually just like, nah, I don't know.
Oh
if it
no,
makes a difference?
unquestionably. I think that it's morally wrong to not like
Yes.
debate stream.
It's morally wrong to not like this
But yeah, I
stream.
really do. I think it really makes a difference. I've noticed with shorts, it's more clear to me. The more shorts, the more.
It's true. Please,
proportion of
please
likes
watch the stream and please like the stream.
it will get way more future views. I've noticed that where I'm like, ooh, that one got a lot of likes right away, right out of the gate. And I notice I'm like, oh, that got a lot more views, which makes me think that likes are
Maybe we'll get a raid.
long form content too. They are indicative of whether or not YouTube is going to show it to more people. With that, we're going to jump into the Q&A. So thanks for your likes though, for real guys. Supreme Emperor Kiza says, a piece of furniture. Let me just make sure this is for you, Vaush. Otherwise, some of these. Oh, Sanvi's back. Perfect. So they say a piece of furniture for one person to sit on with a back, a seat, and 4 legs. This is the definition of a chair from Oxford Dictionary. It isn't that hard. I think this is for you, Vaush.
There are absolutely chairs without a back, without arms, with more or less than 4
legs. Yeah.
You don't believe that? Think for a second. I know you're reflecting.
Think, Mark. Think.
Oh, these communists. Their specific definitions.
Think, Mark. I'm convinced this part was just James, like, stuck into Vaush and couldn't think of anything true. Or it was a smart way to ask people to like the stream. It was a creative way to ask people to like the thing.
No, please, I beg of you, think for a second. Do you really think you've never seen a chair with more or less than 4 legs? Or without or with a back? What about with a shorter back or a higher back? How high does the back have to be before it stops being a stool? Without arms? You know it's more complicated than that. In reality, all of life is. Trans people have just broken the door open to your understanding. Choose to grow from this experience.
True.
This one coming in from, do appreciate
Grow and become better.
Ollie the third says, don't pull any punches, Sanvi. And that reminds me, folks, we have put up a poll in the live chat. Now, these polls, in my opinion, aren't super meaningful because people oftentimes just vote for what they already believed in. But
I need to do better. I need to grow from this. I almost won, so that's good.
you come over to Modern Day Debate if you want to put your vote into that poll on today's debate question. Where do you stand with this? The next question is B. Smalley. Oh, we got that. Pointless Poppy says this is just an issue of whether or not we want to use pronouns to refer to someone's sex or to use common pronouns to refer to someone's.
I'm just gonna die now. I've wasted life.
Yeah, who is that directed to?
Who's that for?
I don't know. Go ahead, each of you.
Look, I'll just say
yet.
I don't think this is like difficult, right? Like let's get past all of the like death of the West whining bullshit or whatever, where you pretend that this in any way meaningfully affects your life. Everything is fine. There are no consistent systems that you can use to perfectly govern and guide people's behavior. At the end of the day, I'm just trying to lean in the direction of like kindness, equitability, and enriching human experience.
True.
I think that this is like what I say leans concretely in that direction, and I think a lot of people are just deeply insecure about their gender and sexuality and think that like the existence of trans people represents some kind of fundamental threat to the hegemony of their lives, which is weak. You're weak, and you can be stronger, and I believe in you.
True.
Sanvi, any thoughts?
The question was about pronouns, right?
They had said. Oh shoot! It reloaded on me.
Oh no, I hate it when it does that.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Sanvi? Otherwise, I'm going to go to the next one.
I think you can go to the next one. I think that might have been for him.
Deal. This one from Sunflower says Vaush.
How weak.
Majority of people reject the expansion of the word man to include trans men. Don't you need a majority to support expanding a word we all use?
No. When, for instance, black slang gets more popular, it's usually derided for years before it starts entering public use. That's not. If that was the case, then no word would ever change, because no one just comes up with like any change in the dictionary and instantly 51% of the country change it. Like, no, that's not how it works. You make a moral argument, a semantic argument for what you believe in, and if people are sensible and goodwill, then they'll join you, and if not, then they'll whine about it. But no, nothing happens instantly. The majority of Americans support trans people anyway, so I feel like in this respect, at least, I'm still sticking with the majority.
You got it. This one coming in from Von Zoom. Thanks for your support. Says, thank you, Modern Day Debate, for providing a neutral platform. We appreciate that. All credit to the speakers. They are what make this platform fun.
The majority of people.
Question for either side.
I am the majority.
Genderism reinforce feminine.
Oh my God, it's transgenderism again. The term.
Stereotypes.
Sanvi, do you want to hit it?
America is a continent. You need to know all of it. Impossible. True.
I've been answering these.
I think that one might be for you because I don't believe that gender is based off stereotypes.
I think people sometimes say like, oh, well, trans women wear these frilly pink dresses, and that's true to an extent. I think that overwhelmingly trans people open up the space for gender expression. The idea that like the existence of trans people is leading to more cisgender women having to like conform to traditional dress standards is objectively not the case. I think that in the abstract, maybe there's a conversation to be had about like what it means when people are trying to affirm their identity and like what trends they follow to do so. But I don't think that's just a trans person thing, right? The main group of people who are affirming, you know, like repressive gender stereotypes for both sides would be cis people. So it's just like that's a broad problem.
This one from Thunderstorm says anthropologists
Thunderfoot.
in race and gender.
Look, it's Thunderfoot.
Can identify male and female from the pelvis. Also, a simple chromosome test yields definitive results.
No, it does not. Nope.
First of all, I know anthropologists, and it's not true. There's way more variance in hip bone shape than people think. And chromosome tests from bone, not the most reliable process for long-term analysis. Seriously, like you've seen guys, males with wide hips and females with narrow hips. Like you know this, okay? Not everyone looks like Nicki Minaj. Second point, trans people don't care. I don't know why people operate under the delusion that trans people are like, well, if I take this pill, my hip bone. Why do you think they care? Like, I have wide hips. I'm a large person, you know? I have wide hips. And if I died, there is a non-zero chance somebody would go like, yeah, maybe female skeleton. How does this affect my life in any way? It's like the weakest attempt at a gotcha. Like, maybe you're living your life to the best, but hundreds of years after you're dead, some other guy might make a accounting error. It just, if that's what you're worried about, like you're not even living right now. You're already dead. You're a dead man. You think in terms of anthropologists. You are waiting for historians to vouch for your wretched existence. And they won't. You will not be remembered, but you can be. You just have to try harder and be better.
You got it. Steven Zavatsky, thank you. So to summarize, Vaush hates
Polish
specificity and
Polish surname Zavatsky.
It's literally just Cope. I'm just going over like very basic.
Zavatsky. Oh no.
Not just Wittgenstein, not just the crazy lefties or whatever, but like broadly, any definitional stuff will eventually start to regress if you go far enough, which is why you have to understand it as a broader striving for meaning, a process of collective referral. Because if you don't do that, like you end up selectively applying standards that just end up everybody over. It's not good.
Supreme Emperor Kiza says, how you identify doesn't mean you actually are what you claim you are. You can identify as innocent, doesn't mean you are innocent.
That's true. Some things are different things, and some things you can identify as, and some things you can't. That different things are different. That's true. It's this attack helicopter thing, right? Like, come on, advance your thinking, my friend. Okay, you are already a master of self-delusion, so I assume you believe yourself to be many things that you are not. Okay, but I bet some of those things, despite any evidence, I couldn't actually disprove you on. Do you think you're cool? Do you think you're funny? There's no way to measure that empirically. But honest to God, we really don't have a better way of giving an answer to that question than, I don't know. Do you think you are? Really? Do people think you are? Just expand your mind. Look beyond this.
Joey Had says, how does Vaush tell the difference between someone? It says the difference between someone who is lying about identity as a man versus someone who truly identifies as a man?
I don't. I don't care. It'd be like asking me like, how do you tell the difference between somebody who likes anime and who's just lying about it? I don't. This is like a Gamergate thing where it's like, the girls are lying about liking video games. They just play Animal Crossing. I don't like. This is such a non-issue in real life too. Like, there's just legions of people who are. What are they getting out of identifying as being trans? Like, what big social benefit are they raking up? Like, oh damn, dude, now like 30 states are like actively have laws targeting you, and half the country hates you, and it was all worth it for this epic meme. Like, come on. So somebody's lying about it. They'll be like, yeah, I'm he him, and then like a year later they'll be like, actually, in my mind, I was a woman. I'll be like, okay.
We got a couple for Sunday. Finally. I mean, Vaush, you certainly have a way with people.
Oh, I know.
Mr. Spencer, thanks so much. This always warms my heart. It says, James going hard on the Just for Men. Thank you. My camera's not good enough. I actually have plenty of grays, but I appreciate that. So, Vaush,
you look
bad.
Great,
trans liberation, y'all.
True. I'm terrible. You do look great, by the way, James.
Thank you. Like I said, I'm always flattered because if my camera were better, you could even my beard. But anyway, Secret XXX Stars says, Sanvi, can someone self-identify as a Lakers fan, or does Lakers fan have a concrete, discrete definition that needs to be used to identify them?
Yeah, so kind of like I said, you don't obtain any future in reality simply by identifying as having such, and the same would be true for something like this. There are still
I see. Gender prank.
necessary conditions in order to be a Lakers fan. Whether
What are the necessary conditions to be?
you have to know what basketball is. You have to know what the Lakers are at the very.
What if you decide to be a fan and you decide that part of being a fan will be learning about those things? Are you therefore not a fan until you learn? A favorite book? I like a lot of them. Like, I do like this book called State or Revolution. I do like this one. It's about socialists in Poland and communists basically fighting over should Poland even have a state or not before World War I. I do like... There are a lot of books here that I like, actually. I keep discovering new ones. Because it's like it's a big collection of, it's a multi-generational collection of books. But yeah, that's right, John Smith. Also, you should join the page and become a giggler.
Minimum. So there's nothing you obtain by identifying as having it. There are still conditions that must be met.
You got it. Thank you very much for your question. Coming in from Balthazar228 says, does Sanvi agree with Dr. Alden's research on gender identity as it applies to trans men?
Whose research?
Dr. Alden's. I don't know, but this one coming in from B. Smalley the Third says, I watched that clip the other day, Vaush, when Dr. Alden came up in a past debate. It's one of my favorite clips ever, where we both were... You remember that?
No, we were just choking back laughter, and I couldn't even talk. Yeah, no, it haunts me to this day. It truly does.
There is a clip. I'll pin it in the comments, but folks, you have to see this. It was where there was this, I think he was from Germany, and Vaush was debating him, and both of us just lost it. And anyway, this B. Smalley III says, don't let his word salad trip you up. Get him, Sanvi. Wow. Says,
word salad.
The fact that ignorant people place expectations on others for where they are born or what gender they identify as is it's irrelevant to what the person is.
I agree.
Oh, I agree. Maybe in different directions. This stuff is complicated, you know? It's complicated, but it's actually oh so simple. It's one of those things where you can make it complicated.
Juicy. This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Doughy Head says, we don't treat socially constructed words in the way you view man, quote unquote, or woman, quote unquote. Wouldn't a sex-based definition be the best definition of these words since it abolishes gender when doing so?
Well, we already have male and female, so there's no definitional gain because we already have the exact words you're looking for there, if you really care to. Also, there are a ton of things that we associate with men and women that are non-biological. In fact, I would argue the vast majority of things we associate with are non-biological. You don't see people's gametes out in the street, right? But there's so much to a woman. Listen, as somebody who thinks women are pretty all right sometimes, there's so much. It's like, what, is it all like titties and pussy? No, it's not. Come on. The clothes they wear, the way they talk, the way they act, the way they look. There's so much to it that's totally socially constructed. To the point where like it's really easy to like do like man, woman when just looking at clothing, right? So the idea of like we're going to fold all of that into like a biological term, that's disingenuous. That's just ignoring reality. We have to accept that sex and gender are different things because otherwise we have to pretend that like, men used to have long hair because of biology, but then short, but then long, then short, then long, then short, now short again. And like, it's like, yeah, come on, right? It's complicated.
You got it. This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Supreme Emperor Kizza says, Vaush, adult human
I like the way you move.
being is the definition of man.
The way you giggle.
It's about being not identification. So cut this garbage.
So all of those fail. When it comes to adult, depending on where you are in the world.
I don't know why, but I expected the person to say, so cut his balls off, but I don't know. I'm tired, okay? It's been a long stream. I don't know. It's been a very long stream, okay? So I expected the sentence to go a little bit differently. My gosh.
World manhood rituals or like rites of ascension. This is more of a
Cut his balls off.
Happens definitely before like adulthood as we would consider it. And a lot of people today would argue that like you're not really a man and like 18, a college senior? That's a man now? Have you seen what college kids look like? They're babies. They're tall, gangly babies. Ridiculous. No. Human, we call things man that aren't humans all the time, constantly, knowingly we do this. So don't know about that one. And for male, it's actually really difficult for us to understand at a glance what people's gamete situation is. Intersex people exist, and there are far more of them than you might think. And what's more, like you kind of have to assume a lot, I mean, you've seen some trans men, right? They're pretty beefy. Tend to be a little shorter, but there are short guys. I'm just saying, like your experience of what it means to be a man, what the men you know, it's not adult.
It's not about who you know. It's about what what.
That I think we should be more honest about.
Never. Honestly,
DNW says,
never.
An example of our education system being broken. Wow. Be small. Poor.
I am.
That's all right. They can cope with this however they like. Okay. I just want them all to get better. I'm rooting for them.
B Smalley III says, stop talking over based Sanvi. This one from Steven Zavatsky says,
this is really surprising because I thought I lost the poll.
James Chat right hates me. They hate me over there. But I love them.
At Modern Day Debate?
Yeah, they hate me over there, but I love them, and that's what matters. It's a one-way exchange of dislike. I care for them.
Sanvi's right, though, that in the poll in the live chat right now with 1,782 votes, what's your position on this debate topic? It's 50%, so a plurality, the greatest group, the largest group, say trans men are men, and then 43% say men, and then 8% say I'm on the fence. I'm not sure.
The polling results are intersex. Goddamn.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Simon Allen says, for the course, not simping, although
We did do it.
is gorgeous. Wow.
Thank you.
Very
I appreciate
nice.
that. I've lost
I
weight.
told them in chat they can't make comments about your guys' appearances, but I mean, they just couldn't resist. This one from Gabrielle Yu says, social constructs are ideas created and accepted by people in society. That's it.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of variability there too, because categorization will always be socially constructed. Like the biological differences between all the species of all the plants and animals on Earth, those are concrete, right? We can do clinal studies on those. But like where we draw the lines, like we gave names to all the different types, you know? Genetically speaking, every monkey is different, but we build the boxes. Well, where are the real differences? And that's always kind of like a vague process. I remember there was drama in the taxonomical research field recently over squirrels. That's why I brought them up earlier. It's been on my mind.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Steven Zawaski says, the one feature that the most men throughout time and space have shared is being an adult human male. Just give up already, Vaush.
I can't beat that one.
This one from Gabrielle Yu says, social constructs are got that. Ryan Big Guy says, Vaush, I feel the same vibes that 8-year-old girls do. I like cute things. I love my mommy. Puppies amuse me and other stuff.
What is happening here?
Does this mean I'm an 8-year-old girl?
At the most, it could mean you act like an 8-year-old girl. You could be a girl, but age is not a social construct. Age, unlike gender, is something that we empirically measure the advance of. I also don't like the implication of like predation.
Age actually is sort of a social construct, but not in the way most people think. Right? You definitely can count how many years your body has been living on Earth, but people's bodies do not age the same way, right? Like, we sort of defined aging as our bodies degrading with time, and that is not a process that happens identically to everyone in the same amount of time. So in a way, yeah, age is actually a social construct.
Right? Trans people don't transition to be predators. If you want to find predators, go to the Catholic Church. The idea that there's going to be like a glut of trans people like looking for, like, I guess I just wonder how this works in people's heads, where they think like there's like going to be like a 40-year-old man who's like, actually I identify as a 5-year-old girl. Now let me play with your daughter or something.
I mean, same with social stuff, right? Like we expect older people to get less curious. Yeah, and of course also in certain countries, the pregnancy counts as age. So in some countries, when a baby is born, they are 1-year-old. In some certain countries, when a baby is born, you start the count from there. And then you have people like my dad who still reads manga for inspiration. Yeah, right.
Like, this isn't, like, there are real problems in the world, man. Like, there are real like, why make more up? You know, that's like, is it possible that could happen? Yeah. And if it does, someone tries creepy shit like that, I think they should be rightfully socially punished for it. Completely. But like, let's not pretend this is a meaningful problem that we're dealing with.
You got it. Thunderstorm says triangle is from the Latin
underfoot
triangulus.
That's so cool. Sounds like Romulan.
Rusty Smackle Ford says, Vaush is the weak man who creates hard times. Get a W for Queen Sanvi.
I agree.
This one, Stay Curious says, how does Sanvi account for intersex people?
Yeah, so I mean, I figured the debate was probably going to get into this, but I'm kind of sad it didn't, because the more research I do into the 30-40 common intersex objections like Spire syndrome, CAH, androgen sensitivity syndrome, a lot of the times they're still very clearly male or female. They just have characteristics of the opposite sex. The only cases that get tricky are like true hermaphroditism and stuff like that. But again, I don't think it's necessarily relevant to the truth of the proposition, are trans men because what is it, like 99.5% of trans individuals were correctly assigned their sex separate. So that's my answer.
You got it. This one coming in from Pointless Poppy says, Vaush, an American can still be an American without engaging in any stereotypical behavior of an American. Can a man do the same?
Well, I think cis men can and do all the time, right? Like, leaving aside the whole femboy thing, I think that one of the most beautiful things you can do with a category you've chosen is to reject every part of it. To choose to be, you know, a member of a group and then to tear away everything people adhere to it. It's like a fundamentally anarchic preference of mine. I like it when systems are torn down, at least the bad ones. I think it's good, at least when you play with them, because it opens up the space for people to be free, for people to be able.
I almost won, but the camera screwed me over. Literally almost won. I was one hit away from winning, but the camera screwed me over. Okay. I'll get it next time. I'm actually getting better at this fight at this point.
Able
so that's
to pursue
okay.
their interests. So, yeah, no, I think it's something we should strive to do. Push those boundaries, you know, as long as we're not hurting people.
You got it. Seshoun Namaru says, a country geopolitical definition is not born from the universe. It's born from the human's social construct. This is what Vaush meant. Same for gender.
Yeah, so I think that the actual concept that we're referring to clearly exists because of mind-independent universal phenomena. Like, if there were no humans, the continent of America would still exist, right? Wherever we draw the lines on that, it would still exist.
No, that is actually false. The continent of America would not exist. A continent would exist. Well, even the place would exist, but it would not necessarily be the continent of America, right? Because America is a social construct.
So that's kind of what I'm referring to, is that the
But I can still say it's weird for people who are like 40 to read manga. I see. Yeah, it would just be a big heap of land.
concepts.
Yeah, true, yeah.
The terms are what we use to describe concepts.
You got it. This one from No Mask Poppy says, James, why haven't you sent me new selfies in your furry suit as of
James.
yet? Thank you for asking.
What the hell, man?
They'd be confused with you, Vaush. I don't know what's going on. Jazor says genders are socially constructed and built with union labor.
That's true. That's why we got so many more genders after the turn of the century. You know, the Union men fought hard with the coppers and the robber barons, and they gave us freedom.
You got it. Ryan Big Guy strikes again, says, Vaush, how many fingers does a human being have?
Well, I think typically we have 5, but obviously there are people with more or less. 5 is like the...
True. Even the idea of a continent is kind of weird. The universe doesn't care about whether there is water or not there. Yeah, but keep in mind, there doesn't need to be water. Europe and Asia are separate quote-unquote continents, but they are on the same landmass. So people care because we can't live on water, so we invented words like island and continent. Yeah, but again, Europe and Asia are considered separate continents even though they're on a single landmass.
The mean, probably the median, certainly, or the mode. Yeah, mode. No, the mean's like probably, I don't know, 4.999. Yeah, like, but what you're at, like, the fundamental thing that you're asking here, right, is like, well, okay, like, really though, what are we? What do we have? And the answer for that is like, you can read up on taxonomy. Things are a lot more vague than you might think, you know? A lot of the stuff that we take for granted, a lot of the categories that we built have been for our convenience because for the most part they're fine, but you have to learn when to like wiggle them down a
Or
little.
from racism. That also happens. A lot of categories were built out of racism. Right. Like I've seen a program about a whole family with people with 6 fully functional fingers, and they used it to play the piano. So
bit, right? A good example of this, I think, would be that recently a bunch more research has been done into the effects of heart attacks on women. So women have hearts, men have hearts. The idea being that given the fact that the majority of medical patients with heart issues are men, they can focus the research primarily on men with heart attacks and stuff. That was based on the assumption, an incorrect one, that because humans have hearts and men and women both like have hearts, it works by the same, that we could sort of leave aside the intricacies and just focus on like male issues and it would work for everyone when it doesn't. You know, that non-essentialist thinking saves lives. And yeah, I don't know, just a good attitude to have.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Daniel says, Sanvi, the argument as X is a blarg, therefore X is a blarg. I'm confused by the wording of this. They say, also said his argument is not logical. Why is Vaush's argument not logical?
Blarg.
It is the strongest logical argument, actually. They say it's deductive, and they say you can argue with the premise, but it is logical.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused with that. I think there's like a different illogical aspects to it. One of them would be with the use mentioned distinction. A man is somebody who identifies as a man, excludes non-English speaking men, which we would punitively agree non-English speaking men exist. Another problem I have with
this is so painful.
is uninformative. It doesn't actually tell us what a man
This is like the water guy. This is like the water person.
and then we don't know what a man is.
You got it. And this one coming in from Jesse Carrillo. Is this like one of your memes, Sanvi, from your army of followers? They say, let her cook. Is this just one of our sexist people in chat?
No, let her cook means like...
It's sexism. Vile.
Yeah, I remember the water guy using the exact same language argument, and it was stupid then and it's stupid now. Yeah. The water guy's argument was stupid then and it's stupid when it's used now. Dr. Bogard. Is President Sunday still streaming?
No, she's doing well, like something like that.
Oh, okay.
Vile
You got
sexism.
it. This one from Rock Truez says, saying that a person's gender identity ought to align with their sex commits the is-ought fallacy.
We should check if
Why
still
should their
rating.
gender align with their sex?
Yeah, I don't think I made the argument that gender identity ought to align with sex. I think I say warrant what gender is and why it is different than sex. So I haven't yet to hear a coherent
Is it still analyzing that debate?
definition of man and woman and all our different genders these days.
I don't
You
think
got
there's
it?
ever been a coherent definition for the record. I'm on gender anarchy on this one.
Weirmai says this entire conversation feels like an argument on evolution wearing a different hat to me. Anybody else feel like that?
Evolution?
I believe in evolution.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get it. This one from Supreme Emperor Kiza says Vaush, the only ones who are butchering the English language are people like yourself. Buy an Oxford English dictionary and stop butchering it.
I know that this person doesn't consume any media outside of like hentai and maybe like isekai anime. So it's probably kind of a waste of time to refer to anything from English canon. But like the English language is complicated and beautiful. The number of words we have, the rich range of expression, it's such wonderful stuff. And it's so sad to see people who probably grew up consuming media, reading books, watching...
I mean, some letters fell out of use in English language, like the long S letter.
Movies.
That looked a bit like F.
that were made with deliberate artistic flourishes that played with identity. Like, God, I bet a lot of you were cyberpunk fans. God, imagine being a cyberpunk fan and being anti-trans. Oh, God, like the genre. You guys watched Blade Runner, and then you came away from that thinking, yeah, I think your pronouns are, like, biological. Like, you're building a box around a lot of people, but you're doing it around yourself, too.
We should stream Blade Runner, the game, the old one. Modern Day Debate was the first real debate show Vaush was ever on. What was that first debate? Was it the one about, was it the debate with Sargon of Akkad or? Yeah, the point and click, yeah, that one. Blade Runner. It was actually pretty good. Yeah, I'm talking about that Blade Runner. Yeah.
You know, the world is so much larger than you think it is, and you know, I'm just rooting for you, is what I'm saying. Okay, I'm rooting for them. James, can you tell I'm rooting for them? I really am.
Yes, there's
Okay.
so much rooting. This one from Made by Jim Bob says, Vaush is the term, quote unquote, social construct.
Oh my God.
A universal term, or is it a social construct? If the former, what makes something...
Okay, this is a horrible run for me.
Social construct.
I'm just gonna die.
If it, like somebody earlier said, but like if it dies with us, then it's a social construct. The word social construct is a social construct because it's a word. The idea of something being disappeared along with us is not, you know, a social construct. That's like a distinction between stuff that people could arrive at through observation of the universe. Not of us, but of like the universe, right? So like a triangle is a is like a universal phenomena that you could arrive at mathematically anywhere in the universe, assuming the rules of physics and what have you are the same. But the idea of like a pyramid, the concept of a pyramid, like in terms of like an architectural sense,
Yeah, it was.
the shape is just a like four-sided triangular polygon, right? But the concept of a pyramid and what it means, that's like an us thing. I really like most stuff is socially constructed. Even stuff that we use for like engineering, right? The definitions we have for like, okay, what exact width does a concrete beam have to be before you can have like a rebar in it? Like all that stuff. We choose those. We choose them.
Okay, Adam Friended. Okay.
And it's like, okay, it's really complicated, but let's
I want to watch that again. Adam Friended one. Adam Friended is pretty good.
life easier for ourselves. You know what I mean? You have to know when that's being done because otherwise you'll be played the fool. You'll be a victim of those constructs.
Adam Friended is good.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. B Smiley the Third says, Sanvi, don't hold back on these people. Get them. Maxwell Pfeffer says, Vaush is God. He knows all. Wow. Let's say Maxwell Pfeffer also says, Vaush knows what you've been thinking. He knows if you're awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. So don't question him for goodness sake. This one from...
I don't have a surveillance program.
Any thoughts? Doughy Head says, if all these definitions are just socially constructed, doesn't that mean, quote, an adult human male is a completely acceptable definition of a man?
Well, yeah. If all definitions are socially constructed, then you could make an argument for like complete linguistic anarchy and just say anything is anything. But I trend towards use and meaning, right? Utility. How much harm? How much good? How much descriptive worth do you get? And as I've said before, adult human male is a literally textually incorrect definition. That if you tried to use it to apply to all uses of the term man, you would instantly fall flat, and it would be like it's useless. That's why the adult human male thing or whatever. Like this is like a over trans people term, right? Like this wasn't being used before.
Yeah.
Nobody in like 57 was like, is writing a great book of literature, like, this thing. It's always been more illustrative than that. So if you can come up with a better definition, sure, but like the biological one does not hold up that well.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it, for Sanvi. They say, Stay Curious says, does Sanvi know that there's no universal coordinates in space? Relativity 101.
What does that have to do with anything? Is this because I asked about gravity? Is that what it's in response to?
It's cold out there too.
I don't know. But this one from Red says, the answer is that there is no answer. Quote, Vaush. Vaush, is this true?
Well, in terms of trying to find empirics to social categories, yeah. Much like in taxonomy, you will never find an objective, universally correct answer to what exact distinctions mark the difference between species. You just won't. It's just not a thing. I just think a lot of people got like red pilled on the aesthetic of being objectively correct, and they think that like they're the science guys who are opposed to the like illogical trans people, leaving aside the scientific organizations almost universally support trans people in their arguments. But it's just this is it's like how Albert Einstein was a really smart guy, but he took a lot of his research and thinking, not just from like physics, but from philosophy and literature, because the really intelligent, like Renaissance man doesn't just like ground their nose in like Logic 101, because that doesn't tell them that much about the world when you're dealing with social constructs. You have to expand beyond that to grow.
I grow.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Ryan Big Guy says, Vaush, you could identify as a Frenchman or a Martian. You were still born in America, making you an American. Your beliefs do not change reality.
Wait, that's such a stupid
exactly.
Like, first of all, you can renounce your citizenship and stop being an American in a literal
True.
sense. If I moved, renounced my citizenship, and then culturally assimilated to another country, like it'd be weird.
Exactly.
I didn't speak English anymore, lost the accent. I could move over to France and then be like culturally French.
Yep.
If there were a ship of colonists that
Stupid.
went over to Mars, they would be called Martians. I'm not going to be on that ship, but it could be. Like, come on, why would you use such a transparently social
True
to demonstrate what you consider to be like innate reality? That come on, think,
Mark.
This one coming in
Think.
from, Stay Curious as Sanvi. Why do you care why trans people identify themselves by a gender? Why does the question matter to you, and what outcomes are you hoping for?
It matters to me personally because I care about truth. When I see
Oh yeah.
saying things that are not logical, I think it's only reasonable to say
Not logical.
It's not that I particularly
Hello, Alejandro Rios. Hello. Yeah, but it's okay. Better late than never. Also join the page, Alejandro. It's okay. I'm gonna paste it here. You're a little bit late because it's been 7 hours. It's been 7 hours of stream. So there we have it. Wait.
really care how you identify, care about the truth of the matter.
Thank you.
Red says, so even if Vaush doesn't want to, according to his argument, he could technically identify as black instead of cool right now. Why doesn't he?
Well, wait, hold on. There actually are people who identify as a race. Mixed race people often have like a lot of social trouble because it's like, you know, like if you're half black or half Latin or whatever, like which side do I go with? Like, you know, where, and it's like a code switching kind of thing. Now, obviously, I'm pretty pale, and we do heavily associate race to skin color. This varies depending on what part of the world you're in. For instance, in Brazil, where there's like this incredibly rich tapestry of racial diversity, there are places where it's a lot more in the up in the air than it is here. But keep in mind, this is totally arbitrary, right? Like, for instance, a half black person in America is considered black, but there are half Mexican people that are considered white because they're light skinned enough. Why would a half black person not be considered white? Like, they're not more genetically black than they are white, to the extent that genetically black and white are even things. The point that I'm getting at here is that if you really investigate the arbitrarity of race, mixed race identification, and all that crap, you realize
that's what MAGA people say.
Deal, man. Seriously, it's all complicated, and none of it threatens you. None of it threatens you. Literally none of it. Okay?
Everything threatens
being
me.
Underpaid. Your excess labor is being stolen by the people who employ you. Your social opportunities dry up while everyone is forced online, and real world physical spaces disappear as real estate developers eat up downtown areas and sit on them waiting to sell at high prices later. Real things are over your life, and this isn't it.
This one from Bite Me XT.
True.
Says, hey Sanvi, what's the status on you making a YouTube channel? You have tons of people that want to subscribe, and also would you ever
Oh no.
Office?
Oh my god.
But I did make a YouTube channel. It's Sanvi.reasoning. I don't know.
Oh.
It's really ugly. I have 0 like videos up, and somehow I have like 100 subscribers. But this actually reminds me of something I wanted to say. If anybody has any experience on how to like start or build a YouTube channel, please message me because I would love to have the help.
Amazing.
Oh boy.
Put that link in the description box. I didn't even know.
Oh no.
I'm gonna find it. I'll put it in the description
Yeah,
box.
I'll send it to you.
Deal. Seville says,
Should we check it?
Dated or had sex with a trans woman? If no, why? And does that make you transphobic? Practice what you preach.
I'm the
Has
worst.
he not already done it several times or something with several partners? Like, yeah, he is sort of the worst person to ask that. Hello, 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 Alejandro, hello. Welcome to the side chat experience.
Person to ask this. I've had sex with cis trans men and women. I've filled out the Punnett square. I'm like the worst. I'm the worst person to hit with this gotcha. I'm sure your experience with trans women is primarily like Wojaks or whatever, but there are some. The world is full of baddies. Okay. And in following with the innately contradictory nature of linguistic performativity, some of these baddies are actually quite good. You know? And maybe if you shape up your act, they'll pay attention to you one day.
True. Also, we have races that have like the same skin or whatever, but people still think Koreans are like different race from Japanese people. Yeah, basically.
Wow. Made by Jim Bob says, Vaush, what determines a contradiction if not logic?
Okay. So a logical contradiction refers to, well, it can refer to a lot of stuff, but mutual exclusivity was what we were talking about, basically. The idea of the law of non-contradiction, a thing can't be a thing and not another thing. That doesn't apply to all cases. Metaphorically, allegorically, you can absolutely be a thing and also not a thing. We do this all the time. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. How can that be possible? Well, you know, that's English literature.
Also, quantum physics, when, you know, particles exist and don't exist at the same time. But that's, you know, that's a different topic. Quantum physics, like, just slay this whole concept.
If you go to like socially constructed stuff as well, you also make an implicit prescriptive argument for any category you're trying to assign. So it's quite possible to, like, while talking about, say, for example, gender, to say, like, you know, a real man is some kind of rugged individualist who, like, heads out there and doesn't let anyone to tie him down, but also a real man.
Like, very vague questions which have no real answer, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is somebody who sticks to the family, takes care of his wife and kids. Those are mutually exclusive modes of behavior, but the same society considers both of those to be true. And there are men who will say that both of those things are manly. That there are guys who will, like, idealize taking care of your family, but also being some kind of lone wanderer. And they're not committing a logical contradiction. We just have a really innately contradictory understanding of gender, you know? And all I'm doing is recognizing that. I'm not saying that, like, because I want to get rid of all of it. I'm not saying this is all good. I just think it's already there and we have to take it seriously.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. And I also just added Sanvi's link to the description box if you want to check it out. It's right there next to Vaush's. And folks, I didn't mention, if you're listening via the podcast, because folks, if you didn't know, Modern Day Debate is available on all podcast apps. You can find our guest links in the description box there too. So if you're listening via podcast, check out our guest links in the description box there. Con the Stoner Lynn says, Sanvi, are adoptive parents?
I answered this question last time. Yeah, adoptive parents are parents. And I think what being a parent has to do with if you take care of somebody as your dependent, not if you're biologically related to somebody, right? Like, we don't really call sperm donors parents or something like that.
You got it. Thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from Jamnik06 says, Vaush, thank you for emphasizing that seeking great understanding and deeper knowledge can improve
biological parents.
And how we should be focused on more important things as a society.
Yeah, you're being nice to me. Oh my God. Yeah, it's like, I know obviously I'm playing up the being a patronizing, snarky dipshit to the chat because, you know, antagonism is most fun when it's mutual. But, like, yeah, legitimately. I don't know. I think the people most concerned with manhood are the people most entrapped by it, I think. And a critical understanding of the systems that they ascribe to would probably make them a lot happier. And it would probably make them more manly, too, because people consider confidence to be a masculine virtue. And insecurity is often a product of that internal conflict. So, yeah.
True.
You got it. Supreme Emperor Kiza says, Vaush, those species in question are not sexually dimorphic, and those lionesses don't become lions by definition. So well done for failing biology.
Well, I don't know how you could say they don't become lions by definition when you're citing the definition that you just wait, what does that even mean? No, what do you mean by definition? Our understanding of biology. Okay,
Boom.
Biology 101 is meant to give you guys a simple understanding of how this stuff works. You realize that, right? It's like when you take Physics 101 or Economics 101, like you don't learn the deep secrets to confound the experts. The stuff about like what leads to sexual dimorphism and like lionesses turning into lions or whatever on a higher level is like a pretty in-depth subject in terms of research and study. I don't know what I said that you consider to be a violation of Biology 101 when this goes beyond that. But you could really
I died again.
It suggests some interesting stuff. The funny thing is that if you apply the reactionary logic to those lion tribes, what they would do is they would actually socially repress the lionesses that start acting like lions, growing a mane, and doing the hunting. Right? Like, if you applied their socially reactionary logic, they'd be like, no, actually, you can't do that, or you're, not legally allowed to fill those roles, or, medically transition via whatever mechanism they do. I don't know. This is a tortured analogy. It's just cool.
Tortured analogy.
You got
My
it.
gosh.
Also, folks, we're 29 likes away from being at 600.
I love how this girl goes full Brad on Vaush and takes like an hour for him to wake up. So PS review from 44 minutes to 137. Say 90 plus minutes to go. Vaush got to sleep on the Lawrence was right. True.
So we appreciate your likes. Thanks so much. If you thought that your side was more persuasive in this debate, a great way for more people to see this video, for YouTube to push this video out, to recommend it to more, is by hitting like. No joke, it makes a difference. This one coming in from Renhawk says, Sanvi, define an adult, a human, and a male.
Okay, I'll start with the male part. A male is somebody in the context of the mammalian species with an expressed SRY gene. Females do not have an expressed SRY gene. Males have an expressed SRY gene. Adult, I'll define an adult as somebody that's 18 years of age or older. And then as for the Homo sapien or the human.
This is incorrect. In Japan, you become an adult when you're 21. Well, the gene thing is also incorrect because we have... it's incorrect.
I think human is just a taxonomical classification. We evolved from the bonobos to have the traits of our thumbs, among other things with our DNA that I won't get into that because I don't know enough about that, but yeah.
Juicy. Samuel Monroe says, Sanvi, do you have a moral issue with categorizing trans men as men? In that case, how? Hugs/Sam.
Do I have a moral issue? Is that what it says?
Correct.
Okay. No, I have a logical issue.
This one from Wah says, Vaush, in Walsh's documentary, I think they mean Matt Walsh's "What Is a Woman" documentary.
His acclaimed
Vaush's favorite
research,
movie, by the
right?
way.
His acclaimed research text, right?
They say multiple trans men say they will quote never be real man.
Well, you know.
Quote, and some say they don't want to. So factually, all trans men are not men. Do you disagree?
Yeah, obviously. When people feel insecure, they often say statements like, I'll never be a real X. Lots of cis men do that. Judging by the fact that you're making comments like that, I would say you do that on a daily basis. Like, This is not a grounded, like, epistemic argument on the nature of gender. This is a statement of one's personal confidence. A lot of trans people deal with a lot of social problems. They deal with a lot of hate, harassment, that kind of stuff. It's not surprising to me that a lot of them would feel kind of down. Also, note how they said real man. Interesting question. What exactly does it mean to be a real man? Because I've heard lots of cis people say, both about themselves and others, that they're not real men or real women. They're not talking about this in some kind of trans culture war way. They're saying, like, you'll never be a real man until you learn to own up to your mistakes and accept responsibility. Now, what the f does that mean if man is a purely biological term? Because we've been saying shit like that for millennia. Where did that come from, huh? Were they woke? Is it woke when dads in the 1950s are like, real men take care of their loved ones? It's like, no, Dad, you commie. Real men are adult human males. Like, nah. No, I know you're like desperate for the gotchas, but like I really think for a second, because the only thing that's been biologically unveiled by the dono that you left is that your IQ is not high enough to have this conversation. You can work on that.
Mercy Faye says, Sanvi, how would you feel if someone called you a man? Would you tell them that they're wrong? You identify as a woman, right?
I would just debate them. I'm not a woman because I identify as one. I'm a woman because I'm female.
Juicy. This one from The Unwanted Man says, when will Vaush shave his beard? Is there talk about you shaving your beard, Vaush?
Now, somebody in my community, by the way, photoshopped a picture where I shaved my beard and I look like an absolute buffoon. And now it's like, we'll prove them wrong. Shave your beard, bro. I like having a beard, goddammit. And there are pictures of me without a beard from like a decade ago when I was a kid and fatter than I am now, and I didn't look like that.
So then she's just a turf. Yes, correct.
If I ever get ripped, like properly ripped, like I have got the cum gutters and everything, I'll shave my beard. We'll see.
What was the phrase?
Cum gut. Well, you should know, James. You're in great shape. You know the obliques.
He'll never shave.
And oh, okay, wow, okay. Thank you for teaching me the slang. This is interesting. Okay, I think I found the picture.
You can make better use of it than I can. Yeah, you found the yeah. Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, no, I should sue that person for defamation. Really, that's a fan of mine who did that. By the way, this is purely defamatory.
Wow, you look great, Vaush.
Thank you, much appreciated.
This one coming in from. You look tremendous.
Thank you.
Just LOL says, stop ceding ground to the left. This issue only exists because we now allow gender freedom. Gender conformity laws like the early 1900s.
Jesus.
High IQ.
I mean, there are people who literally think that, but like it's so the actual like psychological explanation for this is that sexually insecure and unsuccessful men feel as though women are being taken from them by way of a bunch of social processes that are being brought about by progressive liberals if they're not fully crazy, and Jews if they are fully crazy. And they think that like the trans thing is just like one more step. Listen, okay, I've got a hot suggestion for you, okay? Trans and queer people broadly are making the world significantly better for you, all right? Because, man, they are by far the most socially outgoing, communicative, and sexually exploratory people in this shitty country that we live in, all right? If you're having trouble, if you're sitting in your bed like alone or whatever, and you're feeling lonely, you're spending a lot of time
and no one else will help. Maybe you can hire the A-team.
Don't go if you're gonna bother anyone, but go to like a queer club or something, or like a bar. I swear to God, it's so hard to have a bad time there, you know? I really feel like you could be better than the man you are now.
Wow. Thoughts on this one, Sanvi?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
That one was stop giving ground to the left. This only exists because we now allow gender freedom, gender conformity laws like the early 1900s. It was high IQ.
I don't think it should be illegal to call yourself a different gender.
That's communism.
You got it?
So I don't know I don't agree with that part of it, but obviously I disagree that a trans man is man and trans woman is woman and gender ideology as a whole, but I don't think it should be
gender
ideology. Sorry, 1 second. I just saw someone in your chat, James, who responded, nope, never, I'll pass. Bro, I've gone to shooting ranges where everyone's a cop and everyone's wearing a cowboy hat, okay? I've gone to farms. I've hung out with every single demographic of conservative country, and you're afraid of a gay bar? What are you afraid of? That you'll see something you like? You're such a coward. You're such a weakling. You're such a woman. Oh my God, I'm disgusted by you. I'm being feminized just looking at you right now. I gotta scroll my chat down. Whew. Sorry. Just got real worked up on that one.
This one coming in from Mr. Monster says, I didn't even see it in chat, but I'll take your word for it. They say, I definitely believe that a trans man can also be a drag queen. Any disagreements?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I literally have known trans men and women who are drag queens or kings. A drag queen is somebody who does the costuming as female, and a drag king is somebody who does the costuming as male. But it's got more into that. Traditionally, drag is more of a like cisgender gay dude going up there, but there's been more of it. I don't even like drag, honestly. I don't like the kitsch, like over the top color stuff, and the drag queens are too outgoing socially for me. But if they're having fun with it, hell yeah.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. The Unwanted Man says, what tangible evidence does Vaush have that he's a man?
I'm the worst person for this to be asked of. I leaked my own dick pics like a month after starting streaming. I have provided a higher evidentiary standard than most YouTubers. I would ask, how do we know Matt Walsh is a biological male? The answer? You have no idea. He could be a trans guy. You have no idea, do you?
True. Maybe he
you should
is.
look into that. Spam his comments with questions such as those.
True.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Simon Allen says, just love. This one from Sunflower says, follow up for Vaush. Are you arguing that the word men already includes trans men, or that it ought include trans men regarding majority acceptance?
Oh, that's actually a really, really good question. Definitions vary, like, all over the place, right? Like, for instance, people in different parts of America have words for, like, soda. Like, they'll say pop or cola or whatever. In reality, when I say, like, this is what I mean, I'm making a descriptive and prescriptive argument. I'm saying this is how I use it, trans men are men, but I'm also prescriptively arguing in favor of people using it broadly. If I were to go to another part of the world where, like, nobody believed that, I could say something like, okay, over here they don't consider trans men to be men, but, they are, because I'm making a prescriptive argument in favor of my belief system. It's kind of like, I don't know, like a homophobia thing, right? Or I would say, like, it's okay to be gay, but then I go to Saudi Arabia and I'd go like, okay, well, here it's not okay to be gay here, but it's okay to be gay, morally. I'm an advocate for that position. That's a good.
I am moral.
I actually appreciate them asking that.
Coconut cream pie says, it's good. They say Vaush performed admirably, but since Sanvi is hotter, she won.
Oh my God.
Get a new haircut.
This is misandry. This is misandry. I don't know what to say. Anti-male community.
Eris385 says some smaller Christian sects may say women are not even human because of the original definition of words in Hebrew and Greek text in the Bible.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because, like, the current use of how, like, people say the origin of man, and by man they mean, like, everyone, like all humans, not just men or women. If I remember correctly, like, the reason etymologically that came about is because, like, it came from, like, a Greek word, and the Greek word that got derived into man in, like, the broad sense originally meant men. So they took the word that meant me, us, and then was like, this is humanity, and, like, extrapolated it out, right? Which is, like, kind of a weird implication with women, like, where are they left in that? It's not good. People are misogynistic, as it turns out.
Balthazar228 says, as Vaush has stated in the past, that he prefers masculine equines. Am I saying that right? Equines?
I'm sure you are.
Would he also prefer trans masculine equines?
I fully respect all modes of transgenderism in the horse community.
Oh my God.
This one from Simon Allen says, Sandy, would you debate creation? I think this is because you conceded evolution earlier or something to that effect.
Oh, I mean, I was just giving a biological definition, but I don't know who is creation. Are they saying that I should debate?
Yeah, I think they're saying like they want to see you debate like Kent Hovind or somebody. We don't really host Kent.
Creationist cat.
It's not really something I've looked into. But I don't know. I'd be open to having a conversation.
All American Mafia says if the word quote unquote woman
Oh my gosh.
encapsulate any type of human, what is the purpose of using that word anyway?
That's
Justify using the word if it's meaningless.
That's
It's
a
like-
great question. It would be better directed at somebody who wasn't a gender abolitionist. No, like right now we have understandings of ideas, cultural meaning associated with the words man and woman. We have a lot of meaning, like a lot of meaning associated with it.
It's like with that debate with the whole tall women, short women, etc. And the person's like, it's like the term woman is meaningless. And he's like, yes, welcome, comrade, you know. We're getting a repeat of that, but less funny. That's the truth. I'm getting really sleepy all of a sudden, by the way. 7, almost 8 hours of stream. Yeah, eureka moment.
So as long as there is meaning, there is value. And as long as there is value, there will be people who try to define themselves around it. All of us, not just trans people. I'm in favor of free identification insofar as we have gender, but my goal in the long term is for gender to matter less, not more. Which I'm also arguing for here, fundamentally. I'm essentially arguing the ultimate arbitrarity of gender, its complete subjectivity, and its ultimate subservience to our social biases. And, you know, that does kind of indicate that it's maybe not the most worthwhile social construct. I feel the same way about race.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Comrade Anthony says, actually, yes, you can have read a book and not read a book. I have read, quote unquote, tons of audiobooks, but not physically read any of them.
Then that's just a difference on what we mean by read. So like, I think listen to would be more accurate, but you can't simultaneously read a book as in visually read the words on pages and simultaneously not, because that would entail a contradiction. Now, what you're arguing is that you just mean something different by read, which is listen to, in which case I also think you can't both listen to something and not listen to something at the same time, because that would also entail a contradiction. So it just really depends. You just need to clarify what you mean there.
You got it. This one from, I'm that guy, man. Says, Sanvi, do you have a YouTube channel? If not, will you make one? It's linked in the description. Check it out.
Yeah.
Vaush is also linked in the description. What are you waiting for, folks? Dark E Boney 89.
We might finish soon.
Sanvi, do you believe that transitioning to a trans man or woman is harmful to society in any way? If so, do you
Transhumanism with body module parts through PCI Express equivalent cycles. Yeah, it's true.
you believe it is a priority issue?
I don't believe it's a priority issue.
This one coming in from Emery King says,
That wasn't.
what do you get by
That wasn't a full response, by the way. She just dodged the "do you think it's harmful" part. Like everyone knows what a man is, right? But the thing a man has to be, or what is part of being a man is up to opinion, right? Yeah, true. True. She implied it is a social contagion. Yeah.
denying my identity?
What do I gain by it? I don't think
Right.
all identities are valid. I'm sorry that you feel that way, but I don't think all identities are valid. What do I gain? I kind of already answered this earlier, but I care about truth, and you should care about truth too. So instead of saying that, refute a claim that I made.
There's like a huge influx of questions for Sanvi right in this list. They say, Supreme Emperor Kiza says, Sanvi, I know an intersection.
Okay, we will listen to a few more and then I will go to sleep since I am extremely tired. So I will not make it, sadly, for the inevitable President Sunday raid. President Sunday is streaming longer today than usual. I will say that much.
YouTuber who I can introduce to you, and they can explain what they are privately. Do you have Discord?
Yeah, I do have Discord. I don't know what it is though. Maybe you can link it in the description afterwards when I find it and send it to you, James.
Can you be called a Discord user
Deal.
if you don't know what Discord is?
True.
This one from the chatter says Sanvi is conflating the correlation of social concepts / logic with the causation of mathematical logic, and it's giving me an aneurysm.
What is that? What is that supposed to mean? I've studied the philosophy of math, like it's based in logic too. What does causation mean here?
Are
I
you
think
familiar
it's
with
something?
scientific? Out of curiosity, I didn't ask it earlier. Are you familiar with the epistemology of science, like the metaphysical philosophy?
Yeah, like the derivation of knowledge. I've read a lot on like empiricism versus rationalism, things like that.
Okay, just curious.
This one coming in from Shan B76 says Sanvi, an American must know what America is.
Smartest transphobe.
So, using one of your own objections to Vaush, a person that gets brain damage so that they have no concept of America is no longer American?
Yeah, so I would say that I was kind of doing an internal critique of Vaush's view. I'd probably, if you ask me my definition, probably have something to do with nationality and like citizenship. I was just saying that identifying as an American.
Nationality is a social concept.
American doesn't quite make you an American. Just the same way that identifying as like brain death or whatever you just said doesn't make you brain death. So yeah.
Excuse me. This one from Joe.
Literally, when Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine was forming, people just identified into those nationalities. Quite literally. When she answers, how does it affect you with, oh, I just care about truth, she again implies she isn't in this for actual political change. Just semantics. Yeah, it's true. Okay, we're gonna take the last question and then I go to bed, okay? Thank you all.
Joe QR says, for Sanvi, based off your definition, what does man up mean? Adult human male up? Or do you recognize a different definition?
I think when people say man up, they just mean be more masculine. That's what that would mean.
This one from Grim Friberg says, Sanvi, would you correct me if I chose to call you person X instead of your name because you can't define what a Sanvi is without pointing to yourself?
No, that's correct. So this is similar to names truly have no, unless you have a name that's like a word, names truly have no meaning. They're just letters that sound good together, right? And you can choose not to refer to me as the letters that sound good together.
I'm pretty sure most names do have meanings. Like, I'm pretty sure most names are not just a collection of random noises. They do have meanings. Just because you don't know the meaning, it doesn't mean there's none.
I would not have picked this name for myself if I could have picked. So it doesn't matter. But if you ask me to refer to you as a man, you're saying I identify as a man. I'm not saying I identify as a Sanvi. I say my name is Sanvi. I like the collection of letters. That's the distinction. Is I'm not referring to any concept beyond the sound itself, whereas men and women and transgender individuals are.
You got it. This one coming in from the Unwanted Man says, can kids consent to identify as trans for the purpose of medically transitioning? And does their consent apply to use their genitals? At what age?
I don't know what that means.
I
don't. Who's it for?
I assume this is for me because it's very weird and I get the weird ones. So they can identify as whatever they want. That's not really like a consent because that's in their.
So like what you won't getting if I just give you a new name.
Head. So that's just them. When it comes to medical transition, there are puberty blockers at a young age, like 10 to 12 or so, that reversibly and without harming a person prevent the onset of puberty, so you can have time to decide whether you'd rather take hormones to transition. For like surgery stuff, like bottom surgery, that's like an adult thing. That's not like 12-year-olds aren't getting bottom surgery. That doesn't seem medical.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I will generally agree with like the standard guideline for practice that medical institutions have come up with on this issue, and because that seems to bring about the best results. We have data on it, and what's happening right now with regards to transition seems to be like pretty functional medically in terms of the outcomes that we're getting.
I do have to go in about 10 minutes. Is that okay?
Yeah,
I'm
please
pissed
leave.
like a racehorse, so I'm with you on that.
This one coming in from.
Okay, let's see who gets
We're
it.
gonna move
Last
really
one.
fast. So,
Last one.
Pointless Poppy says, "Why do you think our language requires us to repeatedly remind each other what sex/gender is?"
Oh, I'm totally in favor of like I think it's real. Not all languages have pronouns that are based on the gender of the person being referred to. By the way, like this is like an English language thing. There's different stuff in different languages. So yeah, I don't know. There's room for like broader change there, but it's kind of hard to just change a language, you know.
You got it. This one coming in from.
Last
Last
question.
We got that one. Diego BP says, "I almost drowned in Mexico once, but I remember that Vaush had taught me that there's only aqua there and that it's a social construct. You saved my life, Vaush. Truly one of the minds of all time."
Swimming along the beach just south of San Diego, you're struggling, and then finally you make it to the yellow tinted sky, and you look down, you're fine, you're completely fine now because the water's gone. It's just agua. Hell yeah. I love not knowing Spanish despite taking like 3 years of it in high school and 1 year of it in college. It's great.
Well, yeah, I was a little confused because you said like hermano, but I was like, doesn't that mean like sibling? Not.
I don't know. I don't know Spanish. I know. Listen, okay. I know linguistics in English. That's not broadly. Yeah. I mean, a lot of this stuff transfers over, right? Like a lot. Like there are analogous words for most things between languages. Thankfully.
Jamnick06 says, "Sanvi, in reference to your Muslim versus
Okay.
atheist argument,
Last one.
are you aware that a contradiction in terms is different than a contradiction in social concepts?"
That would be a contradiction in social concepts. A contradiction in terms and a contradiction in social concepts will go hand in hand here because conceptually you can't both lack a belief in God and hold a belief in God because these are mutually exclusive. So both would apply.
You got it. Stephen Okawa says, "Off topic, but it irks me. Excess labor can only be converted into free time."
Okay, we're done. Sorry. I'm as to borrow Presence on this nomenclature, I am fading fast, so thank you all for coming. I'm gonna write love and solidarity. Love and solidarity. Thank you for coming. I hope to see you next time. I hope to see you today, actually, for Final Fantasy 16. Thank you. I hope I'll see you all later. Good night. Love and solidarity, and yes. Bye. I have to nap a bit. Good night.